The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Almighty Lord, you who shakes the heavens and causes the earth to tremble, you who causes the sea to roar and the dry land to shudder, shake us from our falseness and rekindle our desire to love and to serve you in faithfulness and truth. You own all that we value. You own the silver and the gold, the cravings of our hearts and the successes we achieve. All those things that we're inclined to place before our allegiance to you and deem more important than our obligation to steward this abundant wealth for the benefit of your creation. Fill this place with your Spirit. With the might of your word, speak to us of your power and purpose, that there will be no doubt in our minds that you alone are our desire. Everything we want, that we need, and that we have been given by your hand, that we would turn our hearts and minds to you and dedicate our efforts to ensure that all the people we serve, your people, would have the assurance of your provision, even when the world around them trembles, and the upheaval of these times threatens their well-being. Lord of the whole earth, sea and sky, to you may we give our whole selves, that what we do on this day would reveal your power and provision for the children of your creation, the very people you have entrusted to our care. In your mighty name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for up to 15 one-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Schumer shutdown was proven irresponsible, achieving nothing, hurting American families. Last week, I joined with Republican colleagues in voting to open the government, as Republicans originally voted in September to keep it open. Now, with the 43-day Democrat shutdown, the longest in history, is over, the government can get back to work on behalf of the American people. The Democrat shutdown caused the loss of paycheck, destroyed jobs, delayed services to our military, and included the inconvenience and delay cancellation of flights worldwide. I am grateful for the leadership of President Donald Trump and Speaker Mike Johnson for promoting families first over failed political stunts. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump. Yesterday, attacking a Turkish flag tanker, causing evacuation in Romania, both NATO allies that we so value. Our prayers for the recovery of South Carolina native
Gentleman's
Jesse
time has
Jackson.
expired.
I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Republicans have to decide if they're going to protect pedophiles or seek justice for survivors of sex trafficking and abuse. I sat across from survivors. Some of them were as young as 13 and 14 at the time. And they told us over and over again, follow the money. The Treasury Department, Mr. Speaker, is sitting on suspicious activity reports on Epstein's financial network detailing thousands of transactions totaling more than $1.5 billion. In fact, J.P. Morgan knew about these suspicious transactions for more than a decade. He had 134 accounts with J.P. Morgan, but they chose to look the other way and continue to profit. The corrupt administration would rather protect the rich and powerful, their billionaire donors, and stop the truth from coming out. Survivors of these horrific and systematic sexual abuse, they deserve justice, and public deserves to know the full truth. But don't be fooled. President Trump has the power to release the full, unredacted files right now without congressional action and
Gentlewoman's
end the
time has
cover-up
expired.
today.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Colonel Rick Tremillos for his extraordinary dedication and service as Scoutmaster of Troop 66 in Colorado Springs. For years, Rick has served as a mentor and a role model to the Scouts of Troop 66. His commitment to the principles of Scouting has created a nurturing environment where Scouts are encouraged to grow into responsible, confident leaders. Rick's ability to connect with youth, guide them through challenges, and celebrate their achievements is a testament to his deep compassion and unwavering dedication. Under his guidance, Troop 66 has thrived. Rick has led countless campouts, service projects, and leadership training events, always with the focus on building resilience, teamwork, and respect. His mentorship has helped many Scouts earn the rank of Eagle Scout, and more importantly, has instilled in them a lifelong commitment to service and integrity. On behalf of all
Gentleman's
those
time
whose
has
lives
expired.
he has touched, I extend my deepest gratitude and heartfelt recognition. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, under Donald Trump, America is joining the ranks of other countries in all the wrong ways. Freedom House now lists us among nations where judges and prosecutors face political attacks. Reporters Without Borders says our press freedom has sunk to a historic low. And now Trump has crossed a line no U.S. president ever dared cross. He withheld food assistance that Americans were legally entitled to, blocking nutrition benefits, not because the country can't afford them, but because he thinks it helps him politically. In my work as co-chair of the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission, I've seen brutal regimes use food as a weapon and leaders starve their own people to hold on to power. I never, ever thought I would see a U.S. president try to rip a page from the same playbook. What a shameful moment in our history, and I will continue to fight to end hunger now. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a distinguished public servant from Hancock County, Mississippi, Brian Hootie Adam, who will retire on December 21st, 2025, after more than 4 decades of serving his community. Hootie began his career in 1985 as a firefighter, answering the call when his neighbors needed him most. In 2003, he became director of Hancock Emergency Management Agency, a role he has carried with steady leadership for 22 years. During that time, he guided the county through many countless emergency destructive storms, and most notably, the unimaginable challenges of Hurricane Katrina. Through every crisis, Hootie was a source of strength, calm, prepared, and fully committed to protecting the people of Hancock County, Mississippi. His leadership saved lives, strengthened the emergency response across our region, and set a standard of service we should all admire. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in thanking Hootie Adam for his extraordinary dedication and wishing him the very best in well-earned retirement. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate Midland High School Principal Tila Sherman for being named the Michigan 2026 High School Principal of the Year. Principal Sherman's compassionate and hands-on leadership sets an example for schools across the country. She is an extraordinarily gifted leader who inspires those around her to stand up for every child in all of our communities. It is her passion for education and her fervent belief in every child's potential that guides the work she does every day. She encourages collaboration and teamwork among educators, making Midland High School a safe space that uplifts everyone under its roof. Principal Sherman pushes her students to dream big, asking them every single week, "Chemics, you determine your legacy. What will it be?" There are years ahead in her leadership journey in education. I have no doubt that she will leave a legacy of educational excellence, deep caring, and a spark of hope for every student she encounters. Go Chemics. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as we recently celebrated veterans across the country, H.R. 5939, the USMC Helicopter Support in Vietnam Congressional Gold Medal Act, would award a Congressional Gold Medal to the Vietnam-era Marine Corps and Navy veterans who performed vital helicopter support missions. These flight crews executed incredibly risky and dangerous operations. They successfully carried out life-saving medical evacuations, transporting approximately 189,000 service members. Recognizing those who put their lives in harm's way to help out our wounded is long overdue. With the enactment of this bill, Congress can and must take the crucial step towards finally giving these brave veterans the hero's welcome they so deserve. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. I want to sincerely thank the committee for its graciousness in allowing me to waive onto the Committee on Natural Resources earlier this year. It has been a privilege to serve and to help advance environmental justices policies for the people of New York's 7th District in Puerto Rico. Thank you for the privilege of holding 3 committees over the past few years. I will continue to remain on small business and financial services. Effective this week, I will remove myself from the Committee on Natural Resources to make room for another member who wishes to take the opening. It has been an honor to contribute to the committee's mission, and I look forward to continuing to advance our shared priorities in other capacities. Signed sincerely, Nydia Velazquez, Member of Congress.
Without objection, the resignation is accepted. What purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By direction of the Republican Conference, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 886. Resolved that the following named member be and is hereby elected to the following standing committee of the House of Representatives, Committee on Homeland Security. Mr. Fong.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 887, resolved.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the resolution is considered read. And without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 879 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 47, House Resolution 879. Resolved, that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House any joint resolution specified in Section 2 of this resolution. All points of order against consideration of each such joint resolution are waived. Each such joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in each such joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on each such joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit or commit as the case may be. Section 2, the joint resolutions referred to in the first section of this resolution are as follows. A, the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 80, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to National Petroleum Reserve and Alaska Integrated Activity Plan Record of Decision. B, the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 130, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Buffalo Field Office Record of Decision and approved Resource Management Plan Amendment. C, the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 131, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Coastal Plain Oil and Gas Leasing Program, Record of Decision. Section 3, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House a concurrent resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 58, denouncing the horrors of socialism. All points of order against consideration of the concurrent resolution are waived. The concurrent resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the concurrent resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the concurrent resolution and preamble to adoption without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. Section 4, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 1949, to repeal restrictions on the export and import of natural gas. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 5, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 3109 to require the Secretary of Energy to direct the National Petroleum Council to issue a report with respect to petrochemical refineries in the United States and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 6. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House a bill, H.R. 5107, to repeal the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022, enacted by the District of Columbia Council. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion, except 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 7. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 5214, to require mandatory pretrial and post-conviction detention for crimes of violence and dangerous crimes, and require mandatory cash bail for certain offenses that pose a threat to the public safety or order in the District of Columbia and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 8. Upon transmission to the Senate of a message that the House has passed H.R. 4405, House Resolution 581 shall be laid on the table.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the rule and the underlying legislation. Yesterday, the Rules Committee met and produced a rule, H.Res. 879, providing for the House's consideration of 8 separate measures. The rule provides closed rules for consideration of S.J. Res. 80, H.J. Res. 130, H.J. Res. 131, with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees for each joint resolution. The rule provides each such joint resolution 1 motion to recommit. Further, the rule provides closed rules for the consideration of H.R. 1949 and H.R. 3109, with 1 hour debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees for each bill. The rule provides each bill with a motion to recommit. Additionally, the rule provides for consideration of H. Con. Res. 58 under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. The rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 5214 and H.R. 5107 under closed rules with 1 hour debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform or their respective designees on each bill. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit for each bill. Finally, the rule tables House Resolution 581 upon the transmission of a message to the Senate that the House has passed H.R. 4405. Mr. Speaker, After over 40 days of the Democrat government shutdown, the House has returned to regular order, and this majority is continuing to push forward with the America First agenda, the American people's agenda. All of these pieces of legislation we're considering today are in alignment with the American people's demand and President Trump's executive orders that we maintain a robust posture of American energy dominance. You know, Mr. Speaker, our Democrat colleagues have developed a strong proclivity to thumb their noses at the development of energy that comes from American soil. One must wonder why they choose to do that. They pay lip service to environmental protections and reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but it's just a fact that American oil and American natural gas are cleaner and more environmentally friendly than any of our global competitors. Why would they cede our dominance on the global stage in favor of hostile actors who lack even the most basic environmental protections? We are blessed as a nation to have vast repositories of natural resources that we can draw from and utilize accordingly. When we ignore the opportunities to harness these resources for our benefit, we deny ourselves the opportunity to grow more self-sufficient. H.R. 5214 and H.R. 5107, two measures reported from the Oversight Committee, focus on restoring law and order in our nation's capital city, a city that ought to be a model for the rest of the nation to follow.
Does the gentlelady reserve?
I'm going on, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 5214 would revoke cashless bail in the District of Columbia and would require mandatory pretrial and post-conviction detention for crimes of violence and other dangerous crimes. H.R. 5107 would repeal the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022 enacted by the District of Columbia Council. This act targeted police officers in D.C. for simply doing their duties, and it led to over 1,600 officers being removed from the city's force. Thanks to President Trump's efforts, the streets in D.C. are safer, and we have the opportunity through these two measures to add to that progress. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we have H. Conrad's 58, a resolution denouncing the horrors of socialism. Most of us here in this body recognize how dangerous the plague of socialism really is. We understand its history of failure and oppression. Throughout history, this ideology has collapsed into the most brutal of dictatorships, communist regimes, and outright totalitarian rule. Many are quick to avert their eyes and cover their ears when presented with facts about the horrors of socialism. How many individuals across the world have suffered and died because of it? This resolution will put everyone in this body on record. The American people will see who espouses this caustic ideology and those who reject it. I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady from North Carolina for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Americans are working more and more for less and less. Almost every day I speak with young people who can't afford to start a family, can't buy a house, can't get ahead. I hear it from seniors who are struggling to survive on fixed incomes. I see it with my own eyes, moms and dads putting items back on the shelves in the grocery store because they can't afford them. Parents who can't go back to work because they can't afford child care. People whose health insurance premiums are doubling and tripling because this majority has failed to act. During election season, we heard from Trump and Republicans who swore up and down they would bring down prices. They promised the American people they would reverse inflation and focus like a laser on affordability. And they have broken that promise. They have betrayed the American people, and if you want more evidence of that, look at the bills on the floor today. More garbage, more culture war crap, more bills written by this Republican majority of, by, and for the billionaire class. Republicans moved heaven and earth to give tax breaks to the rich and powerful. That got done in a nanosecond. But if you're a regular person staring down next year's health care premium hikes and deciding whether to pay $1,000 more or put food on the table? The answer you get back from Republicans is let them eat cake. We are barreling toward another shutdown at the end of January. We could have spent the last 2 months working on passing the 9 appropriations bills Republicans still need to pass to stop another shutdown. And instead, they went on a taxpayer-funded paid vacation for 8 weeks. And let me just say, because we are debating a rule to consider these 8 bills, this rule sucks. 8 closed rules, no amendments, no changes allowed on the floor. Take it or leave it. And if you're keeping count at home, that's 80 completely closed rules this Congress, the most ever in a year. And I want to correct the gentlelady, because last night in the Rules Committee she said 5 of these bills didn't receive any amendments. That's because she didn't ask for any. And when you don't send an amendment deadline, everyone knows you're doing a closed rule. And I just want to say to my Republican colleagues, you have been complicit in these 80 closed rules nearly 9 out of 10 times. You, the majority party, have not been allowed to bring amendments to the floor. You're getting blocked by your own leadership time and time again. How does that feel? Again, this is a terrible rule, and I urge a no vote, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While it's true there have been 80 closed measures, this number needs context. 12 of the closed rules were in the rules package, which passed 2 weeks before the 119th Rules Committee even organized to begin meeting. Additionally, 25 measures were CRAs. They don't allow for an amendment. 16 were bills that received no amendments, meaning 41 measures were closed by definition. It's also important that 4 of the closed rules are duplicates from a previous failed rule. So in reality, only 27 measures have been closed by discretion of the committee. Additionally, the Rules Committee under Republican control has simply been more productive, producing more total rules than our colleagues ever did. For example, during the most recent Democrat-controlled Congresses, the Rules Committee produced 127 total rules in the 116th Congress and 163 in the 117th Congress. Contrast this to the 200 total rules in the Republican-led 118th Congress. For the 119th, we're on pace to once again produce nearly 200 rules for the Congress. So, Mr. Speaker, we're doing our job. We're not closing out debate. We're having plenty of debate. There's plenty of opportunities for our colleagues to offer amendments. Thank you. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, a lot of words to justify the most closed Congress in history, the most authoritarian Congress in history. It would make Putin blush. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of H.R. 6074, which would extend the Affordable Care Act enhanced premium tax credits for 3 years through 2028. We are in the midst of a health care crisis. More than 20 million Americans who get their health care on the ACA exchanges are going to see their premiums skyrocket next year. That includes 250,000 people in my home state of Massachusetts who are paying lower premiums and copays due to these tax credits, which Democrats created in 2021 and are set to expire at the end of the year. Let me read you some of the stories from folks in my district. Quote, I just received my letter and my monthly costs have gone from $1,287 to $3,026 for next year. As a working family with a daughter who has an autoimmune disease, we are struggling, and I'm working 50-plus hours a week just to pay the insurance, end quote. Another one, and I quote, with the Health Connector, I was paying $264 per month, acceptable seeing that I am healthy but not young. Without the advanced premium tax credit, my monthly premium will be just over $800 per month. I can't and I won't pay that. I will go without. This is happening across the country. And for the sake of millions of Americans and their health care, I urge my Republican colleagues to support this bill and vote no on the previous question. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. And I reserve.
Without objection. Gentleman reserved. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, after blatant obstruction and prolonged delay on the part of congressional Democrats for over 40 days, the House has returned to regular order. It's good to be back, and it's about time. Today, we're here to advance 8 separate measures that meet the demands of the American people and strengthen President Trump's successful America First agenda. My constituents voted for the dissolution of the Biden bureaucratic barrage and for the safety of their communities, from bolstering American energy dominance to upholding law and order, strengthening the criminal justice system in the nation's capital, to rejecting the failed ideology of socialism. House Republicans continue to deliver measurable and substantial progress. I urge my colleagues to support the rule and the 8 underlying pieces of legislation. Let's continue delivering wins for the American people. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, shortly on the floor, Republicans are about to finally bring up the Massey Counter bill to release the Epstein files. We had to drag this leadership here kicking and screaming. And I appreciate their sudden and stunning change of heart on this issue. But I want to state for the record that the Republican leadership has tried to block this day for months and months and months. And I also want to state for the record that Donald Trump could release these files on his own, today, right now, right this very second. He doesn't need to wait for Congress to pass the bill. He could release the files himself, but he won't. That is why we are here, because he refuses to act. Meanwhile, the Republican majority has blocked transparency at every turn. They stonewalled in committee. The gentlelady from North Carolina and every Republican on the Rules Committee voted 9 times to block my amendment to release the Epstein files. 9 times. Republicans were so afraid of my amendment that Speaker Johnson shut down the Rules Committee and sent us home early in July. And then he refused to swear in a new member of Congress for weeks because she promised to be the 218th signature to force this bill forward. Only four Republicans signed the discharge petition. Every single Democrat signed on. In a few moments, I'm going to yield time to Representative Massey, who has been the Republican leader of this effort in the House, alongside Representative Khanna on the Democratic side. And here's why I'm doing that. This bill should be getting a full hour of debate on the floor. But Speaker Johnson, I guess at Donald Trump's direction, is throwing every procedural gimmick at the wall to see what sticks. And he's trying to limit debate on the floor because for some reason he is very, very afraid of talking about this. So that's why I'm donating a significant chunk of my time to members who have been silenced by the Speaker for the terrible crime of demanding truth and transparency. Now, if I had to guess, most Republicans will probably vote in favor of releasing the files. But they're not voting yes because their conscience changed. They're voting yes because Donald Trump tells most of them how to vote. And he realized he's lost on this one. He says the people who support this bill, quote, betrayed the entire Republican Party. Really? Really? How is accountability for a pedophile something Donald Trump campaigned on? How is that now a betrayal? This was his issue, his idea. He ran on releasing the files. And by the way, to those who say that Biden should have released these files, let me just address that right now. You're right. He should have. But he didn't make it his number one issue, and he's not the president right now. Donald Trump is. He could have released the files at any point over the last 11 months, but he has not. Republicans have had months to sign the discharge petition. They had months to bring this bill to the floor. But this leadership has chosen obstruction. They don't want to pass this bill. They don't even want to talk about it on the House floor. And so that's why debate matters. And with that, I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's be clear. Republicans don't oppose the full transparency of the Epstein files. We embrace the Oversight Committee's task of doing just that. We embrace Representative Massey's legislation here today by putting it up for a vote under suspension. I'll be voting for it. We already have a House investigation that carries the full force of law, and there's no opposition to respecting the majority's wishes to get this codified into law. Let's get to it. Let's get the vote and end these false debates, straw man arguments, and non sequiturs. We tried to pass this bill last week, but Democrats wouldn't agree to doing so. Let's vote now. Democrats should stop, listen, and take yes for an answer. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the gentlelady doesn't oppose this? Boy, you have a funny way of showing it. I gave the gentlelady 9 opportunities in the Rules Committee to bring this measure to the floor. 9 opportunities. And every time I brought up an amendment, she voted it down. 9 opportunities. So to say that somehow this is always what you wanted, I don't know. That doesn't pass the smell test. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership over the last 5 months to make sure that this bill came to the floor. Thank you also to Don Sisson for his leadership and understanding of all the rules to make this possible. Now, as we are here today, I saw on CNN that the president is meeting with the Saudi prince. You know what America First means to me? How about meeting with the survivors? How about making sure that America's girls are not being raped? That's what it means to be America First, not going and just meeting with Saudi princes. You know, I am so honored to be here and working together with Congressman Thomas Massey, who's shown so much courage and principle, and I'm so honored to be here next to Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene and Congresswoman Nancy Mace. I was telling someone, they said, what did you learn through this process? I said, sometimes we have to see people not just through their caricature. And I had caricatures of Representative Greene and Representative Massey and Representative Mace. But what I saw is they cared as Americans and human beings, and they stood with courage. And they looked at this not from politics, they looked at this as what is right. And I'm proud today to be a member of Congress. I'm proud to work with them, and I'm proud of what we are showing this country is possible. That if we actually care about American values, maybe we can overcome some of the bitter divides in this country. If we don't care about just getting the credit and maybe work together, we could actually care about forgotten and abandoned Americans like the survivors that testified today. I was so moved by their testimony. How can you hear their testimony, as all of us have heard, see their tears, see them holding up photos at the age of 14, and think that they're not telling the truth? This is not politics, this is humanity. Sometimes we get into these chambers and we forget what happened, of how we grew up. Most of us, we grew up, we went to barbecue, we went to Little League games, we went to church or temple. We didn't fly around in private jets and go to a rape island. We didn't buy off politicians and tell them to keep quiet. We didn't think that it was normal to abuse or rape young girls. And then they're saying, well, we don't know if they were 18 or 22. Come on, it's rotten. Then they say, well, just care about the price of eggs, just care about the price of health care. You know what's more important than that? American values. These rich, greedy men abused American values. They abused what's sacred about this country. They abused what built this country.
I yield the gentleman additional
minute. And it is time that they're going to have a reckoning. The Epstein class is going to go. And the reason they're going to go is because the progressive left and the MAGA right and everyone in between is finally waking up against this rotten system. And when people are united, when people work across the aisle, amazing things can happen because the American people are kind and good and decent. So it's an honor, Congressman Massey, to have worked with you, and I salute particularly the courage of Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, and Nancy Mace. None of this would have been possible without their courage in standing up on the petition and for what they did. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at the top of this page that I have, I've written Democrat hypocrisy on Epstein. That's what we're hearing today. I'm proud to be a member of the Oversight and Government Reform Committee. I'm proud to have supported the full investigation into the Epstein files on that committee. Furthermore, I'm proud to have supported formalizing that investigation by taking the decisive step in directing that investigation by a special rule provided by the Rules Committee. This gave the oversight investigation the full weight of the House of Representatives behind the committee's existing subpoena power. Very important in this debate. Let's get things straight here. In just a matter of hours, we're going to get to vote on the Massey bill. But that won't preclude the existing House Oversight and Government Reform Committee's investigation in any way. And that's a great thing because that investigation is yielding results. We now know that one of Jeffrey Epstein's closest confidants was apparently Larry Summers, a cabinet member in the Clinton administration. We now know that a Democrat member in this body, Stacey Plaskett, was colluding with Jeffrey Epstein in real time during a hearing. And the subject matter? How to take down President Trump. Mr. Speaker, you can't make this stuff up. We now know that Epstein himself hated President Trump. It's in black and white. We now know that one of the chief Epstein victims stated that President Trump never acted inappropriately. And don't forget that oversight investigation specifically subpoenaed Bill and Hillary Clinton for their ties to Jeffrey Epstein. They haven't been quick to step into the breach and exonerate themselves, have they? But the truth will continue to come out as it has because of Republicans and a current Republican-led House Oversight and Government Reform Committee investigation, one that already carries the full force of law. Let's see where that leads. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the gentlelady says that just trust her and the Republican leadership. And I got to tell you, I can't after what I saw unfold over these last several months. Obstruction and using every maneuver possible to avoid this moment where we're having here today. And I want to say that for the record, it doesn't matter whether there's Republicans or Democrats or independents that are implicated in these files. We believe in accountability for everybody who abuses young women, and we believe in justice. And that is kind of what's uniting many of us on this, on this side of the aisle here today. And I just want to, again, I want to thank Representative Connor for his leadership. I want to thank Representative Massey, Representative Green, and Representative Mace for their courage and for their willingness to stand up for what is right. We don't agree on very much, but we do agree that there ought to be accountability when young women are abused, and so that's what this is about. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, control the remainder of my time.
Without objection, the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, may I inquire as to how much time I have?
You have 17 minutes remaining.
I yield myself 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today's an extraordinary day in this chamber. If my colleagues will vote for this measure, we'll see justice triumph over politics. Truth will triumph over deception and obfuscation. Transparency will triumph over dark money. Partisanship will fall away to bipartisanship. Grassroots, the people, will reclaim the people's house with this vote. It's going to be a victory for survivors, not just survivors of the Epstein sex trafficking scandal, the 1,000 survivors that exist. Some of them are victims. They're no longer alive. Some have committed suicide. They share one thing in common. Their youth was robbed from them. Much of their lives were robbed from them, but they're claiming it back. We're going to help them claim that back. But it's not just a victory today, if this vote prevails for those survivors. It's a victory for every person, man or woman, boy or girl, who's been victimized sexually in this country. Anybody who's been a victim of sexual assault, or maybe they've been victimized by a family member. Maybe it's not a billionaire, but they're all waiting and watching to see what we do today. They're wondering, if I go to mom or dad, will anything happen? If I go to the sheriff, will anything happen? Well, we have a chance today to make something happen. Something that's not happened, something that should have happened decades ago, and that is to get justice for these victims and survivors and transparency for America. That's what this vote is about today. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I now yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Georgia, Mrs. Green.
The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I proudly rise today in a bipartisan effort to release the Epstein files, finally, after 5 administrations have covered it up. Earlier today, I attended the press conference where the survivors, they're not victims, the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's sexual abuse and sex trafficking told their stories. And they told stories about how it started back in 1991, 1996, and they continued on through the decades. And they told stories about how they told someone and tried to get help. They told the FBI, and they weren't listened to. And they told law enforcement, and no one did anything. And these women don't just number a few. These women number around 1,000 women. And they are victims of something that's unthinkable. And this should have never, ever happened. This was the biggest fight I think I've seen in Washington, D.C. This is my 5th year here. And this was a fight that we should have never had to wage. It should have been the easiest thing for every single member of Congress. It should have been the easiest thing for the Speaker of the House. It should have been the easiest thing for the President of the United States to release all the information, every single file, on behalf of these American women. These American women aren't rich, powerful elites. They do not have someone paying for their airline tickets or paying for their trips or paying for their expenses every time they try to do something to get this information out. These are your average Americans. And you want to know what the Epstein files represent? The cover-up represents to average Americans. It represents the failures of the federal government and Congress to the American people. And that is what people rose up about in 2024. They wanted and demanded transparency from their government and for Americans finally to be put first. And today, with this vote, we are finally putting These victims and these survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and the cabal of rich, powerful elites that expands not just here in the United States of America, but to other countries as well, we're putting them last. And that is exactly what Americans want. You see, for far too long, Americans have been put last. And they're sick of it. They're sick and tired of it. And this is why they don't trust Congress. This is why they don't trust the government. And here's the problem. All of these women who have suffered in shame for years and years and years, women who were terrified, women who were intimidated, women who were threatened, just like Virginia Giuffre. And now she's dead. And these women should have never faced that, for this information to come out. And we, especially the 4 Republican members of the House of Representatives, we should have never faced intimidation and threats for us to get this vote to come to the floor. Never forget, there were 4. Thomas Massey, myself, Nancy Mace, and Lauren Boebert. We had to sign a discharge petition, and we had to fight through intimidation, and we had to endure it for months to push that discharge petition finally to 218 to get this vote to come out. This is what the American people are sick of, and rightfully so. Now, where does this go from here? The question will remain, will the Department of Justice release all the information? Will a judge in New York release the information? Will the CIA release the information? And will foreign governments release their information? Or will this continue after this vote today be a cover-up? A cover-up of the rich, powerful elites that bond together in sex and human trafficking abuse and all types of global business that enriches them but never serves Americans. The American people will know, and the victims, actually the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein, will know, because they know the list of names. And I remain dedicated to my promise to read those names here on the House floor if those women ever find them in a place that it needs to be done. I yield back to Mr.
Gentlelady
Massey.
from Georgia yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield myself a minute and 30 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized for a minute.
I want to thank the generosity of Jim McGovern, Representative McGovern, for granting us this time. I'm embarrassed for my own party today. I'm embarrassed we withheld signing in, swearing in a duly representative of the people for 49 days just to avoid this vote that's finally going to happen today. I'm embarrassed that my own party isn't going to yield me time to debate this, even though they say they support it, and I authored it. They don't even want to yield me time to debate this during the bill debate. But I'm thankful. Let me tell you who I'm thankful to. These 3 brave women, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nancy Mace, and Lauren Boebert. They have been threatened. They have been intimidated. Physically, politically, it's disgusting. And not by the far left. They have been intimidated by people in our own party. And for what? For seeking justice for these victims. So my hat's off. I congratulate them for standing strong. I've always wondered, where were the Republican men during this battle? We've taken 5 months. These 3 women and I have had to drag our party to this floor today to even vote on this. And Ro Khanna is the most to be thanked here in an extraordinary display of bipartisanship. He did not hesitate when I asked if we wanted to bring this bill to the floor together, if he would stand in the trenches with me. He said yes. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Boy, we need to get facts straight here. President Trump's DOJ, in his first term, arrested and prosecuted Jeffrey Epstein. We, on our side, want justice to prevail in this case and in every case. Speaker Johnson has always been clear that if the discharge petition reached the necessary signatures, that the House would consider the legislation, and that's what we're providing for in our rule today. In fact, as soon as the petition hit 218 votes last Wednesday, House Republicans offered a unanimous consent request to pass the legislation then. However, the Democrat leader would not give consent to do that last week. Why? Because they're not really interested in this. They're interested in some other things. And, Mr. Speaker, I have to correct the record. Mr. Massey did not request time from me. I'm the person who controls the time on the Republican side, and he did not request time from me, or I would have given him time. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I'd like to now recognize the gentlelady from South Carolina for 5 minutes, Nancy Mace.
Gentlelady from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleagues today for the time, Mr. McGovern and Mr. Khanna, for the 5 minutes on the floor to speak about an issue that is not political for me. Helping the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and his horrific, gruesome, brutal sex trafficking ring is deeply personal. And while we often have many disagreements about a lot of issues, maybe most issues, today they are allowing us to speak on the floor, and I want to thank my colleagues, Congressman Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Lauren Boebert, the four of us making history today over the discharge petition and delivering justice for those who have desperately fought for it for, in some cases, almost 30 years. I wore white today because I wanted to reflect on the innocence of the young women who had their innocence stolen from a demon named Jeffrey Epstein, from demons, friends of his, rich and powerful people who stole their innocence as young as 14 years old. It was taken from them, and they've never gotten it back. I'm also wearing white today to recognize the courage that it takes for women to come forward, the sacrifices to them personally, professionally, financially, the embarrassment, the humiliation, the shame that we still deliver on the backs of women who have been brutalized, who've been raped, who've been assaulted. The shame that the media pours over their heads, that their colleagues, their friends, their neighbors, their loved ones, because you come forward and because you talk about sexual assault, you are not a slut. It's not because of what you wore. You're not a whore. But that's how women are treated, and you're not lying. And I want every woman to know, every Epstein survivor to know, every woman across the country who is a survivor, who is a victim of assault, that today, we see you. And this fight and this vote tonight, I see it is about the Epstein victims, but it's about much more than the Epstein victims. This is about the powerless, taking power away from the very powerful. This is about giving women who never had a voice, giving a voice to the voiceless. This is about their sacrifice. This is about having and recognizing their courage. This is about justice for the Epstein victims, but it's also about hope. Earlier this year, I gave a speech right here on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives, detailing trauma
that I experienced, endured, and am a survivor of, that I accidentally uncovered 2 years ago, almost to the day. And today, I still don't have justice, like millions of women across the country. When I spoke out, I got attacked. When I spoke out, I was shamed. When I spoke out, I was defamed and smeared, and that goes on today, right now, in the present. God sure has a funny way of working through us. I, like many of the Epstein survivors and many other survivors across the country, I don't think I will ever heal from the destruction my abuser did to me. But I can heal by being a vessel and being a voice for all those who need it, and that's why we are here today. That is why I will never abandon a single survivor ever, and I will never waver. I spent my morning talking to law enforcement and others about another potential Jane Doe number 5, who may be another sexual assault victim in the case that I uncovered 2 years ago. It's very difficult for us to come forward, but I want to thank the women who have, the Epstein victims, the victims in the case that I uncovered. I want to thank all of you for being a voice, for giving me hope. Maybe one day I too can get justice. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our colleagues want Americans to believe that this discharge petition and underlying legislation are the be-all and end-all in this investigation. However, it's House Republicans who've worked tirelessly to achieve true justice for victims. To date, the significant information that has come out has come from the Oversight and Government Reform Committee as a result of its issuing 13 subpoenas. We've released 65,000 pages of documents from the Department of Justice, the Epstein estate, which was not mentioned in the underlying legislation, former U.S. attorney, and others. Let me state again, the unanimous consent request to pass the legislation immediately last week was blocked by the minority leader. Full stop. If Democrats truly cared about finding justice immediately for victims, this legislation would have been passed last week. Instead, they want political theater to capitalize on. House Republicans, on the other hand, remain focused on truth, accountability, and delivering real justice for Epstein's victims, not political points. I reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
Gentleman has 5.5 minutes remaining.
I yield myself 3.5 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, all that is necessary for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing. And we've had a lot of good men doing a lot of nothing on the other side of the aisle until we did something. 3 brave women and myself and the Democrat caucus. We did something. And then what did they do? They've opposed us every step of the way. They've lied about the legislation. Let me tell you some of the lies they've told. They've said that it doesn't protect victims. Well, if that is so, why were dozens of victims with us today at a press conference urging this body to pass this legislation? It's because this legislation specifically protects victims. They've said this legislation does not prevent the release of child pornography. Of course it does. We have a specific provision in our legislation to prevent that. They've said so many falsehoods about this legislation, but now they're going to vote for it, hopefully enthusiastically. But really, they've been drugged to this. Our judicial system is broken. If it were working, there wouldn't be 1,000 victims who haven't seen justice yet. They are victims of the Epstein class. I begrudge nobody success that they become a billionaire. But if you think being a billionaire or buying politicians keeps you out of the judicial system, lets you rape young women, lets you traffic women, you've got another thing coming when this bill passes. Do not let the Senate muck this up. There have already been efforts to derail this, our discharge petition. The Oversight Committee has released thousands, tens of thousands of documents. That's fine. Keep working. How many names have you released? 0. You are still protecting, or the DOJ is protecting, pedophiles and sex traffickers. The time for that to stop is now. Now, our speaker says, oh, this bill needs amended in the Senate, and specifically, he's trying to create a loophole. He's trying to categorize the pedophiles as victims. He's saying, oh, we don't embarrass the people that went to the rape island. We should protect those names against unreliable accusations. Is he calling all of these victims unreliable? They've testified to the FBI. The FBI has these names in their possession. I asked the FBI director in a hearing, have you looked at the documents? No, he trusts everybody that's been there for decades. That is wrong. Do not let the Senate muck this bill up. And if you're a party to that in the Senate, you are part of this cover-up that we are trying to expose. I am sorry if one of your billionaire donors is going to get embarrassed because he went to Rape Island. That is what they have coming. In fact, they need to be on the other side of bars, a lot of them. Some of them will be embarrassed, but some of them need to go to prison, and the survivors know that. So how will we know if this bill has been successful? We will know when there are men, rich men, in handcuffs being perp-walked to the jail. And until then, this is still a cover-up. I urge my Senate colleagues, do not muck up this bill. The president has already said he will sign it. That means he will sign the bill that we have here today. Do not change this bill. He is ready to sign it. Give it to him. Put it on his desk. Let's get justice for these victims. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentlelady reserves.
Is the gentlelady prepared to close?
Yes, I am, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield the remainder of my time to Ranking Member Mr. McGovern.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you. First, let me say how much I admire the courage of my Republican colleagues who are beside me here today. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, this is not about us, and it's not about politics. This is about the survivors, young girls who were exploited by powerful men, men who use money and power to take advantage of girls, some as young as 11 years old. The President of the United States calls it all a hoax. Can you imagine that? What an evil and disgusting thing to say. These young girls, now women, the survivors, what happened to them was horrific. They were sexually abused, many of them for years, and the President of the United States calls it all a hoax. What kind of messed up, sick-in-the-head, immoral person says something like that? This bill is about making sure powerful men are held accountable. It's about demanding truth and transparency for the American people. Now, Republican leaders in this House lost control of the story. They lost the ability to hide behind procedure, and they lost the luxury of pretending that they were ever on the right side. The American people see it, survivors see it, and history will see it. And listening to the Speaker of the House's press conference today, I mean, it sounds like he basically wants to kill this whole thing. He's trying to obstruct and derail the process. Why the hell is he fighting so hard to do the opposite of what the survivors want? What an awful, awful thing to do. So let us release the files. Let's give survivors the transparency they've long been denied. Let us take back power from the rich billionaire elites who think they can do whatever they want with no justice or accountability. And let's remember exactly who had to be dragged here under duress and who stood up from day one demanding the truth. And with that, I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those of us who did not sign the discharge petition are just as concerned about the victims, or if you, as some are calling them, survivors, as our colleagues who signed the discharge petition. We share contempt for anyone who abused anyone else. I've stood on this floor many times, Mr. Speaker, to speak out for victims and survivors of people who have been abused, and against anyone who breaks the law or takes advantage of an innocent person. We will not be characterized as insensitive to that. But what House Republicans who didn't sign the discharge petition remain focused on truth, accountability, and delivering real justice for Epstein victims. Again, I'll point out that it was under President Trump's Department of Justice that Jeffrey Epstein was arrested and tried. We have not tried to avoid this situation. We want things done the right way. We want maximum justice for these victims and survivors. Our rule today simply expedites consideration of the Massey-Khanna legislation. And as I said, we would have liked to have seen it pass last week when we gave an opportunity for it, but it was blocked by the Democrat minority leader. I ask for support for this rule, the underlying legislation. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question, yes on the rule, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4405.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4405, a bill to require the Attorney General to release all documents and records in possession of the Department of Justice relating to Jeffrey Epstein and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 4405.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
We all support holding bad guys accountable, and we're all going to vote for this resolution. But I think a little perspective is important. Democrats have spent 6 months talking about Epstein, even though they had 4 years to do something about it. Now, why would they do that? Why would they do that? Maybe it's to go after President Trump. Never forget, they shut down the government for 43 days. They said, don't worry about our military, don't worry about air traffic controllers, don't worry about our economy, don't worry about American families. No, no, no. Close the government for a month and a half because it might hurt the president. For the past decade, there's been one constant for Democrats. One constant: go after Trump. They spied on his campaign. Then it was Mueller. Then it was impeachment 1. Then it was impeachment 2. Then it was all the lawfare. Alvin Bragg, Fonnie Willis, Letitia James. Then it was Arctic Frost investigation at the Justice Department, surveilling United States senators and congressmen, and a whole host of other Americans. Then it was Jack Smith and his gag orders and his raiding President Trump's home. Then it was a 43-day shutdown, and now it's Epstein. And by the way, the same party that did all that, they were also the ones who were texting with Mr. Epstein during a hearing where Michael Cohen was their witness in another effort to go after the president. Americans see through it all, and frankly, it's actually kind of sad. This obsession, this syndrome, this mindset that says we got to go after President Trump no matter what that they have. And when I think about it, I think it's because President Trump and Republicans have accomplished so much that they told the voters they were going to accomplish in the 2024 election. We're actually doing what we said we were going to do. President Trump said he was going to cut taxes, and he did. President Trump said he would secure the border, and he did. President Trump said he'd get men out of women's sports, and he did. President Trump said he would make sure Iran doesn't have nuclear capability, and he did. And he said he would get the hostages out of Gaza back into Israel, and he did. All in 9 months. So I don't know what causes this mindset, this syndrome that the left has, but I know one thing. It is real. Which brings me to last week. Think about what the Democrats did last week. The Democrats released an email that the Oversight Committee had obtained from the estate, an email from Mr. Epstein to Ms. Maxwell. When the Democrats released it, they redacted the victim's name, something we all support, something everyone supports, except in this case, no court had ordered that name redacted, no agency had redacted it, and the estate didn't redact it. And the victim had already went public. So why black out her name? Why black out her name? Because she had said in her book and had testified under oath that she never saw any wrongdoing by President Trump. So think about what they did. In an email between two criminals, Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell, in an email between two criminals, they hide the name of an individual who had went public and exonerated the president, and we know why, to distort and twist the message because they thought it might harm the president. Their position, cover up the names of people who are already public, but don't worry about other innocent people who the court said should remain private. Again, I think the American people see through it. They see through what the Democrats are doing. The American people know what this is. They know Democrats have nothing else to run on because of the success of this administration. So I say let's vote yes on this resolution, and then let's get focused on making sure we're doing what the American families elected us to do. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Today, 4 months and 3 days after Mr. Khanna and Mr. Massey introduced their discharge petition, perhaps the most famous discharge petition in American history, the People's House unites across party lines to draw a moral line. We draw a line against the rape and sexual violation of children. We draw a line against the global criminal trafficking of girls and young women to service the pleasure of rich and powerful men who believe they are beyond all law and all morality. We draw a line to put the voices of the victims and the survivors first. We ask the Senate to join us without changes rather than obstruct this bill with dilatory amendments, legislative graffiti, and self-dealing million-dollar jackpot provisions for lucky senators. Just pass the bill. We're finally voting today because a bipartisan discharge petition led by Representatives Massey and Khanna and signed by 218 of us overthrew the determined obstruction of the Speaker. This forced vote means the House will no longer acquiesce in this astonishing real-time cover-up of a multi-billion-dollar global sex trafficking and child rape ring that has ravaged the lives of more than 1,000 girls and young women. We're here today because these victims, these survivors, these citizens, these inspiring women who have come to Washington are demanding nothing less than justice and the complete truth about who is responsible for their vicious abuse, including those responsible for enabling it, ignoring it, bankrolling it, and covering it up. We join them today in rejecting any more dangerous lies about the crimes they suffered. No, child sex abuse is not a hoax. It's a crime. Human trafficking is not a hoax. It's a crime. These crimes are a curse on children and young people across America, in universities and elementary schools, in churches and mosques and synagogues, in Boy Scout troops and college sports teams and summer camps. Anywhere the powerful and the rich believe they've got the opportunity and the impunity to exploit the young, the poor, the powerless, and the vulnerable. We must face the truth and find the co-conspirators still at large in one of America's most extensive and sophisticated sex trafficking and child abuse rings in history. Release of the file will expose the role of everybody who facilitated and covered up these crimes, like J.P. Morgan Chase, Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, and Bank of New York Mellon, which executed billions of dollars in transactions related to these offenses, as well as any bank executives who participated in the sexual abuse of girls and young women. We must expose everyone who covered up these crimes, like Alex Acosta, the former U.S. attorney in Miami, Donald Trump's labor secretary, who gave Jeffrey Epstein an unbelievable sweetheart plea deal, immunized unnamed conspirators, and killed an investigation into Epstein's financial crimes that could have brought down the entire criminal network. And with that, I'm going to yield. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the distinguished chair of the House Oversight Committee, Mr. Comer, the gentleman from Kentucky.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As chairman of the House Oversight Committee, I've always believed that sunshine is the best disinfectant. For years, the American people have demanded transparency about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's horrific crimes and about the federal government's failure to protect the victims. The House Oversight Committee is conducting a thorough review of the federal government's investigation into Epstein. Our work goes far beyond the legislation before us today. We are committed to accountability, transparency, and justice for the American people and for the survivors of these appalling crimes. To date, the Oversight Committee has released more than 65,000 pages of documents, issued 13 subpoenas, and conducted interviews with 2 key witnesses, both of whom were Republicans. The Trump administration has provided us with Department of Justice materials and access to suspicious activity reports. Unfortunately, throughout this investigation, Democrats have chosen to manufacture yet another anti-Trump hoax instead of pursuing justice. They have mischaracterized witness testimony and selectively released documents complete with targeted redactions in an effort to smear President Trump. For example, former U.S. Attorney General Bill Barr, who oversaw the 2019 Epstein investigation, stated clearly under oath that the prosecution team found no evidence that President Trump committed wrongdoing. Despite this simple and straightforward fact, Ranking Member Robert Garcia, moments after that deposition, tiptoed out and publicly claimed that, quote, Barr could not clear Trump of wrongdoing. That was a lie, and we have the transcript to prove it. I invite the media to read the transcript. When the Oversight Committee interviewed former U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, Alex Acosta, Democrats whipped themselves into a frenzy trying to manufacture a gotcha moment, but they failed. Mr. Acosta dismantled the Democrats' narrative. His testimony confirmed there was no contact between President Trump and Mr. Acosta and no connection between President Trump in the Epstein case. Next, Democrats resorted to selective leaks and doctored documents to mislead the American people. Oversight Committee Republicans have posted 65,000 pages of documents we have received to date. Democrats, by contrast, have released fewer than 1 dozen. In their latest selective leak, Democrats released just three of the 23,000 pages of documents from the Epstein estate. And they made redactions to 2 of those emails that changed both the context and the meaning of the 3 pages they released. When CNN called them out for their deceptive redactions, Representatives Stansbury and Crockett tried to blame Republicans for their own edits, for the Democrat Oversight Committee edits. After Democrats released only 3 emails, Republicans released over 23,000 pages. And what did Democrats say in response when we released every single document that we got? They claimed full transparency was meant to, quote, disorient or distract from their manufactured narrative. These are the same Democrats who chant, release the files every day until the files contradict the story they want to tell. That is the definition of hypocrisy. In contrast, full transparency exposed how Epstein appears to be TDS patient zero. The emails reveal a journalist coached Epstein to blackmail then presidential candidate Donald Trump.
The gentleman is recognized.
The files also show that a House Democrat colluded with Epstein during the 2019 oversight hearing to discredit witness with a vendetta against President Trump. And unsurprisingly, Democrats have been silent about their colleagues' coordination with Epstein. Another email shows Democrat fundraisers invited Epstein to an event or to meet privately with Hakeem Jeffries as part of their 2013 effort to win a majority. So Hakeem Jeffries' campaign solicited money from Jeffrey Epstein. That's what we found in the last document batch. The files underscore why former President Trump must appear for his deposition. We've subpoenaed him. To date, the Democrats have done nothing to help us secure his appearance. I support full transparency. The Oversight Committee will continue to work to get the truth to the American people and to get justice for the victims. That's our goal of this investigation. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I should just point out that we've heard now from the 2 distinguished chairmen of the Judiciary and the Oversight Committee, and they've spoken almost exclusively to denounce Democrats. We have a bipartisan coalition here demanding the truth about the largest child sex abuse and trafficking ring, perhaps in American history, certainly in this century, and they want to just throw stones at the Democrats. What a remarkable failure of leadership we're seeing from the other side. And I imagine that the chairman of the Oversight Committee will follow up his spectacular failure in trying to impeach President Biden with his spectacular failure in trying to block the resolution we brought to the floor today. I'm happy to yield 1 minute. Excuse me, you're not recognized, whoever's speaking. And I'd like to yield 1 minute to the very distinguished minority leader on the House Oversight Committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, it's wonderful to hear Republicans and certainly the chairman of our committee finally wanting transparency on this issue. It is time to end this White House cover-up now. Now, we know that Donald Trump has tried everything to kill our Jeffrey Epstein investigation, and he's failed. And now he's panicking. He's about to lose his Epstein vote to force the Department of Justice to release the files. And let's be crystal clear. Trump has the power to release the files today. He does not even need a vote. And he continues to defy the subpoena of the Oversight Committee to release all the files. What is Donald Trump hiding? What is Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, hiding? Why won't they release the Epstein files right now? And he must explain to the public why he moved sex trafficker and monster Ghislaine Maxwell to a cushy, low-security prison after her interview with Trump's personal lawyer. He should declare, and every Republican should say, that she does not deserve a pardon or a commutation.
The gentleman's time has expired.
30 more seconds.
I grant him 20 more seconds.
We don't care how much money you have, what party you're in, how powerful you are. We should get justice for the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. And our work on the committee is not over. Next up are the bank and financial records to follow and expose Epstein's network. Today, there should be a unanimous vote on releasing the files, and we will get justice. And with that, I yield back.
And we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the distinguished gentleman from California and member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Kiley.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I have consistently called for the maximum possible level of transparency when it comes to the heinous crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. That's why I've consistently said I am inclined to vote for this bill, and it's why I will be doing so today. The victims deserve the truth. They deserve justice, and they deserve closure. For months, they've had to wake up every day and see the name of their tormentor on the front page of every newspaper, on every TV channel, as has the broader American public. This issue has been so politicized by so many people in so many ways, which is deeply unfortunate when we're talking about matters of the highest sensitivity and untold suffering. It is my hope that the passage of this resolution today, together with the work of the Oversight Committee, will lead to the expeditious release of all pertinent material so that we can move on. Let's get accountability, let's get answers, and let's get this over with. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves.
Yeah, we reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the very distinguished gentlelady from Washington, a member of the Judiciary Committee.
The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of girls, children, were abused by Jeffrey Epstein and his massive and powerful ring of pedophiles and protectors of pedophiles. We can't say all their names here. We don't have time. But let's at least bring a few of the courageous survivors and their names onto the House floor right here as we debate this. Haley Robson, Jenna Lisa Jones, Michelle Licata, Ashley Rubright, Annie Farmer, Marina Lacerda, Rachel Benavides. These women have carried a burden that they never should have had to bear. And today they demand, we demand, the American people demand that we answer their clarion call to justice. Today, despite all the giant cover-up attempts by this administration and this Speaker of the House, we will vote to release all the Epstein files. To be clear, there is no protection for pedophiles, no protection for the rich and powerful men of either party who participated, who turned a blind eye, who winked and grinned while witnessing the horrific abuses of young children. Release all the damn files now.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina and member of our committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been very supportive of this effort, specifically to bring justice to the victims of this horrific series of crimes. However, I have worked behind the scenes to raise concerns with this petition as it is currently drafted. Specifically, I believe that there is grave risk at harming innocent people. And I repeat, harming innocent people. When innocent people are harmed, that is not furthering justice. With an investigation of this size and a file that is as large as the Epstein files and as poorly defined as that is in this petition, there will invariably be people who are released pursuant to this discharge petition who had nothing to do with criminal activity. Imagine, if you will, a bellman, a waiter, some type of doorman, a mere social attendee who had no impact whatsoever on the criminal activities of Jeffrey Epstein, no participation. Their lives are forever ruined. And I'm reading specifically from the petition's language that prohibited grounds for withholding information in this file are embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. And I would just submit, if you were going to be embarrassed, if you were going to suffer social harm, and that is all of the encompassed activity that you were a part of, you will be named in this petition. And I resent that. Innocent people should not be harmed when we are pursuing justice. I understand the political nature of this petition. I resent the fact that there was not room for good faith amendments. And I urge the Senate to protect innocent people. I yield back.
He yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you. I'm yielding 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Representative Kamlager-Dove.
The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, 1 in 3 women and girls around the world are physically and sexually assaulted each year. Of the 152 women in this body, that means 51 women. It includes your daughters, your sisters, your nieces, your mothers. And with the Epstein files, we have a chance to change that. But real talk, the administration doesn't need a discharge petition. It has not complied with the subpoena, and it has the power to release the files today. Instead, the man in the most powerful position in the world has used the full weight of the government to block and obfuscate and deflect the full release of the files. It is the same person who intimidated female members of Congress to withdraw names from the petition, who responded quiet piggy to a female reporter who asked about the files, and who nominated an alleged sexual predator to be our AG. It is the same person whose name appears more than any other in the Epstein emails. And in the pantheon of violence, a sexual predator is the worst of the worst. So why protect him? It's also curious that the judiciary is managing this debate and has not even had this come before the committee. I wonder why. Release the files now.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, chairman of the Constitution Subcommittee.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Today, a united Republican Party and a bipartisan supermajority is going to pass a bill to increase transparency regarding the egregious abuses by Jeffrey Epstein, a goal that anyone of conscience desires. That is, in totality, an important statement to check the rich and the powerful. Remember how we got here. After decades, it was President Trump's Department of Justice that indicted Jeffrey Epstein in July of 2019. It was President Trump's DOJ that arrested and indicted Ms. Maxwell. It was the Republican-led Oversight Committee, through 13 subpoenas, that has released 65,000 pages of files in just 10 months. Meanwhile, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have largely ignored this issue. It was Democrats who redacted an email to mislead the American people about the truth of a witness that exonerated President Trump. It was a Democrat, Representative Placette, who literally texted with Jeffrey Epstein as we questioned Michael Cohen. It was Democrats who shut down the government, resulting in the delay of swearing in of members. As we vote to pass this legislation, and it will pass, it is impossible, however, to avoid problems with its politicization. One colleague has offensively gone so far as to say that to oppose this bill means you support pedophiles. Yet I know good public servants, former law enforcement, former prosecutors who never knew Epstein, never knew any visitors to his criminal enterprise, who have genuine concerns about supporting this bill out of fear of creating new victims or harming existing victims or both. That is what we've reduced Congress to. inserting itself into the prosecutorial process for political motivations, driven heavily by hatred of President Trump. We should be concerned about victim privacy, concerned about risking disclosure of non-credible allegations, of child sexual abuse materials, future investigations. But here's the deal. The leaders of this nation must expose abuses by the rich and the powerful. That is why President Trump and the House have been working for full transparency. But we should be motivated by truth and justice for all, not politics. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Massachusetts, Representative Clark, the Minority Whip.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This should be an easy vote. This is about justice for the victims and survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. This is about every victim of trafficking and sexual abuse, monstrous crimes that thrive in secrecy and fear. Yet instead of shining a light on that darkness, just moments ago, Donald Trump defended the continued obstruction of releasing these files. Even as House Republicans prepare to vote yes today, Speaker Johnson is calling this a show vote. He's calling it dangerous. He is signaling the U.S. Senate to block it. Republicans continue to use their power to shield rich pedophiles from justice. If you can't stand up for these survivors, how can anyone trust you to stand up for them? I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back.
We yield.
The gentleman reserves. Does the gentleman reserve?
Yeah, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Yes, just very quickly, what happened under the Biden administration? Well, under the Biden administration, Ghislaine Maxwell was prosecuted for conspiring to sexually abuse and traffic girls in 2020. Right when it's in 2021, she was convicted. In December of 2021, after a month-long trial in Judge Nathan's courtroom, in 2022, Maxwell was sentenced to 20 years in prison under the Biden administration for sex trafficking and sexual abuse of minors. But when President Trump took office in January of 2025, they killed the investigation. They assembled all the materials, they got all the prosecutors together, and they terminated the investigation. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Raja Krishnamurthy.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support to release the Epstein files. First, this issue is beyond party. It's a question of justice. Survivors have waited too long. Stop the delay. This is not a hoax. Release the files. Second, we must face a hard truth. Silence that shields the powerful is a betrayal of those they hurt. Congress must reject any attempt, including a presidential pardon or any form of clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell. This cannot be done. This would be a cover-up. We cannot allow clemency of any kind for Maxwell, not now, not ever. Survivors deserve justice. I urge a strong yes vote. Thank you.
Yields back.
I want to thank the gentleman for his eloquent remarks. Pardons are for people who are contrite. Pardons are for people who are repentant. Pardons are not for people who lie. Every member of this body should immediately, verbally, vocally denounce the idea of clemency, commutation, or pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell, and we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, we reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves.
I yield 30 seconds to Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
The gentlelady is recognized.
There were thousands of girls and young women abused, trafficked, and used by Epstein, the elite and the powerful who believed they could get away with it. Epstein told the young victims that he controlled the banks and the government. Those women refused to be silenced, and today they have pierced the dark with their light. Anytime any girl is trafficked, molested, or abused, the world must stand up. Today, the House proves Jeffrey Epstein wrong. The Senate must do the same tomorrow.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California. 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from California.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank you, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, a minute and a half or an hour, the words would still have to be the same. We've all said that this will pass the House, perhaps unanimously today. I think all of us who have looked at the details of this particular bill know that it is flawed and that before it goes to the President's desk, it has to be amended as it can be amended in the Senate. And we call on the Senate to amend it so that we protect the innocent, so that we have the provisions that were intended perhaps to be in this bill but are not properly written. With that, President Trump has said, get it to his desk, he will sign it. President Trump has said he will do it. But I'm going to say to all of us, it is also important that we remember that Epstein is dead, but people live on, people who were innocent, people who in fact should not be named. We're not talking about the rich and the powerful, we're talking about the very victims. That is what we need to make sure is amended before it goes to the President's desk. And with that, I thank the chairman for his time. I think no more needs to be said that this body will vote for it all, but let's not kid ourselves. It has to be changed so that it properly protects both the tradition of the grand jury and clearly those innocent people that would otherwise be swept up. And I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman yields back. Reserve. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
This whole bill is about protecting the innocent. Mr. Speaker, the Senate must pass the bill as we are passing it today and as the President has said he would sign it after changing his position on the bill over the weekend when he could see the tidal wave of public opinion moving against him. Let's pass this bill, pass it in the Senate, sign the bill, and let us go ahead and release the complete file. I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Arizona, Representative Ansari.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the walls are closing in on Donald Trump and his rich and powerful friends who either abused or raped children or were enabling and complicit in these heinous crimes for decades. This vote today matters, but here is the truth. Donald Trump could direct the Department of Justice to release the files today. He is choosing not to. They are already under subpoena, led by oversight Democrats, and have refused. This is an ongoing cover-up by the Trump White House, and Mike Johnson and the House has been complicit. What is Trump hiding? Why not release the files today? This is a
time has expired.
Release the files today. Thank you.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Bandrew.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Today I want to talk about hypocrisy. Let me be clear. I was from Jumpstart, a co-sponsor of this very bill. From the beginning, we should never protect pedophiles. But for months, my Democratic colleagues have done what they think is politically convenient through all the yelling, through all the tears, through all the sadness. They say releasing the Epstein list is of grave concern to them. If that was true, where were they during the 4 years of the Biden presidency? Why didn't they demand the release of these files from Jumpstart in year 1? Mr. Speaker, why didn't they ask for them in year 2? Or if that wasn't good enough, maybe in year 3, they had control, or not even in his final year of office. Other than a single letter the ranking member wrote in 2019, a single letter, not one Democrat on the committee spoke out about Epstein or his victims of this very terrible tragedy, other than to say that he didn't like the plea deal. Let me say this. When they stand here today insisting how badly they want these files released, why didn't they do it? Yet they stayed silent for year after year after year after year under Joe Biden. It's impossible. Mr. Speaker, it is impossible to see that as genuine. What I see is a group more focused on scoring political points and drama than protecting abused children. The record is clear. Under Republicans, far more information has been released in the last 6 months than was done during all 4 years of the previous presidency under Joe Biden. We've actually been the party of transparency. We've released the information. We've told the truth. Unfortunately, and I'm sad to say it, they have been the party of hypocrisy. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
You know, I've never heard a more defensive presentation in my life. than what we're hearing from over there. The gentleman should spend a little less time pointing out hypocrisy and a little more time trying to ferret out cruelty, humiliation, and rape. And that's what we're working on. I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Min.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I want to remind you that we are all here voting on this bill because President Trump, who has the power to release the Epstein files at any time, has refused to do so, calling this a hoax. We're here because Speaker Mike Johnson and President Trump have gone to extraordinary lengths to try to kill and delay the discharge petition, including refusing to seat Adelita Grijalva for over 40 days and threatening House Republicans who signed on. Now, several of my Republican colleagues have accused those of us House Democrats who support justice here of having Trump derangement syndrome. You all suffer from something much worse, which is pedophile protection syndrome. Stop protecting pedophiles, release the Epstein files. The victims deserve justice. I yield back.
We reserve.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair.
No kidding.
The
No.
gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Maryland.
I'm yielding 30 seconds to my friend, Representative Walkinshaw from Virginia.
The gentleman is recognized.
For years, Mr. Speaker, we have watched dangerous conspiracies like Pizzagate and QAnon shape our political landscape. They help fuel the rise of President Trump and were built on baseless claims about secret pedophile rings, while the real documented case of child sex trafficking involving Jeffrey Epstein remains shrouded in secrecy because President Trump refuses to release the files. What is President Trump hiding? Why won't he release the files? The House finally has the opportunity to act, release the files, and let the American people see the truth. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Granting 30 seconds to the very distinguished gentlelady who is finally with us, Representative Adelita Grijalva from Arizona 7th.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge the survivors, family members, and advocates who are here today and have never given up. The legislation in front of us, at its core, is about something very simple. The survivors deserve justice. The American people deserve the truth. To every survivor watching, your courage is inspiring. You are the reason why this vote is happening today. Protecting women and children from pedophiles should not be a Democratic issue, should not be a Republican issue. It should be a human rights issue and a matter of justice. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Epstein Files Transparency Act. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, and we reserve.
The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. The gentleman from Maryland.
Yeah, but I'll just add they're here as honored guests of the House, and we're delighted they're here, and with that, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland.
I'm granting 30 seconds to Representative Lois Frankel from Florida.
The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, for far too long, the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse were failed by a justice system that minimized their suffering and prosecutors who treated young girls as if they were criminals. That was wrong, and I am here with my colleagues to promise this. We will get to the bottom of why the Epstein survivors were treated so badly, who made those decisions, and who were they protecting. No more secrecy, no more excuses. We all deserve the truth, and I thank the survivors for their courage and perseverance. Your voices are being heard.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from the great state of Louisiana, the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Mr.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, for doing such an extraordinary job on all of this. For 43 long days, the Democrats held this House and the entire country hostage. Finally, with the lights back on, this body's returning to our regular legislative session. We have a lot of work to do. My colleagues on this side of the chamber are ready and eager to get back to our urgent legislative work that we promised the American people we would do. We've got to continue lowering the cost of health care. We've got to bring down prices for American families, and we've got to finish the regular appropriations process, just to name a few of those priorities. And I wish I could say that our first order of business would be to get to those urgent priorities, but of course we're here spending time on the floor about something else. This is something we could have resolved last week when we brought a unanimous consent to pass this discharge with the full support of the body. But our friends over here who are arguing today stalled that. They objected to it, and they wanted to have this exercise instead. And that's why we say that this is a show vote. That's what this is. They're making a show of it. And it really is a shame. We have some heroic women in the chamber today. I met with many of them a while back. They're in the gallery here. They have come forward. They have shown their faces. They've used their names to share the unspeakable tragedies that many of them were subjected to, some of them when they were very young. And it is a heroic service to the country. They are seeking justice, and the justice has been delayed for too long. The Department of Justice, many years ago, should have brought these charges. It took too long to do it. And now we're in this process of making sure all the American people get the information, but we have to do it in the right way, After 4 years of Democrat control under President Biden, they were not truthful with us about a lot of things. The Democrats insisted the border was secure. We knew it wasn't. They insisted that inflation was transitory. We knew it wouldn't be. They misled the American people about the obvious mental and physical decline of the previous commander-in-chief. And now those same Democrats are demanding transparency. Suddenly, transparency is their new word. Out of nowhere, they've taken a curious concern in the Epstein investigation, all in the name of that, in the name of transparency. But the question has been asked here many times during the debate on the floor, and everybody questioning why it is the Democrats have done this right now have to look at the obvious facts. The Democrats had all the Epstein files in their possession for 4 long years under the Biden presidency. The Biden Department of Justice had these files, and no one on this side who is breathless today about the urgency of this release ever said a word about it. And it was the Democrats who could have urged President Biden's Department of Justice to go beyond prosecuting just Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, but they didn't do it. And so it's a fair question to ask today, why now? Why the sudden urgent interest in Jeffrey Epstein? Look, we know why. It's because the Democrats were never interested in transparency or executing justice or protecting the victims of this unspeakable tragedy before. The simple truth is obvious for everybody to see. This is a political exercise for Democrats, and it pains me to say it. I wish that was not the truth, but it is, and it's undeniable. This is as deceitful and dishonest as their pointless stunt was to shut the government down. Democrats are using the Epstein tragedy, the unspeakable evils that this guy committed with his trafficking ring and all of the abuses that they made these young women go through. They're using that as a political weapon to try to distract from their failures as a party and to try their best to try to tie President Trump somehow into this wretched scandal. The president had nothing to do with it. He's been very clear, and he has nothing to hide, and that's why he's endorsed the vote today. I suspect this vote will be probably unanimous. But here's the important point that everybody needs to understand. We have been advocates of maximum transparency, but we have also insisted that the victims be carefully protected. The Oversight Committee has been doing extraordinary work, and we've got some of the most vigorous advocates on the Republican and Democrat side on the Oversight Committee. They've been working in earnest to deliver transparency for the American people and to do it in a responsible manner. What do we mean by that? The bipartisan effort over there is already producing all the results that the discharge petition seeks and much, much more. Chairman Comer and all of these advocates over there have been releasing thousands of documents, for example, from the Epstein estate. By the way, in my view, that's been the greatest treasure trove of information because it's yielded for us Epstein's own personal flight logs, his financial records, his daily calendars, and so much more. But importantly, none of that was addressed or is addressed in the legislation that's being voted on today. The estate files wouldn't even have been encompassed in that. And so it goes to show that the Oversight Committee is doing it from the right way. From the very beginning, we've been insistent that this matter be handled carefully and with the utmost caution and care for the people who have been harmed. They should not be made to suffer any longer. We're talking about real people's lives at stake here, and young victims who don't want to be dragged into this political game that could get hurt further. But the Democrats are rushing the release of thousands of unsubstantiated documents that may be included in this, that are going to be in the public domain with the passage of this bill. And there are serious deficiencies in the legislation that I have noted at length, and Republicans have to work to address those deficiencies in the Senate if and when this legislation is advanced. I stood before the American public today at our press conference, and I explained in detail the dangers of the discharge petition. We have posted at my website, speaker.gov, a summary. The legal counsel, a small army of lawyers, put this together. I used to be a federal court litigator. Many of my colleagues who've spoken today were. We understand the dangers of how this was haphazardly drawn up. And among them, by the way, Mr. Speaker, before I forget, I seek unanimous consent to enter into this document into the record. It's on the website. It's entitled, How the Flaws of H.R. 4405 Could Re-Victimize Epstein's Victims, Create New Victims, and Damage the Judicial System. It is dated today. Thank you. And it summarizes just 5 or 6 of the major concerns. Among them, it fails to fully protect victim privacy. It could create new categories of victims. It potentially jeopardizes grand jury secrecy. It fails to prohibit release of child sexual abuse materials that are not appropriately defined in the legislation. It jeopardizes future federal investigations, and we have national security concerns regarding classified information. We'll put this in the record because we need the legislative record to reflect what is the legislative intent behind this vote. I used to litigate cases. We would litigate federal statutes and whether or not they could survive, and legislative intent is important, and we need to say clearly for the record, as a Speaker of the House, I'm saying to you, this legislation that will pass today is flawed and it must be amended. The question is, why didn't we amend it here before we passed it? Because the authors won't allow it. Because under the rules of the House, under a discharge petition, they have to agree to consent for the legislation to be amended, and they're not doing that. So now we rely upon our partners in the other chamber to get that done, and they need to do that. The victims deserve our utmost respect. In fact, they should be saluted for their courage. And the young women who have not come forward, who are now, some of them are middle-aged women who have not come forward, also deserve our respect, and they deserve to be protected. Republicans support transparency. We want maximum transparency, especially when it comes to disclosing the names of anybody who had anything to do with these evils, anybody who conspired with or aided in any way Jeffrey Epstein. They must be brought to justice. We want the bill to be amended so it doesn't, at the same time, violate victim privacy, create new victims, disclose the names of any whistleblower or informant, cause the release of grand jury materials or child sexual abuse materials, or undermine our national security. And if and when the Senate takes this up, we will work with our colleagues over there to make sure that these things are corrected. I'll just close with this simple thought. We've been at this a while. It's drug on for a while, but it's time for this to come to light. I expect that this will be a unanimous vote, and it will reflect what I think every member in this chamber, and I'll say this now, at least in recent days, every member of the chamber on the Democrat side, they didn't say anything for 4 years, but they're for maximum transparency now, and so is this side. But we want to do it in a respectful and careful manner so that we don't subject innocent people to further harm. And that has been the whole thing. I told all my members today I'll be voting yes on this, and I suspect almost everyone will. We'll send it to the Senate, and we hope it's corrected. Thank you for the time, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'm yielding to Mr. Gomez for the sole purpose of making a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Gomez is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask a point of parliamentary inquiry. Is this an appropriate time to point out that the Republicans named children's savings account in their so-called One Big Beautiful Bill after Donald Trump, someone connected to one of the most notorious pedophiles in this country, or that the Speaker of the House just lied on the floor by stating that there was protections, there isn't protections for the victims in the Epstein bill?
The gentleman is no longer recognized. The gentleman from Maryland, you are recognized.
Thank you. I am prepared to close. I've got no more speakers on my side.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No.
Gentleman from Ohio has 30 seconds.
Can I inquire how much time is remaining?
30 seconds. Six minutes, 15 seconds.
Take 30 his.
We reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'll take the opportunity of the Speaker's presence to respond to some of the things that he said. In the very presence of the victims and the survivors who come to join us today, the Speaker said that now would be a time we should be working on urgent legislative work. Mr. Speaker, justice is urgent legislative work. The truth is urgent legislative work. The Speaker says, why now? Why now? Well, Mr. Speaker, you were the one who refused to swear in Adelita Grajova for 50 days. We would have done it 50 days ago, but she provided the 218th signature on the discharge petition. So why now? It was because of your dilatory tactics, your delay, your postponement of it. Now, the gentleman says that there are not sufficient protections. There are protections in the bill for the victims to make sure that their names will be redacted. And yet we hear even the Speaker of the House of Representatives openly inviting the U.S. Senate to start finger painting on this bill, which we have waited more than 5 months to bring to the floor. The Senate should pass the bill exactly as it's written. The President should sign it exactly as he said he would when he finally changed his mind. And the Epstein file must be released. Moreover, if the President is serious about what he's saying, he's got the power to release the Epstein file right now. Nobody's stopping him. It's within his possession. It's within his control. He can release the whole thing, and he can redact the names of the victims and others who are innocent in this process. Mr. Speaker, Speaker Johnson said that these are unspeakable evils. Well, because of the bravery and the invincible courage of the women who've joined us today, they're no longer unspeakable. They're spoken. They're articulated. The cat is out of the bag, and we know what's been going on for decades. It's been a double standard of justice, going all the way back to Alex Acosta, who later got rewarded with a cabinet appointment in the Trump administration. Alex Acosta had a 60-count federal indictment ready to go against all kinds of people for an interstate sex trafficking conspiracy with solicitation, with child sex abuse, all of it. And he traded that 60-count federal indictment for 1 count in state court. And Jeffrey Epstein ended up getting the sweetest of sweetheart deals ever on the plea bargain front. He was free from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. to do whatever he wanted and continuing to perpetrate his crimes and run his conspiracy. And then he would come and he would watch TV and spend the night in jail. And it was over in about a year after the rape and sexual abuse of hundreds and hundreds of girls. And he kept going and he kept at it. We want the whole truth to come out. This is the United States of America. Even the British monarchy wouldn't put up with this. How about the American democracy? How about we say, no way, we're not going to allow this cover-up to go on for 1 day more. And I'm glad the President changed his mind after pulling out all the stops to try to get one of our Republican colleagues to change their mind, to remove their name from the discharge petition. He gave up. And I want to salute the gentlelady from Colorado from having the courage to stand her ground in the Situation Room in the White House and say, no, she wasn't going to be bullied. No. So I'm glad the President changed his mind. But let's be clear, Mr. President, you've got the power today to release the entire file. That's what you called for. That's what Pam Bondi called for. That's what Kash Patel called for. So we don't need anybody calling for the Senate to slow things down for more weeks and more months. The American people have had it. We'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is reminded to direct your comments to the chair and not your colleagues. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized, and you do have 90 seconds remaining. Correction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
The Democrat Party, with help from the dishonest media, used the Epstein files not to seek justice from the victims, but to smear President Trump. And it's sickening, quite sickening. The Democrats have used the Epstein files to distract the American people from the wins President Trump and his administration have delivered for the American people for the last 11 months. I'm proud to work with my Republican colleagues on the House Oversight Committee in coordination with the Justice Department. 65,000 pages of documents are related from Epstein released. What have my Democrat colleagues done? They selectively leaked and altered documents to mislead the American people. As President Trump has stated, we have nothing to hide here. I'm voting to release the files so that we can move on from this smear campaign the Democrats have manufactured. God bless
Gentleman's
Donald J.
time has
Trump.
expired. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
All right. How much time do I have to close?
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank all of America for tuning in to this. I want to thank Representatives Massey and Khanna, Representative Green, all of those who have insisted upon bringing the truth forward and a reckoning with the reality of one of the worst international child sex trafficking rings ever to exist in the United States and the cover-up attendant to it. We've got the opportunity today to do justice for the victims, for the survivors who have come forward to say that the voice of the victims and the survivors must be put at the very center of our deliberations. Not shunted off to the side, not submerged, not subordinated, but put at the very center. We must hear from the people who themselves were victimized by this nightmare. Now, our colleagues across the aisle seem to want to make this into some sort of partisan contest. I haven't heard so much talk about the Democrats since the Democratic National Convention. And all that we've done here is to say we want to bring the truth forward. Along with a bipartisan group, we don't want the Senate monkeying around with this in order to slow things down. We want it passed in the Senate. We want it signed. And before that, if the president is true to his word and he wants to see all of this come to light, he can release it now instead of fighting, kicking, and screaming every step along the way. But I'm glad he's changed his mind, and I hope he maintains the momentum he's got to stick with the vast majority of the American people who want to see that the truth is done here. And while he's at it, the administration could reconsider their terrible policies gutting federal offices and programs designed to combat violence against women. The DOJ terminated hundreds of grants to police departments, defunding the police when it comes to investigating violent sex crimes and to support victims. His DOJ destroyed programs to combat international human trafficking rings. Let's get back on the side of the women. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker Johnson said it right. Why now after 4 years of doing nothing? Because going after President Trump is an obsession with these guys. Best example is John Brennan testified in front of our committee under oath, said he was not involved with the dossier. Only problem is Tulsi Gabbard declassified a report, released that report, and it said exactly the opposite. And she related a story in there where a CIA official went up to Mr. Brennan and said, we shouldn't include this in the report. And John Brennan's response was, yeah, but doesn't it ring true? Forget the facts, forget the truth, go after Trump, put it in. Same dynamic at work here. We're all for protecting innocent victims. We're all for exposing the bad guys who did bad things. But this is an obsession with the left. For 10 years, it's going after President Trump. So vote yes. Make sure the bad guys are held accountable. We all want to do that. Speaker Johnson's right. I think it's going to be unanimous. But understand what they're doing, because they had 4 years and didn't do a darn thing. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4405? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without
Can I request a
objection,
recorded vote, Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Yeah, I'm requesting a recorded vote.
The gentleman from Maryland has requested a recorded vote. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on the motion to suspend the rules will be followed by 5-minute votes on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 879, adoption of House Resolution 879 if ordered, and adoption of House Resolution 878. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 427, the nays are 1. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 879, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 47, House Resolution 879. Resolution providing for consideration of the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 80, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska Integrated Activity Plan Record of Decision, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 130, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Buffalo Field Office Record of Decision and approved Resource Management Plan Amendment, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 131, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Coastal Plain Oil and Gas Leasing Program Record of Decision, providing for consideration of the concurrent resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 58, denouncing the horrors of socialism, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 1949, to repeal restrictions on the export of import of natural gas, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3109, to require the Secretary of Energy to direct the National Petroleum Council to issue a report with respect to the petrochemical refineries in the United States and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5107, to repeal the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022, enacted by the District of Columbia Council, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5214, to require mandatory pre-trial and post-conviction detention for crimes of violence and dangerous crimes and require mandatory cash bail for certain offenses that pose a threat to the public safety or order in the District of Columbia, and for other purposes,
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 211. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. The House will be in order. The House will come to order. The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
To speak out of order for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize a man whose dedication, steadiness, and wisdom have shaped not only my work in this chamber, but the work of this institution itself. I'm talking about my Chief of Staff, Brett Horton. There are few people who know Capitol Hill more intimately than Brett. For 15 years...
Gentlemen will suspend. The House will be in order.
For 15 years, he's been by my side. He began as my counsel in 2010 and worked his way through some of the most demanding, consequential roles in the House. Policy Director at the Republican Study Committee, Floor Director in the Majority Whip's office, and for the last decade, my Chief of Staff in both the Whip's office and the Leader's office. To me and to countless members of Congress and staff, Brett Horton has been far more than a colleague. He's been a trusted advisor, steady in his approach, wise in his counsel, and deliberate in his words and actions. When the stakes were the highest, Brett's voice was the one you wanted in the room. His fingerprints are on every major Republican policy victory we've achieved in the past decade. But perhaps more importantly, he's been by my side through tough personal and professional challenges that extend far beyond legislating. In the aftermath of the congressional baseball shooting, an event that shook my family, my staff, and this entire conference in Congress, Brett's leadership and friendship were unwavering. He helped carry us through one of the most difficult and unprecedented challenges we ever faced. Mr. Speaker, public service at this level demands trust, character, and unwavering duty for the institution that is this United States Congress. Brett Horton embodies all of these qualities. I'm profoundly grateful for his years of service to me personally, to this House, and to our country. As Brett begins his next chapter, I have no doubt he'll continue to serve with the same excellence that has defined his entire career. The United States House of Representatives is the stronger institution because of Brett Horton's distinguished service here. I wish Brett all the best in his future endeavors, and I tell you, thank you, Brett, for your personal friendship and for your service to this great United States of America and this great Congress. Thank you, Brett Horton.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the adoption of House Resolution 879, on which a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
Calendar number 47, House Resolution 879. Resolution providing for consideration of the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 80, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska Integrated Activity Plan Record of Decision, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 130, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Buffalo Field Office Record of Decision and approved Resource Management Plan Amendment, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 131, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Coastal Plain Oil and Gas Leasing Program Record of Decision, providing for consideration of the concurrent resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 58, denouncing the horrors of socialism, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 1949, to repeal restrictions on the export and import of natural gas, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3109, to require the Secretary of Energy to direct the National Petroleum Council to issue a report with respect to the petrochemical refineries in the United States and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5107, to repeal the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022, enacted by the District of Columbia Council, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5214, to require mandatory pre-trial and post-conviction detention for crimes of violence and dangerous crimes and require mandatory cash bail for certain offenses that pose a threat to the public safety or order in the District of Columbia and for other purposes and for other purposes.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 217 and the nays are 210. The resolution is adopted without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Resolution 878, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 878, resolution disapproving the behavior of Representative Jesus G. Chuy Garcia of Illinois.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 236, the nays are 183, with 4 answering present. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The House will come to order. The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privilege of the House.
The gentleman is recognized. Just a moment. Members of the House will come to order. Chair would ask members to please take conversations off the floor. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my House Resolution 888, censoring and condemning Delegate Stacey Plaskett and removing her from the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence for conduct that reflects the discredibility on the House of Representatives for colluding with convicted felon and offender Jeffrey Epstein during a congressional hearing. Whereas Stacey Plaskett, the delegate representing the United States Virgin Islands in the House of Representatives, inappropriately coordinated in real time with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein in a congressional hearing in February of 2019. Whereas Delegate Plaskett was actively coached by Epstein during the hearing, receiving instructions on specific lines of questioning, and was congratulated after the message by Mr. Epstein, good work. Whereas Jeffrey Epstein, the Speaker of the House is not in order.
The gentleman has the floor. The chair would again ask the body to please observe the quorum and keep conversations to a minimum. The gentleman has the floor.
Whereas Jeffrey Epstein was a known convicted felony sex offender, having pled guilty and been convicted for procuring a child for prostitution and solicitation, a proselyte in a plea deal in 2008, and served a 13-month prison sentence. Whereas in the course of that investigation, the FBI compiled reports on dozens of confirmed minors who credibly alleged sexual abuse by Mr. Epstein. Whereas Epstein was under further federal investigation beginning in November of 2018, 2 months before Delegate Plaskett's recently revealed text exchange during a congressional hearing, following investigative reporting by the Miami Herald detailing Epstein's controversial 2008 plea deal and highlighting accounts of his victims. Whereas Epstein was arrested in July of 2019 and charged with 1 count of sex trafficking of minors and 1 count of conspiracy to commit sex trafficking of minors, he was later found dead in the New York Metropolitan Correctional Center. Whereas according to documents released from Epstein's estate during a House Committee on Oversight and Reform hearing featuring testimony from Michael Cohen, the disgraced former attorney for President Donald J. Trump, Delegate Plaskett coordinated her line of questioning with Jeffrey Epstein in real time over text messages while the hearing was underway. Whereas Delegate Plaskett, who previously served as an Assistant Attorney General in the United States Department of Justice Civil Division, is known to have had extensive political, personal, and professional connections with Epstein after his conviction as a sex offender up to the time of his arrest and then his death in 2019. Whereas Delegate Plaskett's relationship with Epstein stands in stark contrast to the public image that she has curated for herself as a defender of justice and accountability, and while secretly collaborating with an individual whose crimes against vulnerable women and children shocked the entire nation. Whereas Delegate Plaskett's willingness to receive instructions on official congressional proceedings from Epstein, a convicted felony sex offender with deep concerning international associations, is especially alarming and inappropriate given her own past service in the United States Department of Justice and her current role on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, and raises serious questions about Delegate Plaskett's judgment, her integrity, and her fitness to serve. Whereas such associations erode public trust in Congress, particularly when they involve using input from a sex offender to advance partisan attacks during official proceedings. Now, therefore, be it resolved, Section 1, censure of Delegate Stacey Plaskett. Resolved that the House of Representatives censors and condemns Delegate Stacey Plaskett for inappropriate coordination with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein during a congressional hearing which reflects discreditably on the House of Representatives, and directs the Committee on Ethics to conduct a full investigation to the extent of Plaskett's ties to Epstein and any further improprieties. Section 2, removed from House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. The following named member be and is hereby removed from the following committee on the House of Representatives. Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, Ms. Plaskett.
Chair will now recognize the gentleman from South Carolina to offer the resolution just noticed. Does the gentleman from South Carolina offer the resolution?
I do.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 888. Whereas Stacey Plaskett, the delegate representing the United States Virgin Islands in the House of Representatives, inappropriately coordinated with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein in a congressional hearing in February 2019. Whereas Delegate Plaskett was actively coached by Epstein during the hearing, received instructions on specific lines of questioning, and was congratulated afterwards with the message, "Good work." Whereas Jeffrey Epstein was a known convicted felony sex offender, having pled guilty and been convicted for procuring a child for prostitution and for soliciting a prostitute in a plea deal in 2008 and served a 13-month sentence. Whereas in the course of that investigation, the FBI compiled reports on dozens of confirmed minors who credibly alleged sexual abuse by Epstein. Whereas Epstein was under further federal investigation beginning November 2018, 2 months before Delegate Plaskett's recently revealed text exchange during a congressional hearing, following investigative reporting by the Miami Herald detailing Epstein's controversial 2008 plea deal and highlighting accounts of his victims. Whereas Epstein was arrested in July 2019 and charged with 1 count of sex trafficking of minors and 1 count of conspiracy to commit sex trafficking of minors, and he was later found dead in the New York Metropolitan Correctional Center. Whereas according to documents released from Epstein's estate, during a House Committee on Oversight and Reform hearing featuring testimony from Michael Cohen, disgraced former attorney to President Donald J. Trump, Delegate Plaskett coordinated her line of questioning with Jeffrey Epstein in real time over text message while the hearing was underway. Whereas Delegate Plaskett, who previously served as an Assistant Attorney General in the U.S. Department of Justice Civil Division, is known to have had extensive political, personal, and professional connections with Epstein after his conviction as a sex offender up to the time of his arrest and then death in 2019. Whereas Delegate Plaskett's relationship with Epstein stands in stark contrast to the public image she has curated for herself as a defender of justice and accountability, while secretly collaborating with an individual whose crimes against vulnerable women and children shocked the nation. Whereas Delegate Plaskett's willingness to receive instructions on official congressional proceedings from Epstein, a convicted felony sex offender with deeply concerning international associations, is especially alarming and inappropriate given her own past service in the U.S. Department of Justice and her current role on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, and raises serious questions about Delegate Plaskett's judgment, integrity, and fitness to serve. And whereas such associations erode public trust in Congress, particularly when this involves using input from a sex offender to advance partisan attacks during official proceedings, now therefore be it resolved. Section 1, censure of Delegate Stacey Plaskett. The House of Representatives, 1, censures and condemns Delegate Stacey Plaskett for inappropriate coordination with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein during a congressional hearing, which reflects discreditably on the House of Representatives, and 2, directs the Committee on Ethics to conduct a full investigation into the extent of Plaskett's ties to Epstein and any potential further improprieties. Section 2, removal from House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. The following named member be and is hereby removed from the following committee of the House of Representatives. Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, Ms. Plaskett.
The resolution qualifies. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts rise?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Clark of Massachusetts moves to refer the resolution to the Committee on Ethics.
The gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, today we have finally taken a vote that recognizes the need for the survivors and victims of Jeffrey Epstein to have justice and transparency. And not minutes later, the gentleman from South Carolina is filing yet another partisan resolution. I ask all of my colleagues to support this motion to refer this to the Ethics Committee, and I yield back my time.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion to refer. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
and the motion is not adopted. What
Mr.
purpose?
Speaker, I request to call the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. 5 minutes will be allowed for this vote. On this vote, the ayes are 213 and the noes are 214. The motion is not adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 9, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In just a moment. The chair would ask the House to come to order again, ask members to take conversations off the floor so that the members can be given due accord and respect during the period of debate. The gentleman has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today because the House of Representatives has a responsibility and a duty to protect the integrity of this institution. And what we learned from the documents released by Jeffrey Epstein's estate is nothing short of alarming. Those documents show that Delegate Stacey Plaskett, a sitting member of Congress, coordinated her questioning during an official oversight hearing with a man who is a convicted sex offender, a man whose crimes against minors shocked this entire nation. Let me be clear, this was just not casual contact. There were deliberate communications, and they shaped her official line of questioning in a congressional hearing. The American people expect honesty, the American people expect integrity and judgment from their elected officials. They expect members of Congress to conduct themselves with one word: decency, not to seek advice from a predator who exploited minor children. This resolution does not accuse. It acknowledges what is documented. It censures Delegate Plaskett for her conduct, removes her from the Intelligence Committee, where her judgment is paramount, and directs a full investigation into the extent of her relationship with Mr. Epstein. Some will try to spin this as politics, but protecting the honor of this body is not partisan. It's not Democrat, it's not Republican. Standing against a convicted predator's influence in our proceedings is not partisan. It's basic decency. We cannot pretend this didn't happen. The American people deserve better. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
And I rise in opposition to this resolution. We're here today on the floor to support the complete disclosure of information related to Jeffrey Epstein and his billion-dollar international child sex trafficking ring. And our side of the aisle, at least, supports the release of information relating to anybody who had anything to do with it, whether they're a Republican, a Democrat, an independent, or what have you, period. We insist on complete, full disclosure. This resolution has nothing to do with that. This seems to me to be one more pathetic effort to distract and divert attention from the fact that the president's name appeared more than 1,000 times already in the small fraction of material released on Epstein, and from the failure of the majority to move to disclose this information. And it is this bipartisan group that we've had behind the discharge resolution which has insisted on bringing this to the fore, and we've got nothing but obstruction, opposition, resistance, evasion, distraction, and diversion from the other side. And now we get one more resolution like this. The resolution actually proposes a disciplinary censure against Representative Stacey Plaskett, but amazingly alleges no misconduct. It does not allege the violation of the Constitution. It does not allege the violation of a federal law or a state law or local law. It does not even allege a violation of the ethics rules of the House of Representatives, and yet they want to censure her and throw her off of her committee. This, a distinguished former federal prosecutor, diligent public servant, representative of the people of the Virgin Islands. Now, Criminal justice has two parts to it. One is insisting upon legal accountability for people who do wrong. The other part of it is due process, which may be the two most beautiful words in the English language, certainly the two most beautiful words in the Constitution of the United States. It's due process that protects all of our freedoms and our rights against the arbitrary power of government and the will just to punish somebody without any process at all. But that's exactly what's going on here. Think about it. Ghislaine Maxwell had due process. She had a right to counsel. She had a right to hearing. She had a right to hear the evidence against her. She had a right to put on her case. She had a right to cross-examine. She had a right to a neutral, impartial tribunal. She had a right to unanimous verdict of a jury. And all of that she had, and she was found guilty. And that's why she was sentenced to jail for 20 years, even though Donald Trump has transferred her from a real prison to a prison camp where she's gotten very special pampered treatment, like she's in a Trump hotel. She gets room service to her cell. She gets gym privileges other inmates don't get. She gets to use the warden as a go-between with people outside of the institution and so on. But in any event, she had due process. Donald Trump had due process. He was convicted on 34 felonies, but he had the right to counsel. He had the presumption of innocence. He had a unanimous jury trial right. They had a right to cross-examine everybody, put their own witnesses on. Now, they want to take a former United States prosecutor, the representative of the people of the Virgin Islands, and without even going to the ethics committee, much less a court, they want to arraign her on some charges based on a newspaper article that she did something lawful. However ill-advised it may have been, she took a phone call from one of her constituents. Now, I don't think it is the position of the very distinguished gentleman that if we find Jeffrey Epstein on the phone with Donald Trump, he should be impeached for it, or is that his position? Is his position that any time Jeffrey Epstein got somebody on the phone, and he got a lot of people on the phone, that person is suddenly guilty? That sounds like guilt by association. That sounds like collective guilt. Our minority whip introduced a perfectly reasonable amendment to say, let's refer this to an ethics committee. Let's have a real hearing. They didn't want to have a real hearing. They want to rush to judgment. Why? So there can be some headline that will please Donald Trump tomorrow instead of a unanimous statement, or forgive me, I think the distinguished gentleman from Louisiana may have dissented, but an otherwise unanimous verdict of the House of Representatives that the American people want all the files open. We've had enough of the cover-up. We want all of the truth. We want the survivors and the victims to have the possibility of accountability. Well, they want to give them another headline, which is that they've arraigned a Democratic member for taking a phone call from her constituent, Jeffrey Epstein, in the middle of a hearing. And of course, I don't think there's any rule here against taking phone calls in a hearing. Now, if you want to actually give her the chance to explain what happened, then we would take it to the ethics committee. I still don't see what the charge is. Where is the ethical transgression? Where is the legal transgression? Are you saying anybody on your side of the aisle who had a phone call with Jeffrey Epstein should be censured? Be careful your answer there, because there's a lot more that's about to come out, right? So you should think about what is the principle behind this rush to judgment. I want to close just with this thought, because I know there were a lot of people in the chamber who were here when this happened, and a lot who weren't. There was a move to expel George Santos, who was a Republican member of the House from New York. And it was the same kind of rush to judgment, absolute political frenzy. And I looked at it for about 60 seconds. And then, I was a professor of constitutional law, so call me a legal nerd. But I said, wait, this guy's not been convicted of anything. Well, he's a Republican. Yeah, I know he's a Republican. He was not convicted in criminal court. To my knowledge, he had not been arraigned yet or convicted of anything in the ethics disciplinary process. They just said, well, there's bad press, we want to get rid of him. Beware of what you wish for. Is that the rule that you want here in the House of Representatives? That you can just draw up a member of Congress in 24 hours or 48 hours because there's a bad newspaper article without asking any questions, without giving that person any due process at all? Is that what it's come to at this point? I mean, all we're asking for in the Epstein files is release the materials so we can check it out. They want to go ahead and censure and remove from a committee a distinguished member of the House of Representatives with no due process at all. I reject this. I hope the whole body will reject this, just like I voted and spoke against removing George Santos, a Republican on the other side of the aisle, because he had gotten no due process. I hope all of our colleagues will reject this absurd rush to judgment and attempt to change the subject here. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before I yield time to my good friend in Louisiana, Representative Raskin, I will be careful in my remarks. You need to be careful with your facts. You have an 11-year veteran of this body who should know better. You have an 11-year member of this body who took money. It wasn't a newspaper article. It was a fact. She took money from Jeffrey Epstein. It's ironic that you're taken up by defending Ms. Plaskett, which is going to the Ethics Committee, but she's lost her willingness or lost her ability to serve because she got irrational judgment by taking money from a convicted pedophile of young children. And it's unfathomable that you're taking the position that you are. These are facts. You mentioned Ghislaine Maxwell. She's not a sitting member of Congress. She, as a sitting member of Congress, she has relinquished any sense of duty to serve on these committees. With that, I want to yield as much time as needed for my good friend in Louisiana, Mr. Clay Higgins.
And the chair would remind all members to please avoid engaging in personalities to direct all comments through the chair. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
I thank my colleague, Mr. Norman from South Carolina, and I thank my colleague, Mr. Raskin, for the salient points that he has brought to this debate. I also defended George Santos on this floor and opposed the means by which he was expelled. I think it was beyond the pale, and this is a responsibility that we bear in this body, is to determine the means by which our colleagues shall be reprimanded or disciplined. And the Constitution is clear on this. My friend, Mr. Raskin, knows full well that this body controls the means by which and the rules by which the members of Congress shall be disciplined. So we've had variances of opinions regarding, the exact disciplinary actions that should be embraced or rejected, member by member. But let me say that in this case, Ms. Plaskett's receiving text messages, this was so alarming to me. When I saw this and read it, I didn't believe it. I say to my friend, I thought perhaps it was media from a satirical site. It couldn't possibly be true, because we all know that a text message, a text exchange is rather intimate in the realm of communications. And to pierce into an actual congressional hearing for a member of Congress to receive and respond to a text message during a hearing, that is quite familiar, is it not? And this was shocking to me, that a member of Congress would be exchanging text messages directly with Jeffrey Epstein in 2019, at which time he was being prosecuted federally by the first Trump administration. He had received some nature of a sweetheart deal back in 2007 and avoided federal prosecution by pleading no contest to some level of state prosecution, where he was sentenced, Mr. Speaker, to 13 months. My understanding, he did 11 months, and at the easiest time that could be done. He walked every day during the day on a work release program. So that sweetheart deal, let me say, should be looked at. And now, to my horror, who has come to light that should be looked at? What was her involvement? Was there some involvement then? She's a good lady from the Virgin Islands. Where did Jeffrey Epstein live? In the Virgin Islands. She was a constituent in 2019. Was she a friend in 2007? During her service to the DOJ, which my friend has brought up, was there any interactions? These are the questions we have. The good lady from the Virgin Islands has crossed the threshold of reasonable suspicion, and therefore she should be investigated. During said investigation by ethics, and I would recommend by DOJ, and I would recommend by oversight and judiciary committees. Meanwhile, she should absolutely be removed from the House Select Committee on Intel. This, Mr. Speaker, is my position. I presented without note for the betterment of the debate of this body, and I yield my time back to the gentleman from South Carolina.
I reserve.
From South Carolina, the gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to hear my friend from Louisiana. Both of the Republican speakers have said this demands an ethics investigation. I think Mr. Higgins just said it should be investigated by oversight and by judiciary, as well as by ethics, as well as by others. This resolution censures her and punishes her before there's been 1 day of investigation. There's been no investigation at all. That was the whole burden of the minority whip's amendment. It was to say, let's have an investigation, refer it to the Ethics Committee. That's why the distinguished gentleman from Louisiana and I both voted against, and we got a majority to vote against censuring or expelling even George Santos without any ruling by our ethics disciplinary body. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? I don't get it. I wish one of you could explain that to us, why we should censure her before there's been 1 day of actual investigation. If being on the phone with one of our constituents, even an evil, sinister force like Jeffrey Epstein, and of course, he has said that he considered Donald Trump the most evil person he ever met. He said, without a redeeming bone in his body. So I agree, people can say different things, but Jeffrey Epstein, to me, disgraced himself. But in any event, people want to know, well, what were the contents of that conversation? Why was Ms. Plaskett doing that? I'm sure she's got a good explanation. We're talking about a distinguished lawyer and federal prosecutor who was in the middle of a hearing, which is something that members do all the time, is to talk to people in hearings about different things. But let me ask, if it's now the standard that just to be on a phone call with somebody establishes guilt by association, what about all the members of this body or of the U.S. Senate who were on the phone with January 6th insurrectionists and President Trump and his associates who were trying to block the certification of the election as people were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence"? A lot of phone calls, a lot of traffic going on. In fact, that's why our Republican colleagues dealt themselves $1 million cash payoff bonanza provision in the most recent Republican spending bill. They put that in there because their phone records had been subpoenaed lawfully by a grand jury. They were treated like every other American citizen because their names came up as potentially being involved in that conspiracy to somehow shut down proceedings in the House and the Senate. Now, are we saying just because they were on a phone call, they're guilty of something, we should strip them of their committee assignments? We should censure them? Have we gotten to that point? I mean, come on. This is the House of Representatives of the United States of America. Let's stick by the Constitution. Let's stick by due process. Let's go through the rules. I yield 5 minutes to my distinguished colleague from Connecticut, Representative Hines.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Maryland. I'm not going to speak today about Jeffrey Epstein or January 6th. I'm going to confine my remarks to two things that I know about. And I'm going to take a deep breath right now, because to stand here and to have to listen to the gentleman from Louisiana in the guise of just asking questions besmirch one of the finest members I have had the honor of serving with, I would think would offend the sensibility of anybody in this chamber. But I'm going to limit my remarks to two things I know very well. Number one, the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence and what we need to do to preserve that very special environment. And number two, the character of Delegate Stacey Plaskett. On HPSTEIN, I've served for 10 years. And with Chairman Turner and now with Chairman Crawford, we have fought for that decade to keep the Select Committee on Intelligence immunized from the sewage that flows through this chamber, the partisan attacks, the hideousness. And by and large, we've been pretty successful, with one exception, when that committee got involved in the political investigation around Ukraine in the first Trump administration. Every single day, the leaders of that committee work hard, establish friendships, and do the work we need to do to make sure that the toxicity and the sewage that we're hearing right now don't impinge the critical work of making sure that our intelligence communities are keeping Americans safe and not violating civil liberties and not doing things inconsistent with the desires and character of the American people. This effort, put forward by a bunch of people who haven't served on that committee and who have no idea the comity and the grace with which that committee serves. You, sirs, will hurt this committee badly. And I expect every Republican on the Intelligence Committee, and I'll say it again, I expect every Republican on the Intelligence Committee who know Ms. Plaskett and who know the committee to vote no on the idea that without evidence and without due process, Ms. Plaskett should be removed from that very special committee. This resolution would strike a devastating blow to HPSTEIN's ability to work effectively by removing a member in good standing based on a newspaper article about texts. No due process, no evidence, nothing offered other than a newspaper article which has moved the gentleman from South Carolina, a member who is consistently engaged in a bipartisan and productive way with the committee's work, to make some unrelated political statement will do profound damage to this essential committee. Now let me just talk for a moment about Ms. Plaskett. I've served in this institution for 17 years, longer, I think, than most people in this chamber. And I have not had the honor of serving with somebody with the integrity and the commitment and the hard-working bona fides as Ms. Plaskett. We can argue about the wisdom or the judgment associated with those texts. I'm told that apparently Mr. Epstein was a constituent. But on any one of us, our worst day, our biggest misjudgment is not to be judged without any due process, especially in the context of this superb member, this critical member of the Intelligence Committee. The result of this resolution, if it were to pass, will be to undo the efforts of the Republican Speaker and the Republican Chairman of the Intelligence Committee, Mr. Crawford, to restore the committee to what it was intended to be. And while the bill for that decision won't come due immediately, it will come due over time in the form of a less accountable and less effective intelligence community with less effective oversight for Congress. So I don't expect the gentlemen who have offered this up to back down now, but I do expect every single member of the Intelligence Committee that elect those few who understand what it is we need to do to close the door on the flow of partisan sewage which we see now threatening the critical work that we do. Vote no on this appalling resolution. I yield back.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Connecticut yields back to the gentleman from Maryland. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I inquire about how much time we have left?
2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes?
22 and a half
22
minutes.
and a half minutes.
Yes, sir.
Let me just say, for my good friends on the left, you know, we're hearing words. That's all this is, words. You're taking the side of a young lady who should have known better. She served for 11 years. She disparaged herself. She did it to herself. This is not smoke and mirrors. This is actual text that pretty well indicts Ms. Plaskett. Would she probably take it back? Yes, but it's too late now. I want to yield as much time as needs to be consumed by my good friend from Texas, Chip Roy.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from South Carolina. I thank him for bringing forward this important resolution before the body. I do want to say I appreciate the gentleman from Maryland, his commentary about the vote on removal and his considered judgment with respect to Santos, and I agreed with him at the time and made the same points. I want to align myself with the remarks from the gentleman from Louisiana, but I want to note in doing so, and I think the gentleman from Maryland has shown respect to, I think, the judgment of the gentleman from Louisiana about his being the sole vote on the issue before this body before with respect to what we're making public because of the gentleman's, I think, very real concerns about what it might mean for victims. And we had that debate and a colloquy back and forth in the Judiciary Committee a few hours ago about what we can do to ensure victims are protected and so forth as we all go forward in what I believe is a unanimous view that we should go seek out truth and justice here with respect to Epstein and anybody associated with him and them and the nefarious affairs involving Jeffrey Epstein. The reason that I support this resolution is, and I would note that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they could have tabled this resolution. They chose not to table it. They chose to refer it, which suggests to me that there's a recognition that something here is not particularly good, that we've got a sitting member, in this case the delegate from the U.S. Virgin Islands, who was sitting in the Oversight Committee. And I'm actually a particular interest here because I was the one doing the questioning. Apparently my questioning was so riveting that she was engaging in text messages back and forth at that moment. While I was questioning Mr. Cohen, the gentlelady was engaging in this back and forth on text messages with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, again, I've listened now for months. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle disparage and try to impugn the character of the President of the United States and other members of the administration in connection to an investigation of Jeffrey Epstein, which the President, his administration in 2019, they indicted Epstein. They actually moved forward and federally indicted him in 2019. Ghislaine Maxwell was arrested by the Trump administration. And I know the gentleman from Maryland will go on to say that the Biden administration then carry forward that arrest and indictment into prosecution. True. But it was, in fact, the Trump administration that did what had not been done for a long period of time by taking forward that indictment. So I've been listening to all of the preaching by my friends on the other side of the aisle about how any association, anything to do with Jeffrey Epstein is somehow the dispositive moment here in terms of determining the character of this administration or what they're doing or not doing when they're leaning in to try to seek the truth. Where tens of thousands of pages have been released by Jamie Comer and 13 subpoenas has all been put out. So now the House just voted to have greater transparency. Time will tell what that means in terms of what the court does and how they deal with grand jury secrecy and what they do to continue to redact and protect victims' names under existing laws and how the courts treat that. That's going to be a process, as the gentleman likely knows, right? This is going to be determined as to what gets released and how. But here we have the gentlelady sitting in the Oversight Committee texting with a known convicted felon, a convicted pedophile that was very public and known, had served jail time, and is engaging not just in texts that were trivial, but texts involving advice about her questioning of Michael Cohen, all designed to figure out how to get Michael Cohen to be able to somehow go after Trump or Trump's advisors or people around the president. That, to me, is what we talk about with censure, which is contemplated, of course, in our rules and in the structure. The gentleman talked about the Constitution. We're not removing her. We're simply saying censure. And we're saying that it is a censurable conduct to say that this individual sitting on a committee taking advice from a known convicted pedophile, convicted felon, that is conduct unbecoming of a member of the United States Congress and engaging in real time, taking advice from someone that we've been listening to, being lectured to, is someone deserving of all of the scorn of the entire world, and he is. That's why we're here. If my colleagues didn't think this was a concern, they would have simply made a motion to table. But my colleagues decided to refer it to committee because they know this is a problem. They know this is not the kind of conduct you want in a member of this body. So I think that the gentleman from South Carolina is right to have brought this forward. I think that the body should hear this debate, and tonight that we should vote tonight to censure and refer to the Ethics Committee for further consideration. And with that, I yield back.
Yields. Gentleman from South Carolina.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Texas for those remarks. I'm afraid all of them dance around the central issue, which is the good congressman knows how due process works in America. There are facts that are adduced first. There's an opportunity to be heard on both sides. There's due process, there's consideration, then there's judgment. You've flipped the whole thing on its head. You've said we're going to judge her guilty before anybody has an opportunity even to hear what the charges are, much less answer the charges, much less do any kind of analysis. I'm sorry to hear that the text exchange that it seems to be at the heart of people's consternation here took place during the distinguished gentleman's questioning, but that is not a federal offense, nor is it an ethical violation in the House of Representatives. You don't get to have the undivided attention of all of your colleagues. The gentleman says that he thinks that our position is that any association with Jeffrey Epstein is a dispositive moment of judgment for people. That's not the position we've advanced. We've taken the position with the survivors that we want to end the cover-up of what happened and then let the chips fall where they may. If there are people who were actually engaged in crime, as Ghislaine Maxwell was, as Epstein was, then they should be charged with every element of due process. If they happen to be a waiter or a waitress who worked at an event, they're not guilty of anything. That's what due process is. We're able to sift through and figure it out. But your rush to judgment isn't even giving anybody a chance to know what the charges are here. It's the most extraordinary thing I've ever seen. I'm going to yield now to Delegate Plaskett herself, the distinguished representative from... Oh, I'm sorry. First, we've got Representative Crockett from Texas for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. This is a distraction to take away from the fact that the Guardians of Pedophiles is literally trying to protect pedophiles. The president is a convicted felon and an accused sex offender. Stacey Plaskett hasn't been accused of either. So what are we actually here talking about? Trump and Epstein were besties. We've all seen the pictures of them. We saw the birthday book. So why are y'all more interested in talking about Stacey Plaskett than Trump's relationship with the man? When did y'all become so moral? Because I can remember when y'all went and signed the discharge petition. All of a sudden, everybody wanted to vote for this, but you wouldn't sign the discharge petition. Until we decide that we are going to go after the actual rapists and pedophiles, miss me with your moral high ground. Folks who also took money from somebody named Jeffrey Epstein, as I had my team dig in very quickly. Mitt Romney, the NRCC, Lee Zeldin, George Bush, Win Red, McCain Palin, Rick Lazio. I just want to be clear. If this is the standard that we're going to make, just know we're going to expose it all. And just know that the FEC filings, they are available for everybody to review. This is absolutely ridiculous. You decide that you want to punish a sitting member of Congress because you are concerned about her text messages. Well, maybe you should be more concerned about those sex tapes that we still haven't gotten access to. Maybe you should be more concerned with the fact that the president, his name is mentioned in the files way more than Stacey Plaskett's name. Listen, I'm not saying that anything is right or wrong, but listen, if you're trying to figure out what's going on with somebody that's a criminal, then you maybe need to talk to their associates. That's exactly why maybe she was getting text messages. I'm not saying she was or wasn't. But considering the fact that they were talking to another associate of the president's and maybe she needed intel, you'd have to go talk to somebody that maybe knows what he's up to.
Time has expired.
We reserve.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Speaker, I recognize my good friend from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
How much time is the gentleman recognized? How much time you've allotted the gentleman? Arizona.
How much time do we have left?
The gentleman has 17 minutes remaining.
As much time as the gentleman may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Norman. Thank you for raising this issue. This to me, this is an interesting issue because I'm hearing the argument is coming at us and it says, well, you know, there's no due process. Well, debate is a part of due process. That's part of due process, is to have this debate. You get to stand up, you get to defend, and get to raise your issues, and you chose to take it back to committee, which, as Mr. Roy said, that kind of indicates that maybe you know that there's something that's not great about this. So I'm looking at this, and here's at least one of the exchanges that seems to have taken place, and maybe we'll hear some comment about it. That'd be good. You can make some comment about it, but in this exchange, Mr. Epstein sent a text message to the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands, and this is the quote. He brings up Rona, keeper of the secrets. And who's he referring to? Rona Graff. That's a Trump assistant. And Plaskett responds, Rona? ? Quick, I'm up next. Is that an acronym? So she wants to know what Mr. Epstein wants her to talk about. Don't you find that interesting? I find that really intriguing, especially since we know what Mr. Epstein was. And Epstein responds, that's his assistant. Doesn't really say much more than that. And then Plaskett starts questioning Mr. Cohen and asks about Graff. So not only was she texting, having this communication with Mr. Epstein, she's asking Mr. Cohen what Mr. Epstein wants her to ask. Another text says, from Epstein, good work. That's after she wraps it up. All of this seems to be very interesting. And I'm sorry, I don't breathe the rarefied air of the Intelligence Committee. I don't. I'm just a regular guy and a member of the House. That's all. So I don't know about that rarefied air, and I guess I'm part of the sewage. That Mr. Himes said. Yeah. Thanks for agreeing with me, Ms. Plaskett. So she's got us down. Unless you're in the Intelligence Committee, you're crap. That's what the Intel Committee says. But here's the deal. When you're sitting there in a sitting committee and you're having communications with a convicted sex offender, and you're taking their advice on how to ask questions, maybe you got a problem. Maybe your problem is that you've brought disrepute on the House. And this isn't from the articles. This is from the 10,000 pages or so released last week from the Oversight Committee that they received from the Epstein estate. This isn't fishing around. This is coming from real evidence. So I sit here and I listen, she's the finest member that ever walked the planet, man. That's what you heard. But the bottom line is this. She's sitting there seeking advice and counsel on how to ask questions from Jeffrey Epstein, who this entire body, save one, just condemned. And we want all the evidence. And it's a shame to be here, but for one thing, you made the choice. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'm encouraging everyone in this body to support Mr. Norman's resolution, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The members are reminded to direct their commentary to the chair. Before I recognize the gentleman from Maryland, Please remind yourself, as well as the members, to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. Does the gentleman seek recognition?
Yes, I do.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much. I want to remark that yet one more member says we should go ahead and censure her, and then we should do a complete investigation. I think any fifth grader in America knows that's the exact opposite of what due process means in America. We don't punish people before we have investigation and the opportunity to be heard. I yield 6 minutes now to the distinguished gentlelady from Virgin Islands, Representative Plaskett.
Thank you so much to Mr. Raskin, to my former professor in law school, and I want to address the body. I first want to give you all a sense of what was happening that day. Everyone knows at that hearing in February, the entire country was watching. As Michael Cohen decided he was going to finally give up information about what was happening in the Trump world, the Trump enterprise. And at the beginning of that hearing, the ranking member, Jim Jordan, had the disrespect to Elijah Cummings, may he rest in peace and his name be a memory, after not allowing Mr. Jordan to shut the committee hearing down. And I turned to Mr. Jordan and told him to have respect for the chair and to basically shut up. And that moment went viral. And I began to get innumerable texts from friends, from foes, from constituents about what was happening in that hearing. And I got a text from Jeffrey Epstein, who at the time was my constituent, who was not public knowledge at that time that he was under federal investigation, and who was sharing information with me. Now, I heard recently from someone that I was seeking advice from him. Let me tell you something. I don't need to get advice on how to question anybody from any individual. I have been a lawyer for 30 years. I have been a narcotics prosecutor in New York City. I have had the honor of being a political appointee at the Justice Department after September 11th as a Republican appointee in the Bush administration. I know how to question individuals. I know how to seek information. I have sought information from confidential informants, from murderers, from other individuals, because I want the truth, not because I need them to tell me what to say. And if you look at the transcript, you will see that I questioned Michael Cohen for 5 minutes. The Washington Post only shows you 30 seconds and takes from it one individual's name that I got from Jeffrey Epstein and didn't know who the individual was, and put that individual with a host of other individuals that I felt the committee should subpoena. They've never been subpoenaed. They've never been questioned. Because at the end of the day, I know that in the Trump administration and with my colleagues over there, it's not about sexual assault. It's not about support of victims. It's about money. It is about money. I have consistently stood against sexual violence and the exploitation of women and children in previous careers as well as here in this body. We all know that Jeffrey Epstein's actions were absolutely reprehensible. As a constituent, as an individual who gave donations to me, when I learned of the extent of his actions after his investigation, I gave that money to women's organizations in my community. Not back to him, but to women in the community who needed that support. That's what I think should have been done, and that's what I did. They've taken a text exchange which shows no participation, no assistance, no involvement in any illegal activity, and weaponized it for political theater, because that's what this is. This has been reviewed by federal courts. Any charges, victims who initially had a case against me, dismissed it on their own without prejudice. You don't want to talk about what is really happening here. Your attacks on working families, your protection of powerful predators and corporate criminals. You want to talk about texting felons? How often do you text President Donald J. Trump? That's the individual we should be concerned about. And let me tell you this. I am not going to support the wealthy and connected who continue to exploit workers and evade taxes, powerful figures with credible allegations who face no consequences, and corporate interests profiting from human suffering while families struggle. And let me tell the people of the Virgin Islands.
Gentleman will state his point of order.
The point of order is you may not call the President of the United States a felon. That is a violation.
Gentleman's point of order is under consideration, and we're not going to lose order here either, so please.
May I continue? May I continue, Mr.
Members
Speaker?
are, however, reminded to refrain, as mentioned a little while ago, from making personality commentary towards the President. The point of order is not timely, so the gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is happening here? I feel sorry for my colleagues. I feel sorry for this body. I see members coming and speaking against me who I've never even had a conversation with. You don't know me. You don't know the work that I've done. You don't know the support that I've given to families, to individuals, to support people. I worked a full-time job with children under the age of 5, going to school, law school at night. Do you think I would risk my law degree for any individual? Never mind a reprehensible individual by Jeffrey Epstein, I would not. But what I'm about is the truth. And let me tell the people of the Virgin Islands, this attempt at intimidation will pass. We in the Virgin Islands do not back down from a fight. That is how we won our freedom, and that is how we will continue to grow our equality. And if you censure me, take away a committee, I will still do the work because I am here to support people and to support this great Constitution, which I have sworn numerous times to uphold.
We reserve, and I thank the lady.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before I recognize Mr. Clyde, let me just say, Ms. Plasky, I don't know you. My overall impression of you has been good. But, and you give these words about protecting families and children. Where was that demonstrated when you took money from a convicted pedophile that had served time? Where was that? The words are beyond believability. And I think you're a nice person, but you missed the boat when you took money. I've got the mic now. You lost your I don't know the word to describe it, but what you did, you deserve to come off the committees. And let me remind you, we want this to go to the Ethics Commission. And to those listening, the Ethics Commission is 5 Democrats and 5 Republicans. Let them find it. But in the meantime, you do not deserve to serve on a committee with national clearance. And I would like now.
Will be reminded again to direct their commentary to the chair.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize my good friend from Georgia, Mr. Andrew Clyde.
How much time is the gentleman shall I recognize him?
How much time is left?
You have 11 and a half minutes remaining.
5 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. My good friend, Mr. Norman from South Carolina. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this resolution censuring and condemning Delegate Stacey Plaskett of the U.S. Virgin Islands for inappropriate coordination with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein during a congressional hearing, and removing Delegate Plaskett from the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence and referring her to the Ethics Committee for further investigation. After 4 years of silence on this matter, not a peep during the entire Biden administration, Let me repeat that. After 4 years of silence on this matter about Jeffrey Epstein, House Democrats are now demanding transparency and accountability surrounding Jeffrey Epstein and his associates. While their fake outrage is clearly just another disgusting attempt to smear President Trump, House Republicans are taking this matter seriously and are working toward delivering the much-needed transparency and accountability that the American people deserve. This resolution is accountability, page 1. During the House Oversight Committee's ongoing investigation into Jeffrey Epstein, emails obtained by a congressional subpoena, that's right, it was the congressional subpoena by the House Oversight Committee, not the discharge petition that just got voted on, but this was the Oversight Committee's congressional subpoena, has brought to light that in 2019, Delegate Stacey Plaskett coordinated her line of questioning with Jeffrey Epstein in real time over text messages during an Oversight Committee hearing featuring testimony from Michael Cohen. Now, who is Michael Cohen? Michael Cohen was the disgraced former attorney of President Donald Trump. She was asking input from Jeffrey Epstein on how to best question Cohen, and Cohen was himself at that time a convicted felon from 2018. So now that Republicans are exposing Democrat ties to Jeffrey Epstein and his vile crimes, the other side of the aisle has flipped. They apparently no longer want transparency or accountability. Why? Because they don't want the truth. They want to weaponize a serious matter into a distraction, all in an attempt to take down President Trump and to hurt his administration and what he's doing to make America great again. The actions taken by Delegate Plaskett reflect poorly on the House, and this body needs to hold her accountable. I urge all of my colleagues to vote to adopt this resolution to show the American people that those who colluded with Mr. Epstein, including members of the House, will be held accountable, and this resolution is the beginning of that. I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
To the chair.
Speaker, I reserve. Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Proud to yield 1 minute to the distinguished Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries.
The Minority Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the distinguished gentleman, my good friend from the great state of Maryland, the ranking Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, for yielding. I rise today in strong opposition. This resolution, this effort to censure Delegate Plaskett, to rip away her membership on the Intel Committee, is nothing more than a political stunt by a desperate, failed candidate for governor, trying to pander to the people back in South Carolina. Nothing more than that. You want to make the statement about who's brought disgrace to the House? The actions of this House Republican majority have brought disgrace to the House of Representatives from day one of this presidency. The reality is, if you want to talk about fealty to the Constitution and things of that nature, the House is a separate and co-equal branch of government. You don't seem to understand that. You functioned from the very beginning of your so-called majority, Mr. Speaker, not as a check and balance on an out-of-control administration, but as a reckless rubber stamp for Donald Trump's extreme agenda, and you are failing the American people. You failed to keep your core promise. Your core promise to the American people was that you were going to lower costs on day one. Costs haven't gone down here in the United States of America. Costs have gone up. The Trump economy is a complete and total failure. It's a disaster. The American people are hurting. And so every week, you come to the House floor now that you've returned from your 7-week taxpayer-funded vacation and come up with another stunt to try to distract the American people. Or perhaps you were ordered by your puppet master, Donald Trump, who wants to distract the American people today, because his effort to suppress the Jeffrey Epstein files has failed spectacularly. We believe in transparency. We believe in accountability. We believe in due process. That's the opposite of what is happening on the floor today. And let me be very clear about Stacey Plaskett. She's a woman of great intelligence and a woman of great integrity. And she deserves better than what she's receiving from House Republican extremists. She deserves the opportunity to be heard. She deserves due process. She deserves the ability to make her case, not to be prosecuted by pettifoggers playing lawyer on the floor of the House of Representatives. Google that if you don't know what it means. The so-called Freedom Caucus want to lecture us about proceeding at this moment. The actions that you continue to engage in will have consequences. Consequences today, consequences tomorrow, consequences next week, consequences next year, and certainly consequences when the American people throw this House Republican majority out in the aftermath of the election next November. Be very careful about the extreme actions that you continue to engage in. Now, it's extraordinary to me, week after week, censure after censure, and I wonder, is it just coincidence that the last 3 censures we've had on the House floor happen to involve, first, you tried to censure Monica MacGyver. And then, Mr. Speaker, Republicans tried to censure Ilhan Omar. And now we're on the floor and you're trying to censure Stacey Plaskett. What is it exactly that those 3 individuals have in common? House Republicans are going to have to answer for the things, the extreme things that you continue to do. And the American people know this is a phony majority. It's a fake majority. It's not a real majority. Republicans aren't doing anything to make life better for the American people. And that's why we're on the floor right now. There's nothing that House Republicans can do to disgrace Stacey Plaskett because House Republicans continue to disgrace themselves. And so whatever happens later on this evening, the American people will hear from Delegate Plaskett beyond this, making her case. The people of the Virgin Islands, I'm confident, will continue to stand behind her. And we will never be lectured on issues related to accountability and transparency and principle and ethics from this group of extreme House Republicans who continue to visit a national nightmare on the American people, bending the knee to a wannabe king, doing real harm in real time, and at the end of the day, your time is coming as well. I yield back.
Chairman yields.
Hey, how much time do we have, Mr. Speaker?
Gentleman has 4.5 minutes. 3.5 minutes. All members are again reminded, including Minority Leader, to direct your comments to the chair. All members are again instructed, including Minority Leader, to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President. The gentleman from Maryland seeks recognition.
No, we'll reserve.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina.
Speaker, I find it interesting that the Minority Leader mentioned that, we got not really a majority. I will tell you, 77 million people are a majority. They rendered the consequences to elect the president that has revived this country from a disaster 4 years under the Biden administration. Let's go back under a little bit of history here about the hearing. The messages show that Plaskett texted Epstein before the hearings that started that day at 7:55. She texted him, the sex offender, the predator on the children she says she protects. They had comments like she told Ms. Plaskett talk about his grades. She mentioned that she had a great-looking outfit. This is from Mr. Epstein. In 10:40, she broadcast a feed cut to Ms. Plaskett showing her moving her mouth as if she was chewing something. And the Ms. Plaskett mentioned that she had multiple texts. Well, according to the records, and I don't know how many of her texts came from those convicted of felonies, but on at 2:25, Epstein sent 2:25 minutes before Plaskett began questioning Cohen at 2:28. Epstein messaged back, "Good work," at 2:34, 1 minute after Plaskett finished her question to Cohen. So the whole 5 minutes was pretty much conducted under the direction of a convicted pedophile. And this dialogue, Ms. Plaskett was reached by phone Thursday. Plaskett declined to answer questions about the text messages and directed all inquiries to congressional staff. Plaskett's chief of staff said Thursday she was not in a position to confirm or not whether the Congresswoman was texting with Mr. Epstein at the hearing. She did not respond to follow-up questions. Bottom line, these are facts. These are text messages. This wasn't smoke and mirrors. So it's interesting that they're taking that tact. But, Ms. Speaker, how much time do I have left?
Gentleman has 6.5 minutes remaining.
I reserve.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
I'm yielding 1 minute to the representative from New York, Ms. Clark.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the Congressional Black Caucus, the conscience of the Congress, in strong opposition to this resolution. This resolution is a blatantly partisan, shameless attack. As we sit here today, Donald Trump is still the single person in this country with the authority and the ability to deliver justice to survivors and truth to the American people by just releasing the files. So instead of answering why Donald Trump chooses every single day not to release the Epstein files, they're pointing fingers at this side of the aisle. Mr. Speaker, unlike the president, Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett has committed no crime, violated no rule, and broken no promises. There has been no investigation, no due process, no inquiry into whether the Congresswoman had any connection whatsoever to Epstein's despicable and disgusting criminal conduct. This resolution would have us remove a capable and hardworking member of one of the most serious working committees in this body on the basis of a conversation from more than 6 years ago, which broke no rules, and has no connection to any criminal activity. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this partisan resolution, this sham, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
We reserve.
Gentleman from Maryland reserved. Gentleman from South Carolina.
Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves.
And we're prepared to close.
It's closed.
Yeah, I'm prepared to close.
All right. Gentleman from South Carolina is prepared to close. Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I want to start by addressing the young people who appear to be in the audience this evening, because I'm afraid some of my arguments are lost on some of our colleagues across the aisle suffering from Trump derangement syndrome. It seems to have completely warped their minds today, and they're not thinking clearly about the Constitution or about the rule of law. But the young people here will recognize, if they read this resolution, immediately what's wrong with it, because it's replete with phrases like this, that this one incident that they're referring to raises serious questions about the judgment and the integrity and the fitness to serve. Well, I think that's absurd, but in any event, if you think it raises serious questions, presumably you would want the answers to those questions. But you don't get answers by rushing to judgment and turning the whole process upside down. This resolution starts by saying we censure her, we remove her from committee, and the very next component of it says we direct the Committee on Ethics to conduct an investigation. That is the opposite of due process, and I hope at least future generations will understand that's not how we hold people accountable, whether it's under criminal law, under civil law, or under an ethics process, which they purport to want to be launching here. Again, go back to the George Santos standard. The reason we voted against just hanging him out to dry and censoring him and expelling him is because the process hadn't happened yet. And Democrats and Republicans together did it, but they're thinking in solely partisan terms. Even Matt Gaetz, accused of having sex with a 17-year-old, was never censured by the House of Representatives. Even with Speaker McCarthy and others condemning him for what he did, we did not censure him. Think about what you're doing to the precedents of this body by trying to attack Ms. Plaskett. And let me just close with a personal thought. I wasn't going to bring it up because I didn't want to embarrass her, but she was one of the 3 finest students I ever had in constitutional law. She was a straight A student in the early 1990s. She's a straight A student in the 21st century. I'm proud not only that she was my student, but that she's my friend and that she's my colleague, and you don't disgrace us in any way. You go to work every day for the people of Virgin Islands, and we're proud of you. With that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I find it interesting that the president is occupying the minds of my good friend on the left rent-free. And it's interesting they bring him up every time, and keep doing it. Keep doing it. This president's got a record that is second to none. And I hope our listeners in the audience can distinguish between just words and babbling on when they reject the facts of what's been presented. Texts don't lie. And they can offer all the excuses. And I do think Ms. Plaskett is a nice lady. She made a mistake here, a bad mistake. She took advice from a convicted pedophile that is indefensible in this discussion here today. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to my colleagues defend the indefensible. I've heard everything from this is old news to this is just politics. But not a single person has disputed the key fact. Written records and Epstein's own estate documents show Delegate Plaskett sought his input for an official hearing. This is the issue. That alone. Everything else is just noise. This chamber cannot overlook that a sitting member of Congress coordinated with a convicted sex offender to prepare questions for an official proceeding. Imagine telling the American people that that's acceptable. Imagine explaining to parents all across this country that Congress sees no problem with relying on the counsel of a predator of our innocent children. Some of my colleagues want to blur the edges, soften the facts, or bury this under procedural fog, noise as I call it. But sunlight is the best disinfectant, and accountability is not optional. This resolution is not excessive at all. It is appropriate. It is measured. It is necessary at this time. The question before us is very simple. Do we uphold a minimal standard for ethical conduct, or do we just shrug and say, well, maybe next time? Mr. Speaker, the public deserves better. The House deserves better. The American people deserve better. I urge adoption of this resolution, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Without objection, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Yeah. Welcome to procedural democracy.
What purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote, and I challenge the Speaker's interpretation of the voice vote.
Does the gentleman ask for the yeas and nays?
I ask for the ayes and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 879, I call up H.J. Res. 130 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 130, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Buffalo Field Office Record of Decision and Approved Resource Management Plan Amendment.
Pursuant to House Resolution 879, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westman.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.J. Res. 130.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of H.J. Res. 130, which would repeal the Bureau of Land Management's Misguided Resource Management Plan, or RMP, amendment for the Buffalo Field Office in Wyoming, which was finalized in the twilight hours of the Biden-Harris administration. Wyoming's Powder River Basin currently supplies 40% of the nation's coal. The RMP amendment in question effectively halted future federal coal leasing across a region in Wyoming larger than New Jersey and located in the heart of America's coal country. Without repeal, the RMP amendment will end coal production in the region entirely by 2041 and close 12 active mines. The RMP amendment is a death blow to America's energy security, Wyoming's workers, and the economic backbone of the state itself. It is projected that U.S. electricity demand will grow by as much as 128 gigawatts through 2029, and global energy demand is expected to double by 2050. Coal is reliable, affordable, and essential to meet the increasing power demands of the AI revolution and advanced manufacturing. The RMP amendment locked up an astonishing 48 billion short tons of coal. That's enough to meet U.S. coal demand for the next 116 years. 92% of Wyoming's coal is exported to other states, helping keep the lights on and utility prices affordable in distant places as far as Texas, Illinois, and my home state of Arkansas. Nationwide, residential electricity prices have increased by 13% since 2022, and overturning misguided policies like this RMP amendment will help make the cost of living more affordable for families across America. It's time to unleash our domestic resources to put this money back into the pockets of American families by repealing the Biden administration's anti-American energy policies. What's more, instead of working with the state, the Biden administration blatantly ignored local opposition at every stage of this process and rammed this RMP amendment through to appease environmental extremists. The Biden administration provided a limited opportunity for public comment or engagement on this RMP amendment. Wyoming's governor, unified congressional delegation, locally elected officials, tribes, and local communities all expressed strong opposition to this plan amendment. The previous administration ignored them all. According to local representatives, it is suspect and disturbing that such a dramatic change to the current land use plan would solicit such little engagement during the public comment period. Campbell and Johnson County commissioners who represent the local communities affected by this plan stated that whatever information they provided to the BLM in this process was, quote, ignored by the federal agency. Overturning the RMP amendment takes power from bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. and returns it to the people of Wyoming. The BLM also ignored tribal input in developing this RMP amendment. The Navajo Transitional Energy Company, which is wholly owned by the Navajo Nation, provided detailed comments opposing this amendment that were all dismissed by the BLM. In a letter they submitted to the agency, they stated, quote, BLM consistently downplayed the reasonably foreseeable negative impacts of the mine's closures on the surrounding social justice communities, and it did not even consider the jobs lost in the downstream communities that rely on the Powder River Basin coal, end quote. Energy security is national security, and and Wyoming's energy industry remains indispensable to ensuring America stays energy dominant. Wyoming's Powder River Basin, with its low sulfur coal, produces the world's cleanest burning coal. We should be focused on exporting this abundant natural resource to our allies abroad, not burying this baseload power under layers of bureaucracy. By passing this CRA today, we're advancing President Trump's executive orders on unleashing American energy and reinvigorating America's coal industry. We're also restoring hundreds of millions of dollars in future revenue for Wyoming's K-12 public education system and protecting more than 4,000 high-paying jobs in rural Wyoming. In conjunction with the pro-energy policies included in the Working Families Tax Cut Law, this CRA also has the potential to generate more than $260 million for the federal treasury. This CRA helps the U.S. remain energy dominant and will lower prices for families, strengthen our economy, and boost real wages for hardworking men and women. I urge my colleagues to stand with Wyoming, stand with American workers, and stand for energy security by supporting this resolution. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me wish Chairman Westerman a happy birthday. I do wish him a happy birthday, but even that goodwill does not change the fact that this is bad legislation. And so, unfortunately, Bruce, I'm going to have to rise in opposition to the bill while wishing you a happy birthday. We are, Mr. Speaker, all grateful that the Republican shutdown is finally over. But millions of Americans are still on the cusp of losing health care. They are struggling to put food on the table. And after their 7-week paid vacation, I can't imagine anything more disconnected than for House Republicans to come back here and make their first priority not helping working families to make ends meet, but jamming through more favors for their billionaire buddies. These 3 Congressional Review Act, or CRA, resolutions treat America's public lands like they are just lines on a balance sheet. They silence public opinion. They ignore the fires and storms that are made worse by climate change, all of it to make fossil fuel extraction the #1 priority going forward for how we manage our public lands. Wildfire defense, public safety, recreation, conservation, all of these take a back seat now to maximizing corporate profits, even in our most fragile landscapes like America's Arctic. Americans want clean air, clean water, accessible public lands, not handouts to polluters. Overturning balanced, forward-looking BLM plans in Wyoming and Alaska is a colossal mistake. Across the federal land management agencies, plans like these are the foundation for responsible, sustainable management of our public lands. RMPs are the product of extensive public input, rigorous scientific reviews, meaningful tribal consultation, and balancing the activities on our public lands, from energy development to recreation, is what these plans do. They reflect the needs of communities, industries, ecosystems, and they outline a clear vision for the stewardship of millions of acres of public lands. Let's look at the Buffalo Field Office RMP targeted by this particular resolution. It was developed after a court found that the previous plan failed to address the public health and climate impacts of unfettered coal mining in the region. Importantly, the current RMP was also developed after robust tribal consultation and public input. So we're just going to throw that all away? I strongly oppose HRES 130, which would repeal the current balanced RMP for BLM's Buffalo Field Office in order to prop up the coal industry in Wyoming's Powder River Valley. The plan targeted by this resolution ended new coal leasing in the region because of its harm to the climate and public health and because of decreasing demand for coal. At the same time, the plan allowed existing mines to continue to operate through the end of their current leases. Rescinding this plan means locking us into unnecessary emissions and energy costs at a time when the planet and the American people cannot afford it, and it also puts us on a treadmill of litigation and uncertainty, sending us back, theoretically, to a plan that was already adjudicated to be illegal, or maybe waiting for a new plan to come forward from the Trump administration, and I guess hoping that a future court will decide that it's not substantially similar to the ones that have been thrown out with your CRA. This is something that my friends across the aisle simply haven't thought through. There is so much chaos and uncertainty when the sledgehammer of the CRA is used in this reckless manner. Now, House Republicans already passed and the administration implemented unprecedented giveaways to the coal industry through the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, including slashing the royalty rates for coal from 12% to 7.5%, and opening more than 13 million acres of public lands for coal leasing. But even with these handouts, it's not enough to reverse decades of market contraction in the coal industry. The coal industry is dying. What Republicans don't mention is that BLM's coal lease sales this year have either failed to reach market value, been indefinitely canceled, or received little to no bids. Rather than simply redoing this RMP through the well-established public process, which the Trump administration is already doing, House Republicans want to overturn it using the CRA, again, an extremely blunt instrument that will throw us into great uncertainty and litigation for sure. This choice would lock out the perspectives from previous tribal and public engagement and ban the agency from ever again issuing a substantially similar RMP, leaving land policy frozen in time, really more like frozen in some kind of a limbo. Incredible uncertainty and chaos. House Republicans want to permanently enshrine fossil fuel extraction as the top priority for millions of acres of public land across the country, no matter the cost. And they're picking winners and losers here, blocking affordable renewable energy projects, sacrificing our public lands in the process. I urge my colleagues to reject these reckless resolutions that would upend millions of acres of public land management and reject this entire familiar playbook from congressional Republicans, trying to deepen our dependence on dirty fossil fuels that pollute our air, contaminate our water, and harm the public health, while doing everything possible to slow, stop, or sabotage the development of affordable, renewable energy. Our constituents deserve a lot better than this. We deserve clean, affordable, and reliable energy. We deserve good-paying jobs and affordable health care. And we shouldn't sacrifice America's health, environment, and livelihoods in order to do it. This legislation and my friends across the aisle are on the wrong side of history, trying to prop up the dying coal industry. They're on the wrong side of public land management, and they're on the wrong side of the American people's pocketbooks as they face rising electricity costs. That's why I oppose this resolution and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman for Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I sincerely appreciate the birthday wishes from my friend across the aisle. That means a lot to me. If I had a birthday wish of my own, it would be to make energy more affordable for the American people, to help the good folks of Wyoming to have a livelihood, and to not only keep prices down, but keep good-paying jobs across this country that are in the energy industry. We know that we need more energy going forward. We need more electrons on the grid. We need a larger grid, and we need to all work together to do those things. But if this resource management plan amendment by the previous administration was balanced, I would hate to see a heavy-handed resource management plan amendment by the previous administration, because this took a sledgehammer to an established industry in the state of Wyoming. And I'm sure my distinguished colleague from the great state of Wyoming, Representative Hageman, who is the lead sponsor of this legislation, will go into detail what this would mean to Wyoming if this plan amendment stays in place. And I yield her 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my legislation, House Joint Resolution 130, which utilizes the Congressional Disapproval Procedure under the Congressional Review Act, or CRA, to restore coal leasing in Wyoming's Powder River Basin.
Many on the East Coast of America might be surprised to learn that the federal government owns massive amounts of the western states. In Wyoming, the federal government owns about half of our surface estate and 60% of the subsurface estate, or our minerals. In Northeast Wyoming, the Bureau of Land Management's Buffalo Field office owns and manages over 788,000 acres of land and 4.7 million acres of our mineral estate. Notably, this land encompasses Wyoming's share of the Powder River Basin, North America's largest coal deposit, responsible for the production of 40% of our nation's coal. Wyoming is the largest coal producer in the nation. We, in other words, are responsible for ensuring that you can turn on your lights and heat your home. The BLM manages its public lands pursuant to the Federal Land Policy Management Act, which is implemented pursuant to what we refer to as Resource Management Plans, or RMPs. These RMPs are designed to maximize resource values for the public. The BLM is required to comply with a multiple-use mandate, ensuring that these combination of uses meet current and future needs of the American people. In its waning days, the Biden administration issued an RMP amendment for the Buffalo Field office, which pursued the no new leasing alternative, pulling 481,000 acres of America's largest coal reserves and resources offline, making 48 billion short tons of coal unavailable and ending leasing in the Powder River Basin. Such a decision cannot be considered a legitimate or legal RMP pursuant to FLPMA, and neither does it align with Congress's multiple-use mandate. The Biden RMP is instead very clearly a mineral withdrawal enacted by climate activists in direct violation of the law. The Biden administration's decision to terminate mining in Wyoming's PRB is not only irresponsible and harmful, but downright illegal, a mechanism used by the governing elite to inflict harm on every single citizen of this great country to further climate change lunacy. If this RMPA is allowed to continue, it would risk 4,122 jobs in rural Wyoming, $1.9 billion in labor output through 2048, and millions of dollars in state revenue used to fund public K-12 education. This seemingly localized decision has national repercussions as well. In 2024, Wyoming produced 191 million tons of coal, 171 million tons of which was shipped to 26 different states for producing electricity. At these rates, Wyoming produces about 40% of the nation's coal and about 80% of all federal coal production. With coal generating as much as 23% of America's electricity at any given time, Wyoming coal supplies as much as 9.2% of the electricity produced in this country. Watching the arguments in the Rules Committee last night and on the floor today, it is clear that affordability is the word of the day for my colleagues across the aisle. If utility bills for Americans is something they genuinely care about, then I encourage them to vote for H.J. Res. 130 and to not turn off the Powder River Basin coal, which accounts for so much of American energy and could generate even more if Washington, D.C. had not waged a war on coal for the last 3 decades. In short, it is policies such as no new coal leasing contained in this Buffalo RMP that reduces affordability, which my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will be supporting if they continue to oppose H.J. Res. 130. This vote today is a vote to shore up the grid, which will have positive impacts on the utility bills of Americans. When combined with what this majority did for energy development in the One Big Beautiful Bill, we are shoring up centuries of energy production. We cannot survive in this country without Wyoming coal, the majority of which is produced in the Powder River Basin. Demand for Wyoming coal is only increasing, both here and abroad. If you turn out the lights on one of Wyoming's most important industries, you will also be turning out the lights on America. The Biden administration knew this and pursued this harmful policy anyway, and they did so in violation of the law. On September 18, 2025, the Government Accountability Office determined that the Buffalo RMP was a rule subject to the CRA on the grounds that it is an agency statement, is of future effect, and it implements, interprets, or prescribes law and policy. This decision is in line with previous GAO decisions on similar land management plans and RMPs, several of which this body has passed in the 119th Congress. A vote today for HJ Res 130 has many positive implications. First, it would overturn this harmful plan and revert to the 2015 RMP, thereby protecting access to 481,000 acres for coal leasing. Second, it would provide certainty to countless Wyomingites who rely on our good, clean coal for jobs and for revenue that funds the schools that our children attend. Third, it is a vote for the millions of Americans who continue to rely on Wyoming coal and who always will. Fourth, it's a win for Congress, reminding the agencies that we are the primary policymaking branch of government and that we will hold the agencies responsible for bad, unlawful regulations. I urge all of my colleagues to vote in favor of HJ Res 130, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from California, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It occurs to me that as we're having this debate, pretty much the rest of the world is in Brazil right now for the climate conference. Of course, the Trump administration has disgracefully pulled the United States out of the Paris Agreement once again, so we have no federal delegation at all. But as the rest of the world convenes to accept the reality of the climate crisis and to accept the related reality of coal being the biggest contributor to carbon pollution, and the entire world is talking about how to phase down our dependence on coal pollution and fossil fuel pollution, we are here in this alternate reality of the Republican majority, where my colleague from Wyoming calls it climate lunacy. It's a sad, sad testament to, frankly, the disgraceful leadership of this Republican majority that propping up the coal industry with discounted royalties and massive subsidies and millions of acres of land giveaways, and now this misuse of the Congressional Review Act is the official policy of the Republican majority. It's just almost unthinkable, and yet that's where we are. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez.
He's recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, first, coming from New Mexico, let me tell you that I have gone through the RMP process firsthand in my own Las Cruces district, the Tri-County RMP. And those are long and painful processes. They take a lot of public input, a lot of painful meetings. Those plans are developed with the input from residents from all sides of the aisle that represent different parts of what is our public lands and that mandate to have multiple use lands. They are not meant just for one industry. They are meant for everybody that uses those public lands. And when I served on the U.S. Federal Committee to advise the Forest Service, and we got all these stakeholders together to implement the 2012 planning rule, it was the same deal. We did it deliberately. We did it with all stakeholders at the table. And so these RMPs are actually developed with public input from every community, not from one single stakeholder group. And that is the painful process that it takes to update these plans, many of them which haven't been updated since the 1980s. Now, it's important that we take into account the time, the effort of not just the agency staff and those folks who show up to those hard meetings and hear the public out, but the public who comes out in my district, sometimes driving 30, 40, 50 miles just to attend one of those meetings so that they can eventually get to an RMP knowing that that will be the law of the land. And so today I rise in opposition to all of the CRAs. But in particular, I want to talk about one very special place. In 2017, when the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge's coastal plain was first officially opened to drilling, supporters promised that the sale would raise significant revenue. Instead, only 3 bidders emerged. And the first mandated lease sale brought in less than 1% of the $2.2 billion that Congress was told to expect. Less than 1%. That burdened taxpayers with an additional $2 billion in national debt. Why? Well, because the Arctic is one of the most expensive places on Earth to drill. And investors and the oil industry know this. In fact, BP and Shell already abandoned their Arctic proposals, even paying to exit those leases. And financing has dried up completely, with nearly every major U.S. bank and 20 global insurance companies having publicly pledged not to finance Arctic drilling projects, yet here we are. The coastal plain is too remote, too costly and too risky to make drilling financially feasible, especially when we already produce record oil and gas volumes elsewhere at a far lower cost to taxpayers, including in my district, the Permian Basin. And let's be clear, Arctic drilling will not lower gas prices. With no existing roads, pipelines, or infrastructure, any Arctic oil would take years to reach the market if it ever does. I know this myself because this is a picture from when I was in the Arctic. Now, this is also a question of what we value. The Arctic Refuge is the only national wildlife refuge that protects a complete Arctic ecosystem. It's called the crown jewel of our public lands, and that it's called that for a reason. And I saw why firsthand when I was there last summer. Now, this special place offers unmatched, truly wild fishing and hunting opportunities for all Americans. When you catch your first Arctic char in the Canning River on the coastal plain, it is a moment you will never forget as an American. And these lands have provided sustenance to the Gwich'in and the Inupiat peoples for millennia. The bottom line, setting the unique wildlife and recreation values of America's Arctic aside, using the CRA to overturn land management plans is bad policy, bad economics, and bad land management. And truly, it's a disrespect to the constituents who showed up to those meetings to create that RMP in the first place year over year over year. So by treating every resource management plan as a rule that is subject to the CRA, Congress is throwing the legal status of every oil and gas lease, every grazing permit, and recreational activity across the West into question. And I ask my Republican colleagues, why pursue the CRA process when this administration has already revised the plan in question? They've already opened up the coastal plain, so why do this? We should vote no, not to score a political point, but because this proposal simply doesn't make sense and won't work. Thank you. I yield back my time.
Gentleman from California reserves, the gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's been mentioned that U.S. coal is dying. U.S. coal is being murdered. There's been an attack on it for many years, and some people will not stop until they see it gone, but it's to our own demise because we depend so much on the energy, not only from coal, but from natural gas. We need more nuclear power. We need more hydropower. We need all kinds of new power. And this isn't the time to be attacking our fuel sources. And you know, we'll have a debate on the Arctic slope and the coastal plain, but when we're talking about Wyoming, we're talking about coal, and we're talking about really the backbone of our electrical generating and distribution system. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, who's the subcommittee chairman on energy and minerals for the Natural Resources Committee, Mr. Stauber.
Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of this CRA resolution introduced by my good friend and colleague from Wyoming, Representative Hagman. This resolution overturns the Biden administration's actions to lock up public lands in Wyoming from responsible coal development, all part of the Democrat and President Biden's agenda, which was anywhere but America, any worker but American energy agenda. Last year, I had the opportunity to join Representative Hagman on a tour across the Powder River Basin, where we visited the coal mines and met the proud men and women who have been working there for generations. While I visited one of these mines, I met a union electrician, third-generation miner, who raised his hand and stated, "Please don't take our jobs away. I'm working here, and my son just got hired here." The passion he had for the industry and these jobs were incredible. He and now his children work in that coal mine. That gentleman told me his family story with a lump in his throat. Like generations before him, he and now his children had access to good-paying union jobs in the coal mine across the Powder River Basin. But thanks to the Biden administration's continued war on coal, his job and his livelihood was on the line, as the mine he worked in was set to run out of coal reserves in just a few short years. Thanks to the Biden administration's resource management plan that blocked new coal leasing, the mine wouldn't be able to access additional reserves and would have to close. In doing so, the mine would have to lay off hundreds of workers and devastate the surrounding communities that depend on the coal mining industry to drive their local economies. With tears in their eyes, this electrician asked me to save his job and save his livelihood so he could continue to provide for his family and energy for America. Mr. Speaker, we have the opportunity today to do just that. By voting in favor of this CRA, we will be able to roll back the disastrous Biden administration's anti-American energy policies and keep the Powder River Basin alive. And through the CRA, we will stop future anti-American energy administrations from taking similar steps to shut down the Powder River Basin. I want to thank my colleague from Wyoming for introducing this important CRA resolution on behalf of the hardworking men and women that make up Wyoming's coal industry. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for this resolution, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas is prepared to close and reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's a little bit rich to hear all of this concern about jobs and the poor electrician who's going to lose a job, and to hear all of this concern about the energy that we desperately need to meet projected demand increase. What we're really hearing across the aisle is a very selective concern about some jobs and about some types of energy, because as we're having this debate about a desperate scheme to try to prop up the dying coal industry, not just with this CRA, but with the discounted royalties, with the massive public land giveaways, with all of the other favors that have been doled out to this industry. At the same time, the Trump administration is trying in every way it can to kill off the clean energy industry, which generates far more jobs than coal. Far more people stand to lose their jobs. Far more electricians, like the one my friend was just so concerned about a moment ago, stand to lose their jobs because of this war on clean energy that my friends across the aisle are just fine with. Now, Chairman Westerman said we need all types of new energy. Well, you know, I guess we'll have a chance this week to find out if that too is just more happy talk, more hollow words, because there'll be a markup on his legislation on permitting, and Democrats have been asking for meaningful changes to this war on clean energy as the first item to have a serious negotiation and discussion about that. We'll find out, and I hope that Mr. Westerman delivers on his promise to work in good faith with Democrats and to do something about the war on clean energy. But unless and until he does, and unless and until my colleagues across the aisle stop pretending that an entire industry with far more jobs than coal and far more energy that can be brought to bear to meet rising demand at far less cost, until they stop pretending that that war on clean energy is not happening, all of this, frankly, is just political theater. Now, Mr. Speaker, to the point about the so-called viability of coal, let's just zoom in on the coal industry in the Powder River Basin, the very place that would be impacted by this CRA. On October 6th, the Bureau of Land Management held a lease sale for 167 million tons of coal on public lands on the Montana side of this specific basin. The BLM received one bid that was valued each ton of coal at 1/10 of 1 penny. The administration rejected that bid and canceled the lease sale because that abysmal price did not meet the requirements of fair market value outlined in the Mineral Leasing Act. That's the reason that the BLM came together to finalize the Buffalo Field Office RMP amendment to address decreasing demand for coal, which is both the dirtiest and the most expensive form of energy. House Republicans would give away your public lands and waters to big coal for pennies, fractions of pennies. The coin that they are phasing out as practically worthless. It's about as valuable as the coal that they're trying to subsidize. This resolution will do nothing to address skyrocketing energy bills in Wyoming or anywhere else. A conservative former Wyoming state representative recently penned an op-ed that really speaks to what's happening on the ground, and I quote, "We need responsible legislators who do not rely on wishful thinking to make long-term policy decisions. It's time to take off the aluminum foil hats filled with wishful thinking and make some real decisions based on responsible prediction," end quote. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close and continue to reserve.
The gentleman continues to reserve. The gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I strongly oppose this resolution. Using the CRA to overturn this RMP and the others that we're debating this week will throw our public lands into chaos. It completely sidelines the input and perspectives of local communities who spent years working with BLM on this plan. And it's another reckless attempt to prop up the fossil fuel industry and line the pockets of polluters, all at the expense of affordable energy and good-paying jobs. The Buffalo Field Office RMP allows existing coal leases to continue with reasonable safeguards to reduce emissions and protect land and water. Congress should not be overturning this plan with the sledgehammer of the CRA. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no on the resolution, and to my Republican colleagues, I urge you to think twice about the consequences of this action and setting this chaotic precedent. I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And since my colleague mentioned the SPEED Act, which we'll be marking up in committee on Thursday, even though it is not on the floor today, I'll put in a shameless plug for our bipartisan legislation that is not only tech neutral, but it's agnostic to the project type. It would definitely help us produce more energy in America, and it will also help us to build things in America again, something we desperately need to do. And we'll debate that Thursday, and hopefully someday we'll be out here debating it on the floor. But as we look at this particular RMPA that is on the floor today because the Biden administration, on their way out, pushed something through by rule that they could never get passed into law. And a CRA, I remind you, is so that Congress can exert its legislative authority over an administrative agency or over an administration. And I would remind future administrations not to make dumb rules when you're going out the door, or somebody in Congress will be standing here, maybe on the other side of the aisle, doing a CRA to turn back the rulemaking ability that is not lawmaking as we're instructed to do in the Constitution as the legislative branch. But in response to the actual RMPA that we're talking about, the CRA on it today, now is the time to unleash American energy. The Buffalo Field Office Resource Management Plan would not only devastate Wyoming's energy workforce, it would raise prices nationwide. We are in a competition. We're in a competition with China that certainly hasn't backed off on building coal-fired plants. Matter of fact, they're building at a rate of about one every 2 or 3 days coming online because they know they need reliable energy, they need affordable energy, and they need that to establish their manufacturing dominance and to beat us in the race for AI. We can't allow that to happen. Even though China produces twice as much electricity as we do today, we shouldn't be discriminating against any energy source. We should be trying to produce as much energy as we can so that we can win in that competition. By passing this CRA, we're restoring the BLM's multiple use and sustained yield mandate and preventing future administrations from locking up America's natural resources. The era of curtailing multiple uses of our federal lands hopefully is over, and it's time to usher in a golden age of unleashing our energy and mineral resources. I urge adoption of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas, yield. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 879, the previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Buffalo Field Office Record of Decision and approved Resource Management Plan Amendment.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The joint resolution is passed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
You'll never guess why. I'm going to request the ayes and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favor by vote of the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings of this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 879, I call up H.J. Res. 131 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 131, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Coastal Plain Oil and Gas Leasing Program, record of decision.
Pursuant to House Resolution 879, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas. Mr. Westerman, you are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.J. Res. 131.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.J. Res. 131, which would repeal a Biden-era record of decision, or a ROD, restricting oil and gas production on 1.16 million acres within the 1002 area of the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, also known as ANWR. The 1002 area of ANWR was specifically set aside by Congress for its oil and gas potential and estimated to hold anywhere between 4.25 and 11.8 billion barrels of recoverable oil. Prior to the passage of the Working Families Tax Cut Law, which requires 4 lease sales to be held over a 10-year period, Congress had previously mandated energy leasing in the area, an action that had the support of local North Slope communities and native villages. In fact, last Congress, we held a bipartisan legislative hearing on H.R. 6285, Alaska's Right to Produce Act, where we heard from tribal representatives, including Inupiat leadership from the native village of Kaktovik, the only indigenous tribal community within ANWR. In that hearing, Doreen Levitt, Director of Natural Resources for the Inupiat community of the Arctic Slope, said, and I quote, "The North Slope and Inupiat live in one of the most remote areas of the country, with none of their communities connected by a permanent road system to each other or to municipalities in the state, making private and public investment very costly, so it is up to their people to seek out opportunities and partners to strengthen their regional economy," end quote. Instead of working with Arctic Slope communities to create economic opportunities, the Biden-era ROD further limited the economic prospects available to those in the region, reducing investment and cutting off essential new infrastructure that would support resource development. During President Trump's first administration, consistent with federal law and local voices, the Department of Interior finalized plans to make all 1.56 million acres of the coastal plain available to oil and gas leasing. Lamentably, in 2024, the Biden administration disregarded local tribal voices and reversed course, implementing a new record of decision that chose the most restrictive alternative, making available the minimal amount of acreage for energy leasing. The Biden administration also included energy prohibitive stipulations in the ROD designed to undermine energy lease sales in the 1002 area. These provisions were horrifically successful, as the last lease sale held received no bids. The Biden administration's anti-energy decisions limit economic opportunities for local Alaskans and Alaska Natives living within ANWR. Congress must move to repeal the Biden-era ROD that runs counter to congressional intent and unfairly reduces economic opportunities in the region. I want to thank Representative Begich for his work on H.J. Res. 131 so we can restore common sense to the management of ANWR's vast resources and again unleash American energy. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from California, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I strongly oppose H.J. Res. 131. The Congressional Review Act resolution here would overturn BLM's Coastal Plain Oil and Gas Leasing Program record of decision, my Republican colleagues are once again pursuing policies that expand our nation's carbon pollution and expose our communities to future disasters. Not only would this legislation grant access to one of the most ecologically sensitive and, yes, incredibly difficult regions to drill, but it would reverse significant strides that Democrats have made to protect lands that tribal nations have occupied since time immemorial. This misguided bill would lock in oil and gas development in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, an area known to the Gwich'in people as the sacred place where life begins. The coastal plain is the heart of the porcupine caribou herd's calving grounds. It hosts nearly 200 migratory bird species annually, connecting the rest of the United States and also the world to this cradle of our natural heritage. Equally vital, the 9,000-strong Gwich'in nation, whose subsistence and culture depend on the caribou herd, reside along the herd's migratory route, making any disruption not only a threat to biodiversity, but also an assault on indigenous livelihoods and traditions. Let me read to you a quote from the executive director of the Gwich'in Steering Committee, Kristen Moreland. She says, quote, "It is unthinkable that our congressional decision makers continue to push to exploit the coastal plain of the Arctic Refuge for oil and gas drilling." She continues, "We rely on the caribou, not only spiritually and culturally, but for our survival and subsistence. This action from D.C. is an insult to the Gwich'in people and ignores those realities," end quote. Sovereign Inupiat for Living Arctic also oppose this proposal. They said, and I quote, "Many Alaska Native communities are already facing negative health impacts from oil and gas development on their lands and are struggling to provide for their families due to impacts on the local fish and wildlife populations." Now, Mr. Speaker, these words remind us that the climate crisis is here, it is real, and it is exacerbated by this administration's relentless push towards fossil fuels. In the Arctic, temperatures are rising 4 times faster than the global average. And it is the indigenous communities in northern Alaska and in the refuge that are disproportionately feeling the devastating impacts of the climate crisis. Melting permafrost and changing species migration patterns are threatening food security, cultural traditions, and their ways of life. You'll hear my Republican colleagues argue that increased oil and gas development in the Arctic will be good for America's bottom line. That is patently false. Let me take you back to 2017, when Republicans cut a backroom deal to help pay for Trump's billionaire tax cuts the first time around by drilling in the Arctic Refuge. 2 refuge lease sales were included, in part to offset the cost of those tax giveaways to the wealthy. Republicans in Congress and the Trump administration promised that these lease sales would bring in $1.8 billion in revenue for the federal government and the state of Alaska. Well, when the first lease sale finally took place in 2021, guess what happened? It generated less than $15 million. That is around 2% of what the CBO had estimated. In 2022, 2 of the lessees actually asked BLM to cancel and refund their leases. Separately, in 2021, 2 development companies actually paid $10 million to walk away from their legacy leases in the Arctic Refuge. That's about the only revenue we've been able to generate in this spectacularly difficult place to drill. Taxpayers for Common Sense, a nonpartisan group focused on deficit reduction, recently said that drilling in the refuge has never been a credible revenue offset, and it isn't now. They even found that new leasing in the area would only raise at most $30 million. A drop in the bucket when you consider my Republican colleagues' big, ugly bill, which will cost American taxpayers $3.4 trillion. This resolution is the latest attack from my Republican colleagues to unguard public lands, to prop up fossil fuel polluters and the expensive energy sources that they peddle, and to leave people out of the decision-making process, all while driving up energy prices for the American people. I urge my colleagues to join me in the longstanding bipartisan support for protecting the Arctic Refuge, by opposing H.J. Res. 131, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Alaska, the lead sponsor of this legislation, Mr. Begich.
The gentleman from Alaska is recognized for 4 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as the sole representative of Alaska in the United States House, I rise today in strong support of House Joint Resolution 131, a resolution to overturn the Biden administration's 2024 record of decision and action that severely restricted energy development on the coastal plain of Alaska's North Slope. For Alaskans, this issue is foundational economically, strategically, and culturally. The 1002 area of ANWR, the coastal plain, is the most studied piece of land in Alaska and one of the most resource-rich energy basins in North America. Congress set this area aside specifically because of its oil and gas potential, and Congress has twice mandated that it be leased for energy development. Yet, in December 2024, in the final days of the outgoing administration, the Interior Department issued a new record of decision that made only 400,000 acres available, a mere 25% of the legally designated coastal plain, effectively shutting down 1.16 million acres that Congress expressly told the department to lease. That record of decision ignored Congress. It ignored the statutory mandate in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and it ignored the voices of the people who actually live on Alaska's North Slope. Thanks to a request from Alaska's delegation, the Government Accountability Office issued a legal opinion on August 25th confirming that this 2024 record of decision is a rule under the Congressional Review Act. That opinion, printed in the Congressional Record in September, triggered the CRA window that allows Congress to act today, and Congress must act, because Alaskans have spoken clearly and they've spoken loudly. The North Slope and Inupiat leadership, including the Arctic Slope Regional Corporation, the North Slope Borough, and the Inupiat community of the Arctic Slope, have consistently supported responsible development in the 1002 area of our North Slope. For decades, they have supported balanced development because they know how vital it is to sustain their communities, maintain their way of life, and fund essential public services. Oil and gas development on the North Slope provides 95% of local tax revenue, which pays for schools, clinics, utilities, public safety, and infrastructure in some of the most remote and high-cost communities in America. Without development, those services disappear. Mr. Speaker, the law is clear, the science is clear, and the economic reality is undeniable. The U.S. Geological Survey estimates the coastal plain contains 10.4 billion barrels of recoverable oil, a resource that can strengthen America's energy security at a time when geopolitical instability is rising and global energy demand is surging. President Trump recognized this on day one, issuing Executive Order 14153, unleashing Alaska's extraordinary resource potential, directing the Secretary of the Interior to restore the lawful 2020 framework. And the Bureau of Land Management is already implementing that directive, working to reinstate the 2020 record of decision and moving forward with the 4 statutorily required lease sales mandated by the American Working Families Tax Cut. But unless we disapprove of the 2024 ROD today, regulatory whiplash will continue. Investment will remain frozen, and local communities will shoulder the burden of federal indecision. House Joint Resolution 131 ends that uncertainty. It restores the legally compliant 2020 record of decision. It restores the full acreage Congress authorized for leasing, and it restores, importantly, the voice of North Slope residents in Alaska. Mr. Speaker, Alaska has the energy the world needs. America has the workforce to develop that energy responsibly, and Alaska's communities from Utqiagvik to Kaktovik have been asking for consistency, partnership, and respect from their federal government. Today, we can answer that call, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes, support Alaska, support American energy security. I yield back.
Gentleman, time has expired. Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas, you are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 4 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of this CRA resolution introduced by my good friend and colleague, Representative Begich. This resolution overturns the Biden administration's actions to prevent the great people of Alaska from accessing and responsibly developing their abundant oil and gas resources on the North Slope. Yet again, these actions were just another part of the Democrat and President Biden's agenda. Anywhere but America, any worker but American. This was put out by the Biden administration, Mr. Speaker, on December 8th, mere weeks before the transition to the Trump administration. Last Congress, I was proud to introduce the Alaska's Right to Produce Act, which reversed many of these same anti-American energy policies of the Biden administration and passed the House with bipartisan support. Alaska is blessed with a tremendous wealth of natural resources. In fact, when Alaska was admitted to the Union, there was a specific condition laid out that the new state would develop these abundant natural resources for the benefit of all Alaskans and all Americans. The Biden administration took step after step to block the Alaskan people from developing these resources, levying more sanctions. The Biden administration levied more sanctions on the state of Alaska than they did Iran. Congress time and time again has passed laws to encourage and even require oil and gas leasing and development in the 1002 area of ANWR. The Biden's administration record of decision runs completely counter to the laws that Congress has enacted. And they played games to discourage development, like only offering unfavorable acreage in their lease sale. These policies run counter to the wishes of the Alaska Natives across the North Slope of Alaska. I had the honor of leading a bipartisan delegation of my colleagues on the Natural Resources Committee to the North Slope last year to visit with these Alaska Natives and see the responsible oil and gas operations firsthand. These individuals depend on revenues from oil and gas development for their everyday lives. In fact, Alaska Natives who are enrolled shareholders of the Arctic Slope Regional Corporation collect nearly $30,000 a year thanks to responsible oil and gas development on the North Slope. And the Biden administration failed to properly consult with the people of the North Slope when they decided to lock up ANWR and the NPRA. Former Secretary of the Interior Deb Haaland refused request after request to meet and hear from them. And this was told to us in a meeting in the Natural Resources Committee. The CRA resolution will correct this by giving Alaska and the Alaska Natives of the North Slope the opportunity to responsibly develop 1002 area of ANWR, which was set aside by Congress for this direct purpose. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for introducing this important CRA resolution on behalf of all Alaskans. And I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for this resolution, and I look forward to this passing this House, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman is prepared to close and reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in closing, I strongly oppose this resolution. It would open up ecologically sensitive, culturally important, and incredibly remote regions of the Arctic to oil and gas drilling. Drilling proponents have grossly overstated how much oil industry interest there is in drilling in the coastal plain of the Arctic Refuge. The Arctic is an extremely remote and harsh environment, requiring specialized equipment and infrastructure, making it one of the costliest places to drill in the entire world. There have been multiple lease sales held in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, which I want to emphasize is a wildlife refuge. And still, no legitimate oil and gas company currently holds a lease there. Even during President Trump's first term, no oil and gas company kept their leases. In fact, a recent report from Taxpayers for Common Sense outlined the lack of economic viability for any oil and gas development there, citing astronomically high costs in this remote region. So let me be clear. House Republicans' actions today will do absolutely nothing to lower your energy bills. but it will allow for the sell-off of some of our most special and sacred public lands. And that's why I oppose H.J. Res. 131 and all of the CRA resolutions on the floor today. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting no, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California has yielded. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleagues for supporting this critical legislation and engaging this meaningful discussion. Before I close, I want to highlight another statement from Director Levitt, which he offered during a Resource Committee hearing last Congress. Mr. Stauber, in his testimony, talked about how the locals in the area just wished someone would listen to them. But Director Levitt said this, and I quote, "Had the administration acted according to the Indian Reorganization Act or its own orders, its leadership and staff would have made allowance for the fact that the Inupiat community of the Arctic Slope, or the ICAS, alongside many other North Slope tribes and entities like the native village of Kaktovik, Voice of the Arctic Inupiat, Arctic Slope Regional Corporation, and more, have a long history of supporting responsible resource development projects in ANWR. The Voice of the Arctic Inupiat, of which ICAS is a member, has a standing resolution supporting the responsible exploration and development of the 102 area of ANWR," end quote. H.J. Res. 131 responds to the wishes of the local people who call ANWR home and unleashes the region's bountiful natural resources for the benefit of U.S. energy security and the economic well-being of local communities. I again urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas yields back. All time for debate has expired pursuant to House Resolution 879. This previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The clerk will proceed with third reading.
Joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Coastal Plain Oil and Gas Leasing Program, record of decision.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The joint resolution is. What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favor a vote by yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen. The yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 879, I call up S.J. Res. 80 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 80, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska Integrated Activity Plan, record of decision.
Pursuant to House Resolution 879, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be available for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, will each control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on S.J. Res. 80.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of S.J. Res. 80, which repeals the Biden administration's 2022 Integrated Activity Plan, or IAP, for the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska, also known as the NPRA. Under the Naval Petroleum Reserves Production Act of 1976, the approximately 23 million acre NPRA was designated by Congress due to its vast energy resources. In 1980, Congress amended the act and directed the Secretary of the Interior to conduct, quote, an expeditious program of competitive leasing of oil and gas in the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska, end quote. In 2020, in President Trump's first administration, the Bureau of Land Management released its IEP for the MPRA. The 2020 IEP listened to local voices and opened up access to over 18.5 million acres of the MPRA for oil and gas leasing. Over 13 million acres were made available for new infrastructure development. Nugaruk Harcherek, president of the Voice of the Arctic and Inupiat, stated in a September 2023 Natural Resources Committee hearing that, quote, "We also felt heard when BLM released an MPRA integrated activity plan in June 2020 that considered the interest of our communities, including future community infrastructure needs," end quote. The IEP outlining management activities for the natural resources throughout the MPRA was thoughtfully crafted by the first Trump administration, taking into account the voices of local indigenous tribal communities. Regrettably, in 2022, the Biden administration placed the 2020 IEP with a new one, reducing the available acreage for oil and gas leasing by 37% and reducing areas available to infrastructure by over 2.3 million acres. In November 2023, during another hearing on the matter, we heard from Commissioner John Boyle of the Alaska Department of Natural Resources, who expressed concerns about the Biden administration's MPRA rulemaking process. And again, I quote, "The process to date has been confusingly deficient as the Bureau of Land Management has scheduled and canceled public meetings on short notice, avoided consultation obligations, and attempted to avoid procedural safeguards that are meant to keep rulemakings of enormous public cost and consequence from being hastily and arbitrarily implemented. Neither comprehensive environmental nor economic reviews have been completed for a proposal that will dramatically change environmental and economic management in what may be the largest federal petroleum asset in the country," end quote. In that same hearing, Mr. Harcherek shared, again, I quote, "This decision, coupled with further protections for MPRA, will undoubtedly shrink the economic opportunities available to the North Slope. It virtually guarantees to set us back on our journey towards self-determination by requiring further reliance on the federal and state government to provide for the basic needs of the people on the North Slope," end quote. Ultimately, the Biden administration stymied energy production within the MPRA and failed to offer leases in a manner that would boost revenue and provide economic stability to the region and the state. The most recent lease sale in the MPRA took place in 2019 when the BLM leased over 1 million acres, generating more than $11 million, including roughly $5.6 million for the state of Alaska. Revenue from developing these resources is essential to livelihoods of all Alaskans. For example, in FY 2022, Alaskan oil and natural gas production, largely driven by the consequences of the pro-energy policies of the first Trump administration, generated $4.5 billion in state and local revenue and supported over 69,250 direct and indirect jobs. Alaska's role as a leader in unleashing American energy dominance will continue. In the Working Families Tax Cut Law, Congress highlighted the importance of the MPRA and required 5 lease sales to be held in the area over the next 10 years. To ensure our energy independence, we must unleash American energy and ensure access to our own resources here at home. This legislation is an important step in doing just that. I thank Representative Begich and Senator Sullivan for their work to bring S.J. Res. 80 to the House floor so we can nullify yet another misguided Biden-era action and take another step to put our nation's energy policy back on the right track. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from California, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose S.J. Res. 80, which would overturn the BLM's 2022 Integrated Activity Plan Record of Decision for the National Petroleum Reserve Alaska, more commonly referred to as NPRA. Now, the name National Petroleum Reserve is more than a little misleading. This is not some industrial sacrifice zone. It's not some untapped oil field just waiting to be developed. On the contrary, the NPRA is the largest contiguous unit of public lands in the United States. It spans 23 million acres, and this area of the Western Arctic is home to a diverse ecosystem where iconic species like wolves, polar bears, and caribou roam, and beluga and bowhead whales shelter in its coastal waters. Millions of migratory birds rely on this intact landscape and critical waters and wetlands that are the NPRA. The legislation before us today would withdraw a smart and well thought out plan to balance conservation and development in the NPRA. The 2022 NPRA plan was developed over more than a decade of engagement with a variety of stakeholders, scientists, experts, indigenous communities, NGOs, and industry. It aimed to limit the disruption and ecological harm from existing oil and gas development while also designating special areas to protect habitat for the many species that call this amazing place home. I respect that there are a variety of views on how to manage our nation's public lands, but it won't be possible for future administrations to incorporate feedback and comments on proposed actions in the NPRA if Congress approves the resolution before us today. The CRA, as we've said several times in the course of this debate, is a blunt instrument. It would prevent BLM from ever issuing a substantially similar replacement, and so this path would strip local land managers of the ability to respond to on-the-ground changes and needs for the future of the NPRA. My friends across the aisle, you don't need to do this. There are already processes in place for administrations to propose new management decisions if you don't like this plan, and the Trump administration is doing just that already, pursuing updates to the land management plans that we've been debating here using these standard inclusive mechanisms that allow for public input. Interior Secretary Burgum withdrew conservation protections for the NPRA in July. And just last week, the Interior Department finalized a new rule that overturned the previous plan. The Congressional Review Act is simply the wrong tool to address any changes to management of these lands, and it's not even necessary. So why do my Republican colleagues need to take up our valuable floor time here debating a rule that their friends in the administration have already rescinded? They just returned from a 53-day taxpayer-funded vacation, canceled 5 weeks of votes, and still have a long to-do list before the end of the year. That list, I hope, includes figuring out how to avoid another government shutdown in January. But you may wonder if my colleagues are spending time on polluter giveaways to maybe distract from something. Maybe something like the fact that President Trump has been mentioned more than 1,000 times in the Epstein emails. President Trump and House Republicans continue to push their drill baby drill agenda, even though it makes no sense for people, for the planet, or for our pocketbooks. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this distraction, this H.J. Res. 80, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to point out that while the current administration did recently rescind the 2024 rule this month, passage of a CRA is still necessary to prevent a future administration from, again, weaponizing IEPs similar to this one that ignore congressional intent. And by replacing the 2022 IEP, BLM wouldn't be left in limbo. They would revert back to the initial IEP finalized under the first Trump administration, which did take into account Native tribal voices and is consistent with the requirements included in the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. With that, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Alaska, the lead sponsor of the House companion to this legislation, Mr. Begich.
The gentleman from Alaska is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of Senate Joint Resolution 80, legislation to disapprove the Bureau of Land Management's 2022 Integrated Activity Plan for the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska. Let me be very clear. This is not an abstract policy debate for the people of Alaska. This is about whether the federal government will honor both the law and its commitments to the people who call Alaska home, and whether America will choose energy independence over energy uncertainty. The National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska, an area the size of Indiana, was set aside more than a century ago to ensure the United States had a strategic domestic energy supply. Congress reaffirmed that purpose in the Naval Petroleum Reserves Production Act, directing the Secretary of the Interior to conduct a, quote, expeditious program of competitive leasing in the NPRA. But the 2022 Integrated Activity Plan, issued in the final stretch of the last administration, turned that congressional mandate on its head. It shut the door on 48% of the reserve, reducing available acreage from 18.6 million acres to just 11.8 million acres, and restricted infrastructure corridors across millions more. In effect, the plan attempted to create a wilderness area in a petroleum reserve, and it did so without listening to the people who actually live there. Alaska is asking us to act. The Inupiat people who live in the area have spoken, and they could not have been clearer. Through the North Slope Regional Trilateral, the Inupiat Community of the Arctic Slope, the North Slope Borough, and the Arctic Slope Regional Corporation, we have heard that the Biden administration's 2022 plan imposed, quote, sweeping restrictions that curtail responsible development, undermine congressional intent, and disregard the well-being of the people who depend on these lands for both subsistence and livelihoods, end quote. These communities are located in an area nearly the size of Minnesota with no highway connections, extreme transportation costs, and a cost of living among the highest in the nation. Oil and gas development funds their schools, their public safety, their utilities, their clinics, basic services that most Americans assume their local government can provide. But on the North Slope, that stability exists because responsible development exists, and we have a duty to ensure that it continues. Alaska's business community stands with them. The Alaska Support Industry Alliance, representing 547 companies and 35,000 Alaskan workers, warned that the 2022 plan jeopardizes the jobs and investment their families depend on. National organizations from the National Federation of Independent Businesses to the American Exploration and Production Council to the American Petroleum Institute have also voiced their support for reversing this restrictive rule. And the administration itself has made clear that restoring access to the NPRA is a priority. President Trump's Executive Order 14153, Unleashing Alaska's Extraordinary Resource Potential, directs the Secretary of the Interior to review and rescind the 2022 decision and reestablish a balanced framework consistent with the 2020 plan. This statement of administration policy strongly supports this resolution. Mr. Speaker, Alaska is ready to power America. We are ready to help lower energy costs for families and small businesses. We are ready to strengthen national security by reducing our reliance on foreign nations. And the people who live in Alaska's far north, the people whose ancestors have called the region home for 10,000 years, are asking us to restore the balanced, lawful management framework that they helped shape. Senate Joint Resolution 80 does exactly that. It restores congressional intent. It restores certainty for Alaska's communities. It restores America's strategic energy reserve. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting Senate Joint Resolution 80, to stand with Alaska, to stand with energy workers, with the Inupiat people of the North Slope, and with an American future grounded in abundant, affordable, secure energy. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to submit a letter for the record from the Inupiat community of the Arctic Slope, ICAS, the North Slope Borough, and the Arctic Slope Regional Corporation, ASRC, that specifically states BLM failed to engage in meaningful government-to-government consultation with ASRC, the borough, and ICAS. This omission contradicts federal consultation requirements and disregards the voices of the very communities most affected. Our leadership has consistently raised concerns about this process and its outcome, yet those concerns were ignored.
Without objection, the gentleman from California, the gentleman reserves, gentleman from Arkansas reserve, gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So again, the plan that this resolution targets for disapproval is not in place. It has been rescinded by the Trump administration. If ever there's a case for a misapplication of the CRA, it would be this right here. But I think, Mr. Speaker, it's an important time for us to step back and consider why using a CRA for any, frankly, public land management plan, but certainly for one that's already been rescinded, is just a recipe for uncertainty and conflict and litigation. Nearly a third of our nation's landmass, 640 million acres, is managed by the federal government. The Forest Service manages 193 million acres. BLM manages 244 million, and an additional in addition to 713 million acres of federal minerals. For nearly 50 years, BLM and the Forest Service have managed these lands under management plans required by the Federal Land Policy and Management Act and the National Forest Management Act. And these plans, known as resource management plans, we've been calling them RMPs, establish safeguards for watersheds and recreation areas. They facilitate energy development and grazing and logging and other commercial activities, and provide a mechanism for harmonizing the needs of local communities with our national goals and perspectives. Now, just a few months ago, we debated some other CRA resolutions targeting management plans, and we explained at that time how unprecedented that was. We still don't know the extent of chaos that is going to result from these actions that have already been taken, but we do know this. Under the CRA, rules, and rules is a technical term of art here, normally cannot go into effect unless they are submitted for congressional review. Now here's the problem. BLM and the Forest Service have never considered RMPs to be rules that they would submit to Congress. They've just never done that, and that's long been the case under both Democratic and Republican precedents being set by those presidents. Now that Congress has decided, apparently, to disapprove of individual RMPs, what does that mean for every other plan that is in place that wasn't submitted to Congress? What does that mean for the small businesses, the local communities, and other public land stakeholders who depend on a stable and predictable land use planning process? If the validity of these land use plans is challenged, then leases, permits, and other authorizations that depend on those plans could be called into question. This is already creating uncertainty and delays, making it nearly impossible for new projects to proceed on time. And here are a couple of examples for consideration. What would happen to the White River Oil and Gas Resource Management Plan Amendment in Colorado, which authorizes 15,000 oil and gas wells? What about the Rosemont Copper Plan Amendment for Forest Service lands in Arizona, approving a 5,000-acre open-pit mine in the Coronado National Forest? Or the Gateway West, Trans-West Express, and Gateway South RMP amendments for 3 transmission lines through Wyoming, Idaho, Nevada, and Utah. Does Interior now need to go back and submit all of those RMP amendments to Congress for approval under this new Republican interpretation of the CRA? Is Congress prepared to take on day-to-day management of public lands and minerals thousands of miles from Washington, D.C.? I don't think so. But I am not the only one who has concerns about this treadmill of litigation and conflict and uncertainty that is being created here. Let me read a quote from Kathleen Sagama, President Trump's first nominee for director of BLM. And she said, quote, "There are some additional legal risks that can arise from the CRA. It's uncharted ground. And if not used wisely, there could be some legal risks introduced and some bad legal precedents." Just a few months ago, the House passed several other CRA resolutions overturning land management plans. As we said at the time, that it was unprecedented. These resolutions before us continue to chart unprecedented ground, and I don't think anyone, including my colleagues across the aisle, have thought a heck of a lot about where it leads. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would submit that a recipe for disaster is when an administration goes out on their own, goes around the laws that Congress passed, and implement bad rules on their way out the door and expect no repercussions from that. I'd say a recipe for good governance is when Congress acts within their power to disapprove of these rules, and that's exactly what we're doing with the CRA to make sure that these rules are followed. Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to point out that, we've heard a number of times now that more drilling is necessary in the name of energy independence. And I want to remind my colleagues that the United States is already the #1 producer of oil in the world and the #1 producer and exporter of gas in the world, but you would sure never know it when you look at the energy bills that are facing families all over this country. It is abundantly clear that the drill, baby, drill agenda is not working for everyday Americans. As long as we are dependent on the fossil fuel roller coaster, American consumers will be at the whim of the global oil and gas market. But if we want energy independence, and if we want lower utility bills, we need to get back on track with the transition to clean energy. It is cheaper, it is safer, and it is generated entirely here at home instead of being at the mercy of global price shocks like oil and gas just inherently are. Instead, this legislation would make us more reliant on fossil fuels and more entangled with the price effects of this fossil fuel roller coaster. Plus, oil from America's Arctic will not come online for many, many years. The Willow project, for example, won't start until around 2029. Meanwhile, the Arctic is warming 4 times faster than the rest of the world. Even at the Willow project, developer ConocoPhillips will use artificial chillers to freeze melting permafrost before drilling for oil. That's the kind of complexity and additional cost that is inherent in drilling in these remote, pristine parts of the Arctic. The project itself will release nearly 300 million metric tons of carbon pollution into the atmosphere over its lifetime, the equivalent of at least 66 coal-fired power plants. Again, Mr. Speaker, if we want true energy independence and security, we need to combat the climate crisis and transition to clean, renewable energy. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, if you could bear with me for one moment.
Yes.
Here it is. This is just excellent staff work, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I strongly oppose this resolution. The 3 Congressional Review Act resolutions that we've been considering here today are going to strip local land managers of the ability to respond to future challenges and changes and needs in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, the NPRA, and the Powder River Basin. If these reckless resolutions pass, these places will be locked into outdated plans that fail to account for changes in community needs, industry needs, and yes, climate-driven impacts. And these CRA resolutions are completely unnecessary because the Trump administration has already acted on their own to replace these plans. Even oil and gas industry experts across the political spectrum agree that the use of the CRA on land use plans creates regulatory and legal ambiguity. In fact, Kathleen Sagama, as I just told you, former President Trump's former nominee to lead the BLM, recently said, it's a quote worth repeating, there could be some legal risks introduced and bad legal precedent, unquote, when using CRAs in this manner. Yet apparently, my friends across the aisle are just going to do it anyway. Now, Sagama led the Western Energy Alliance, an oil and gas industry trade association. She testified before the House Natural Resource Majority many times. This misuse of the CRA will create regulatory chaos for everyone, including the industry. So I asked my colleagues across the aisle, why pursue it? House Republicans are continuing to lock the American people into higher energy costs by pushing their fossil fuel playbook and sabotaging clean, renewable energy. Our constituents deserve better. They deserve a future with clean and affordable energy where utility bills aren't skyrocketing, where we know our lands and waters won't suffer as a result. That's why I oppose this resolution and urge all of my colleagues to join me in voting no, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's been stated that gas and energy prices won't be reduced by passing this this CRA, and I contend that they will, because overturning these rules would incentivize much-needed investment throughout the state or the entire North Slope. The regional impacts of increased energy production in Alaska cannot be overstated. Refineries in the region, including California and Washington, are equipped to handle Alaskan oil, and the refinery in Kenai produces most of the state of Alaska's gasoline. The North Pole Refinery provides jet fuel for our military, amongst other aviation fuels. Two other refineries located in Valdez and near Fairbanks also produce diesel and heating fuels. And let me point out that 3 out of 10 state households in Alaska rely on fuel oil, kerosene, or propane for home heating. Now, you may ask, why would they rely on these fuels that are traditionally more expensive when Alaska has trillions of cubic feet of natural gas? That's because that natural gas is on the North Slope, and even in the city of Anchorage, they're running out of natural gas because they can't move the gas from the North Slope, they can't develop infrastructure, and not only can they not meet their own needs with that gas, they certainly can't export it to our allies. As many have shared, the NPRA is essential to unleashing American energy dominance and sustaining economies throughout Alaska. Congress must also act to undo the harm that the previous administration imposed, and we must work to unlock the estimated 8.7 billion barrels of oil and 25 trillion cubic feet of natural gas the NPRA holds. By repealing this decision, we can help uphold tribal voices and revert to the 2020 IAP that considered their meaningful input. Letting these plans shut down energy production in the NPRA linger would be devastating to Alaskans, especially the Native communities on the North Slope. Without jobs, people may leave these communities, jeopardizing the culture and social fabric of the region. We cannot afford to let this happen. We must pass S.J. Res. 80. I urge my colleagues to support passage of the important legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields the balance of his time. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 879, the previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska Integrated Activity Plan Record of Decision.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. It's about 6-7. The ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman?
Request the yeas and nays.
California seek recognition. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A.1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. H.Res. 889. Censuring Representative Corey Mills. In the House of Representatives, resolution censuring Representative Corey Mills. Whereas Representative Corey Mills has on several occasions conducted himself in a manner that reflects discredit upon the House of Representatives. Whereas on February 19, 2025, Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department officers were called to resolve a private matter at Representative Corey Mills' residence, where officers were called to the 1300 block of Maryland Avenue Southwest around 1:15 p.m. for the report of an assault. Whereas police reports obtained by NBC4 Washington confirmed that the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department was investigating Representative Corey Mills for an alleged assault of a 27-year-old woman that took place on February 19, 2025 at the residence of Representative Corey Mills. Whereas the first police report provided to NBC4 Washington by a source and confirmed by a second source familiar with the investigation said that the 27-year-old woman accused her significant other for over a year of having grabbed her, shoved her, and pushed her out of the door, and also said that the woman involved showed the officer bruises on her arm which appeared fresh. And whereas NBC4 Washington also reported that the Metropolitan Police Department identified Representative Corey Mills as the significant other of the alleged victim of assault, which alleged victim was a 27-year-old woman who was not the wife of Representative Corey Mills, and that the alleged victim let officers hear Subject 1, now identified by MPD as Mills, instruct her to lie about the origin of her bruises. Eventually, Subject 1 made contact with police and admitted that the situation escalated from verbal to physical, but it was severe enough to create bruising. Whereas on February 21st, 2025, the Washington Post also confirmed 2 D.C. police officers said that the alleged victim of assault initially told a 9/11 operator and police that she had been assaulted, and that officers said she also had what seemed to be visible injuries, and that while a supervisor initially classified the offense internally as a family disturbance, police commanders later learned of the incident, reviewed the reports and body camera footage from the responding officers, and reclassified the case as a domestic violence assault. Whereas on February 21st, 2025, NBC4 Washington also reported that the Metropolitan Police Department determined that probable cause to arrest Representative Corey Mills for misdemeanor assault existed and sent an arrest warrant for Representative Corey Mills to the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia. However, then acting United States Attorney for the District of Columbia, Ed Martin, refused to sign the arrest warrant for Representative Corey Mills and instead returned the case to the Metropolitan Police Department for further investigation. Whereas on July 14th, 2025, a different former romantic partner of Representative Corey Mills, who was apparently in a relationship with Representative Mills from November 2021 to February 2025, reported to authorities in Florida that Representative Mills threatened to release nude images and other intimate videos of her and threatened to harm her future romantic partners in retaliation for her decision to end a relationship with Representative Mills after seeing the public reports described above concerning the alleged February 2025 physical assault. Whereas on October 14, 2025, the Circuit Court of the Third Judicial Circuit in Columbia County, Florida, issued a final judgment of injunction for protection against dating violence against Representative Corey Mills, based on a finding that his former romantic partner was a victim of dating violence or had reasonable cause to believe she was in imminent danger of becoming a victim of an act of dating violence. Whereas in August of 2024, the Office of Congressional Conduct adopted and transmitted to the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives a report indicating that there was substantial reason to believe that Representative Corey Mills may have omitted or misrepresented required information in his financial disclosure statements accepting excessive contributions to his campaign committee in the form of personal loans and contributions that may not have derived from Representative Corey Mills' personal funds entered into, held, or enjoyed contracts with federal agencies while he was a member of Congress, and may have accepted through his campaign committee in-kind contributions or other contributions not lawfully made. Whereas individuals who served with Representative Corey Mills have called into question the veracity of the account of events which formed the basis of a recommendation that Representative Corey Mills receive an award of a Bronze Star bestowed in 2021 for his service under enemy fire in Iraq in 2003. Whereas in August of 2024, Representative Corey Mills provided the Daytona Beach News with documents purporting to prove that he earned a Bronze Star with heroism, including a Department of the Army Form 638 recommending Representative Corey Mills for a Bronze Star, which includes a signature from then Army Brigadier Commander Arnold N. Gordon Bray. However, retired Brigadier General Bray told the Daytona Beach News Journal in August of 2024 that he did not sign a Bronze Star recommendation for Representative Corey Mills. Whereas 5 people who served with Representative Corey Mills, including 2 men who were reported as having been personally saved by Representative Corey Mills at great risk to his own life as a basis for the recommendation for his Bronze Star in the Department of the Army Form 638, disputed that Representative Corey Mills was involved in their rescue or provided life-saving care. Whereas 1 private first class cited as having been involved in one of the listed achievements on Representative Corey Mills' Army Form 638, recommending him for a Bronze Star, denied that Representative Corey Mills provided him any aid, and also denied that his injuries were life-threatening. Whereas 1 sergeant cited as having been involved in one of the listed achievements on Representative Corey Mills' Army Form 638, recommending him for a Bronze Star, called the account a fabrication and claimed that he was not involved in any claims that Corey Mills makes about me. And whereas despite the numerous available contradictions of the accounts forming the basis of the recommendation for his Bronze Star, Representative Corey Mills described the legitimate factual disputes raised by individuals he purportedly served with and rescued as, quote, slander and defamation, end quote, in a statement at the Daytona Beach News Journal. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Representative Corey Mills be censured. Representative Corey Mills forthwith presents himself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure, and Representative Corey Mills be censured with public reading of this resolution by the Speaker, and Representative Corey Mills is hereby removed from the following standing committee of the House of Representatives, the Committee on Armed Services.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedent only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentlewoman from New York will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this time determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Natural Resources be discharged from further consideration of HJ 133 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 133, joint resolution requesting the Secretary of the Interior to authorize unique and one-time arrangements for displays on the National Mall and the Washington Monument during the period beginning on December 31st, 2025 and ending on January 5th, 2026.
Is there objection to the consideration of the joint resolution? Hearing none, without objection, the joint resolution is read a third time and passed, and the motion reconsidered is laid on the table. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: passage of the House Joint Resolution 130, passage of the House Joint Resolution 131, passage of the Senate Joint Resolution 80, and adoption of the House Resolution 888. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.J. Res. 130, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 130, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Buffalo Field Office Record of Decision and Approved Resource Management Plan Amendment.
The question is on the passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Members, this is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 213. So now have all members voted? Does any member wish to change a vote? On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 212. The joint resolution is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of House Joint Resolution 131, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk shall report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 131, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Coastal Plain Oil and Gas Leasing Program, record of decision.
The question is on the passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Members, this shall be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 209. The joint resolution is passed. Without objection, the motion reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a vote on passage of Senate Joint Resolution 80, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk shall report the title of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 80, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska Integrated Activity Plan Record of Decision.
The question is on the passage of the joint resolution. Members shall record their votes by electronic device. Once again, members, this is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 216 and the nays are 209. The joint resolution is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is in the vote on adoption of House Resolution 888, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk shall report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 888, resolution censuring and condemning Delegate Stacey Plaskett and removing her from the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence for conduct that reflects discreditably on the House of Representatives for colluding with convicted felony sex offender Jeffrey Epstein during a congressional hearing.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 200. On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 214. 3 voting present. The resolution is not adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
I have a parliamentary inquiry.
The gentlelady from Florida will state her inquiry.
I was wondering if the Speaker of the House of Representatives can explain why leadership on both sides, both Democrat and Republican, are cutting back-end deals to cover up public corruption in the House of Representatives from both Republican and Democrat members of Congress.
The gentlelady has not stated a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, but I think the American people know what happened tonight.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Members are asked to please take their conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks ago tonight, our community of Louisville, our state of Kentucky, was absolutely rocked when a cargo plane taking off from Louisville's Muhammad Ali International Airport bound for Hawaii crashed. 38,000 gallons of jet fuel exploded in our community in a scene that can only be described as apocalyptic. All 3 crew lost their lives, as well as 11 people on the ground. 14 of our neighbors, 14 of our community gone. The first responders were incredibly brave, rushing headfirst into the inferno to save everything they could. Our community, our state, our delegation, we did what Louisvillians and Kentuckians do and lifted each other up as best as possible. But tonight we want to express our gratitude for those who went headfirst into that danger, for those who lifted each other up, and we want to offer a moment of silence for the 14 people who lost their lives.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order.
Without objection.
Today, I am joined by my colleagues from Michigan as we honor the community of Grand Blanc and the victims and families of the shooting and fire at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. On the morning of Sunday, September 28th, families, friends, and neighbors gathered to worship when a gunman crashed his car into the church, set the church on fire, and began shooting into the congregation. Ultimately, 4 members of our community were taken from us that morning. Today, and for many days to follow, we mourn for each of them, their families, every congregant of the church, and all those impacted by this senseless act of violence. This kind of violence, specifically in a place of worship where we go to pray and reflect in peace, is despicable, and no one should ever have to go through this. We also extend profound gratitude to the heroic first responders, the law enforcement officers who responded to the scene within seconds, the 911 dispatchers who coordinated an instantaneous response, the firefighters who got people to safety, and the local EMTs, nurses, and doctors who treated the injured. Their bravery and quick action saved lives. As the community heals from a moment of this incredible darkness, they unify and find light under the motto, Grand Blank, Better Together. Residents specifically asked me to bring this message to the floor of the U.S. House. Today, may the whole nation learn from their example, and may we always stand better together with Grand Blank. They remind us that it is our differences that make our country stronger, and it is the way we love one another that will define us. For them, may we all seek to bring peace, understanding, and love to this world, and let us never forget their loss. I ask my colleagues to join me in a moment of silence. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, Thursday marks National Rural Health Care Day, or Rural Health Day. Nearly 60 million Americans live in rural areas, and too often they encounter limited access to primary care specialists and health services. These gaps are worsened by transportation barriers, doctor shortages, and hospital closures. These challenges don't just affect individuals, they affect entire families and communities. Before coming to Congress, I spent nearly 30 years in the nonprofit healthcare field, assisting those with life-changing diseases and disabilities. Most of my congressional district is rural, and many constituents must drive long distances to get the care that they need. Some do not have broadband access. Some have limited transportation options. Thankfully, telehealth has added tremendous reach and value to communities across the country. And that's why I reintroduced the bipartisan Helping Ensure Access to Local Telehealth Act, or the Health Act, which cuts red tape and allows community health centers and rural health clinics to provide telehealth services to their patients. Telehealth makes life simpler for rural and underserved communities, especially our seniors. Telehealth is an essential part of health care that expands access to care for all Americans, regardless of location. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and permission to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, given the President's disturbing and counterfactual defense of Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman today, I feel compelled to speak up on behalf of Mr. Khashoggi and his family and the American people. During my tenure on Trump's White House National Security Council staff, I reviewed many of Trump's calls with foreign leaders. Of all the calls I reviewed, 2 stood out as the most problematic. The first, we all know, it was between President Trump and President Zelensky, which resulted in President Trump's first impeachment. The second was between President Trump and Mohammed bin Salman. After the murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi, I reviewed a call between the president and the Saudi Crown Prince. The American people and the Khashoggi family deserve to know what was said on that call. If history is any guide, the receipts will be shocking. I call on the president to release that transcript. And honestly, does anyone believe that the Zelensky call was the only problematic conversation Donald Trump had with a foreign leader? Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, in small towns and communities across America, rural hospitals are critical lifelines. They provide emergency care, support seniors and veterans, deliver behavioral health services, assist mothers giving birth, supply pharmacy services, and serve as major local employers. Yet many rural hospitals are under serious strain. Nearly half are operating at negative margins. Since 2010, more than 150 rural hospitals have cut inpatient services or closed their doors permanently, including some in northern Michigan and the Upper Peninsula. These closures aren't happening because communities don't need care, but because the financial reality of providing it in rural America keeps getting tougher. When a rural hospital closes, families face hours-long drives in emergency situations, expectant mothers lose access to obstetric care, seniors suffering a heart attack or stroke may arrive too late. As we mark National Rural Health Day this week, we must renew and strengthen our commitment to rural hospitals by ensuring fair reimbursement, strengthening telehealth and infrastructure, and preserving access to critical resources like the 340B drug program, a key revenue stream for rural hospitals. Rural hospitals must not only survive but thrive in every American. We need to keep that because it's not about zip codes. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise tonight to bring attention to the Senate's despicable decision last week to sneak in a self-serving provision into the bill that was used to reopen the government. While 42 million Americans on SNAP were denied their benefits, Senate leadership added a payout provision to 8 Senate Republicans whose phone records were subpoenaed in the January 6th Capitol riot investigation by the Department of Justice. While American air traffic controllers worked without pay, senators gave themselves the ability to sue for at least $500,000 if their electronic records were seized. American taxpayers should not be footing the bill for this Republican windfall provision. I'm proud of my House colleagues for acting quickly to address this dishonest and embarrassing display. I will be voting to repeal this provision when it comes before the House this week because these 8 senators should not be putting themselves ahead of the American people. I call on the Senate to take up this legislation as soon as it's received from the House and right this wrong immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and commend Mayor Kevin Cotton of Madisonville, Kentucky, who was recently honored as the 2025 elected City Official of the Year by the Kentucky League of Cities. Mayor Cotton's exemplary leadership, dedication, and service to his community have left an indelible mark on the city of Madisonville and the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Selected from nominations all across the state, Mayor Cotton stood out for his innovative, hands-on approach and tireless commitment to making a positive difference. He received a record 12 nominations, many from city staff, who praised his unwavering dedication and lifelong commitment to the city. His peers and colleagues see him as a humble leader whose focus on Madisonville's growth and success goes far beyond the expectations of his role. In addition to this remarkable honor, Mayor Cotton was recognized for his 4 years of dedicated service as a member of the Kentucky League of Cities Executive Board and was presented with a copy of the Athenian Oath in recognition of his commitment. On behalf of Kentucky's 1st Congressional District, I join with Mayor Cotton's family, friends, and citizens of Madisonville in celebrating his outstanding leadership and dedication. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, rural Georgians and rural Americans are older, sicker, and less likely to have health insurance than those in our cities. In fact, compared to urban areas, rural Georgians are nearly 5 times more likely to die early from cancer. But access to care is collapsing. Over 20% of rural counties in Georgia have no doctor or only one doctor, and 200 counties across America have no doctor at all. When rural hospitals close, the community loses not only health care, but jobs, restaurants, banks, and hope. When Southwest Georgia Regional Hospital closed, the nearest ER became 40 miles away, a life or death distance. Rural health care is not just about hospitals and doctors. Clean drinking water, wastewater upgrades, and broadband are necessary for health and survival. Rural areas simply don't have the tax base to modernize these systems alone, so Congress must invest funding in rural development, energy, and health care to ensure they can thrive. Rural health is not partisan, so we must work together to make access to care a reality for rural Americans everywhere. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this is the moment to bring the senseless redistricting war to an end. Today, a federal district court tossed out the gerrymandered map in Texas with an appeal headed straight to the Supreme Court. California's gerrymandered map is facing a similar legal challenge. We don't know how these cases will turn out, so there is uncertainty at this moment whether the whole redistricting war is going to end as a wash or with a modest advantage for one party or the other. Now, it really shouldn't matter. I'm against gerrymandering wherever it occurs, no matter which party stands to benefit. But this present uncertainty has created a window of opportunity for a bipartisan agreement to bring this madness to an end. I've introduced H.R. 4889 to ban mid-decade redistricting in every state in the country. I am calling on House leadership to do the right thing and bring this bill to the floor for a vote. Not only is it supported widely by members in this body, but a poll showed that the American people support this proposal by a 3-to-1 margin. Let's pass this legislation and restore a dose of sanity to politics in this country. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
And extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In recognition of National Health Month, let me put some quotes out there from individuals that I represent. Just in Ohio, we know health insurance will become unaffordable for tens of thousands of people across our Northwest Ohio district, over 500,000 Ohioans and 15 million Americans. Please let me share some examples. A constituent from Clyde, Ohio said it clearly. High insurance prices will allow people to die by making health care unaffordable. It was terrible before the ACA. We need affordable health insurance. Another citizen from Eden in Williams County shared how their medications have become so costly that they now have to seek out patient assistance programs, and their prescription insurance has increased $119 a month, which is unmanageable on a fixed income. A Toledo resident told me, everything's going up. Groceries cost more, child care, rent, and unless Congress acts, health insurance premiums for us will double. Our family cannot make it. We don't have an extra $100 per month. Mr. Speaker, I hope you're listening to these pleas, because unless we address the cost of health insurance in this country, too many people are going to die. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of National Rural Health Day to honor the millions of Americans who rely on rural healthcare systems and to shine a light on the unique challenges faced by our rural and territory communities. In places like Guam, distance is not measured in miles but in oceans. When a family needs specialty care, when a child requires emergency service, and when one of our mononcles seeks follow-up treatment, the nearest option may be thousands of miles away. Hospitals and healthcare facilities across our nation, including Guam Memorial Hospital, bear tremendous responsibility with limited resources. And it is the doctors, the nurses, and allied health professionals of Guam who meet the responsibility every day. They provide life-saving care despite higher costs, workforce shortages, and outdated reimbursement formulas. Financial sustainability for these institutions is not just about healthcare, it's about equality, economic stability, and national security. That is why I'm working on policies to strengthen reimbursement, modernize federal support programs, and expand workforce pipelines so every community, no matter how remote, can count on its providers and hospitals for quality care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. As the representative of a district full of forests, mountains, and rugged coastlines that are beautiful, but often mean a long drive to the hospital, I know that preserving rural healthcare access is literally life and death in our communities. Tribal health clinics, federally qualified health centers, rural hospitals, independent providers are facing challenge upon challenge upon challenge. At Grays Harbor Community Hospital, I saw firsthand how tariffs are driving up costs for medical devices and supplies, adding financial strain to already stretched rural facilities. The hospital recently invested in a new MRI machine, a critical upgrade that offers faster scans and higher resolution images, but because of tariffs, they had to pay significantly more money to purchase this machine, money they now can't use for other things. Advanced medical equipment like this is increasingly expensive under the Trump administration. Add to that Medicaid cuts and the big ugly bill, the end of the ACA tax credits, the strain and uncertainty is challenging. On National Rural Health Day, we should be working together to expand care, not making it more difficult for rural communities. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every time I come onto this floor, I marvel at the fact that I get the opportunity to serve here. But today, it means a lot more because 35 years ago, as a page in this institution, my mom used to come and watch me every day. She'd come and she'd sit in the gallery over there, never knowing that 35 years later, her son would ultimately serve in Congress. Frankly, had you asked me 1 year ago today, I would have told you that I would not expect to be serving here. However, it was 1 year ago today that my mom died. It was 5 days after that President Trump asked me to run. And so today, as I mourn my mother on the 1 year anniversary of her death, I think of all of the things that I can do to make sure that I make her proud and how I serve her every day, because as I often say to my constituents, I won't let you down because I'm not going to let her down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
For 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the life and service of Syracuse Police Officer Wally Howard, Jr. Officer Howard was a son of Syracuse, a Henniger graduate, a Syracuse University student, and a respected member of the Syracuse Police Department. He dedicated his life to protecting our community, serving with distinction on the Central New York DEA Task Force. On October 30th, 1990, during an undercover narcotics investigation, Officer Howard was ambushed and killed in the line of duty. His death marked the first line of duty death for a Syracuse officer since 1929. For decades, his legacy has guided law enforcement training across the country, and awards in his name continue to honor excellence, bravery, and service. It's time to bestow another lasting honor on the Syracuse hero. That's why I've introduced bipartisan legislation to rename the post office at 2220 South Salina Street in Syracuse as the Officer Wally Howard Jr. Post Office Building. This designation ensures that in the everyday life of the city he protected, Syracuse, New York, Officer Howard's name, sacrifice, and example will never be forgotten. I thank the overwhelming majority of the New York delegation that are co-sponsoring this bill, and I urge all my colleagues to support it and to help a great American city honor a great American hero who gave everything for his community. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise tonight to remember and make sure we don't forget the name and the likeness of Irina Zarutska, a Ukrainian refugee who successfully made it safely to this country, to North Carolina, where she innocently one evening was riding a transit train and had her life brutally taken away from her from a 13 or 14 time arrested criminal for no reason other than a thrill kill. We need not forget, as it doesn't seem to be playing very far into the news, this tragic loss. Remember the name, the face of Irina Zarutska, and hope that she gets justice from the prosecution of this animal currently in court. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a legend in Arlington, Texas that passed away, the former mayor of Arlington, Elsie Odom. He was 96 years old. Mayor Odom was a trailblazer in every sense of the word, born in East Texas and moved to Arlington and made his mark in the city very quickly. His journey is a testament to determination and dignity and faith. He was an elected official in Arlington for 14 years and very active in the Mount Olive Baptist Church in Arlington, Texas, where him and his wife Ruby of 78 years spent most of their time worshiping. He was very instrumental in making sure that we kept General Motors in Arlington. We almost lost the plant back in the 90s, and it was Elsie's leadership that helped us keep the plant, and he kept the Texas Rangers baseball club there as well. And he talked about bringing the Olympics to Arlington, and people didn't believe it could happen. But then it got really serious recognition, and we were on the short list. This was an incredible man, and his daughter, who's on the city council, Barbara Odom Wesley, said that he taught others that, quote, service is the price you pay for the space you occupy. And I have to tell you, there are so many things that I can say great about Mayor Odom, but this man absolutely loved his family. His grandkids called him Granddee, and him and his wife of 78 years had one of the most beautiful relationships in all of the Dallas-Fort Worth, Arlington area. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
It's hard to believe that not even 7 weeks have gone by since Charlie Kirk was savagely murdered in Utah. I am, quite frankly, a little bit disappointed the degree to which I do not feel that this body is doing enough to memorialize this great man's short life. I myself am reading books by Charlie Kirk to familiarize myself what drove him to be such an active force in American civil life. I hope that the rest of this body familiarizes himself with the books and familiarizes himself why so many members on the left could not contain themselves, apparently even horrifically with glee, that Charlie Kirk was shot. So I ask particularly my Republican colleagues to familiarize himself with his writings and let his writings inspire us for the next 13 and a half months of this term so that we can begin to accomplish all the wonderful things he wanted us to accomplish and in which he was so eloquent in pointing out we were failing to accomplish them. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the growing mental health care crisis in rural America. Nearly 1 in 5 adults lives with a mental illness, yet rural communities lack the providers, facilities, and resources to meet their needs. In my own district, an entire county has just one child and adolescent psychiatrist. For families seeking timely, specialized care, that's not just an inconvenience. It's a barrier that can mean the difference between preventative help and a crisis. Communities across the country face the same impossible math: too many needs and too few providers. That's why I've introduced legislation to support clinicians who commit to practicing in rural areas and to expand telemental health services tailored to farmers, fishers, and foresters, the people who power our rural economies. Access to quality care should not depend on your zip code. I urge my colleagues to join me in ensuring rural Americans are no longer overlooked or underserved. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Hawaii, Ms. Takuda, is recognized until 10 p.m. as the designee of the Minority Leader. Ms. Takuda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend the remarks and submit extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we celebrate National Rural Health Day here on the House floor, standing shoulder to shoulder with our colleagues in the Bipartisan Rural Health Caucus, and I'm very humbled and honored to be here with my friend and fellow co-chair, Representative Diana Harshbarger. A big mahalo, as we've just heard from members on both sides of the aisle who took to the floor tonight to raise up the needs, the challenges, the hopes, and the dreams for healthcare in rural America. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield to the gentlewoman from Tennessee such time as she may consume.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight National Rural Health Month and to honor the men and women who keep healthcare alive in America's small towns and rural communities. As co-chair of the Congressional Bipartisan Rural Health Caucus, I'm proud to join my colleagues in leading an effort to ensure the millions of Americans who live in rural areas, including the hardworking people of Tennessee's 1st District, receive the same quality of care as anyone else in the nation. In Northeast Tennessee, that rural health care is it's a lifeline to people, especially who live in remote areas and are limited or have no mode of transportation, and they depend on a nurse, say, to drive during the night and before dawn to check on a patient, or the pharmacist who knows every family by name and stretches every dollar to keep medicine affordable. It's the doctor who stays late to see one more patient because there's no one else to take the next shift. These are the people who form the backbone of our rural healthcare communities, and they deserve a system that works as hard for them as they do for us. But the truth is, rural healthcare has always faced an uphill battle. When a rural hospital shuts down, it doesn't just take away healthcare, it takes away jobs and stability and peace of mind. And it means longer drives for emergency care, fewer options for expectant mothers, and limited access for seniors and veterans who depend on those services the most. And the systems that's supposed to support them is too often buried in bureaucracy. Pharmacy benefit managers are manipulating drug prices, restricting choices, and squeezing out small-town pharmacies that are fighting just to survive. These PBMs see a patient, but they control what medicines people can get and at what cost. That's wrong. And I've been proud to lead bipartisan legislation to bring transparency, accountability, and fairness to that system, because patients and pharmacists alike deserve better. I've made it my mission to champion these policies that put people, not politics, first. And under President Trump's leadership, we signed the Working Families Tax Cuts into law this year. And this critical legislation included the single largest investment in rural health care in history. That's $50 billion for a rural health care transformation fund to reinvest federal savings directly into the communities that need it most, expanding telehealth and recruiting and retaining rural health care workers. We're committed to ensuring telehealth remains an option for those living in rural communities. Telehealth provides expanded access to specialists, closes the distance between patients and providers, and gives families faster, more reliable care. And I have legislation, the Rural Physician Workforce Production Act, that would help bring more doctors to rural communities by giving rural hospitals the resources they need to train and retrain more physicians. I fought to strengthen our nation's drug supply chain by supporting domestic pharmaceutical manufacturing, including facilities like U.S. Antibiotics in Bristol, Tennessee, where we're proving that these life-saving antibiotics can and should be made right here in the United States and not halfway around the world. Mr. Speaker, these aren't abstract policy debates. They're about real people in real places. They're about the mom who drives an hour to find a pediatric specialist. They're about the veteran who can't get his prescription filled because his local pharmacy closed. They're about the nurse who works back-to-back shifts because there aren't enough hands to go around. And those stories are what drive my work every single day. And that's why I've joined my co-chair, Representative Takuda, in introducing a resolution to recognize November 20th, 2025 as National Rural Health Day. This resolution recognizes the challenges we face, but more importantly, it affirms our commitment to solving them. Thank you, Representative Takuda, for your continued commitment on working together to address the pressing healthcare issues facing our rural communities. We must fight for a healthcare system that serves patients, not big insurance companies, that values rural providers, not red tape, and ensures no community, no matter how small or remote, is left behind. To our doctors and our nurses, pharmacists, first responders who keep rural America healthy, we want to thank you. Your work saves lives, your compassion gives hope, and your dedication holds our communities together. As long as I have the privilege to serve the people of Tennessee's 1st District and as co-chair of the Rural Health Caucus, I will continue that fight. And we are united in our shared mission to strengthen rural health care, protect patient access, and preserve the small-town values that make this nation strong. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, National Rural Health Day is a chance to honor the communities that keep this country moving. The farmers, the teachers, the kapuna, health workers, first responders, small business owners, and families who fuel our local economies and preserve our way of life. It's also a moment for Congress to recognize that rural communities face challenges that are different, not because they are less, but because they are often asked to survive systems that were not built for them. What some call in Washington innovation is really rural America being forced into a constant state of adaptation, forced to make do, to improvise, and stretch thin resources even thinner simply to maintain basic access to health care. Every day in Hawaii, I see mobile clinics reaching isolated communities, school-based health centers stepping up for low-income children, and community health workers bridging cultural and geographic divides. Rural communities everywhere are pioneering models of behavioral health integration and telemedicine, not from a place of creativity or convenience, but necessity and survival. We've proven we can adapt to impossible situations. But extraordinary flexibility cannot and must not replace true investment. Ingenuity cannot replace federal partnership, and resilience cannot continue to be a substitute for resources. We have unfinished business here before us in Congress, but what gives me hope is that we have allies and advocates on both sides of the aisle ready to lead. Across the country, from the volcano-lined communities in my district of Ka'u to the farming slopes of upcountry Maui to the taro patches that I see on Kauai, one truth is crystal clear. Rural America is tired of being resilient. When people call us resilient, what they're really saying is we've been forced to survive hardship. Resilience means we're struggling. Resilience means we're being asked to endure what no community should ever be asked to endure. Our people cannot survive on resiliency alone. Rural America is tired of being tired. Rural America is tired of jumping from one difficult situation to another. Rural America is tired of learning to bend without breaking due to a lack of resources, investment, and support. What rural America needs is an immediate, revolutionary, transformational investment, a historic top-to-bottom overhaul that rebuilds the healthcare system from the inside out. Rural America needs a profound change on a scale that we have not yet seen before. And most importantly, rural America, where we all live, needs a chance to be known as more than just resilient. It deserves a chance to thrive. We cannot rely on Band-Aids and small step forwards, short-term pilot projects, especially when we know families are driving hours or having to even get on a plane for care. Hospitals are closing, behavioral health crises are going untreated, and when the difference between life and death is the distance between one rural town and the nearest city, this is unacceptable. Our people will literally die without bold, immediate systemic action on rural health. Today, we still lack long-term stability for community health centers, for teaching health centers, and the National Health Service Corps. Critical workforce and training programs remain stuck in reauthorization limbo, and bipartisan bills to strengthen EMS capacity, expand telehealth, and improve behavioral health access still await action. We said these issues were urgent last year when we were on the floor. They are even more urgent today. Rural communities cannot afford another year of waiting. That's why we're pushing forward with real bipartisan solutions that simply cannot wait another Congress to be enacted into law. My Rural Health Clinic Modernization Package, including the Rural Behavioral Health Improvement Act, cuts red tape and strengthens reimbursements so rural clinics can stay open. The Health Act protects telehealth access, including audio-only visits for families who lack broadband or live hours away from their care. The Community Teams Act and Strengthening Pathways to Health Professions Act rebuild the rural workforce pipeline, supporting students and providers and keeping scholarships and loan repayment programs accessible and tax-free. And the Rural Health Care Technical Assistance Act gives rural facilities the tools they need to prevent closures and stay financially stable. These are practical, bipartisan solutions built for lasting impact, not another short-term fix to grab a headline. And that is why caucuses like ours, the Bipartisan Rural Health Caucus, and special order hours like the ones that you've seen tonight matter. They remind America and this Congress that despite everything going on in our politics, there is still a path forward. There is still work we can only accomplish together. In closing, I want to thank all of my colleagues who joined us tonight to give their speeches, and to the over 70 members, Republicans and Democrats, who make up our caucus. Your presence sends a clear message. Rural communities matter. To my constituents in Hawaii and rural Americans across this great country, your voices keep us grounded. And to every nurse, doctor, EMT, pharmacist, community health worker, small clinic team, you show us both the urgency and the solutions every single day. This work is not just policy, it's people, it's families, it's the future of rural America. So let's continue to listen, to act, and to deliver together, because when rural communities thrive, all of America thrives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and at this time, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, enclosed is my resignation letter to New Jersey Governor Philip D. Murphy, effective November 20th, 2025 at 11:59 p.m. It has been an honor to serve the residents of New Jersey's 11th Congressional District. I look forward to serving them and all residents of New Jersey as governor over the next 4 years. Signed sincerely, Mikey Sherrill, Member of Congress.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for morning hour debate.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com. For community resources or services, visit our website at www.canmichigan.com.